that a football thing? That's from football, right? I think I remember it. It's like yeah, like the NFL, and then it plays. And what a bop! What a good theme song, dude! Holy shit! Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't even, cause I don't. I mean, I'll watch football, but that. Oh, I don't watch football, but that song is still not song. You know that opening ditty. Ah, yes, the NFL has now copyrighted this stream. Whoops. What is a COVID release bill? Oh god, did I put a typo in the YouTube? Oh, I did. Oh my god, hold on. I do this every time, dude. Every single fucking time. I type out these YouTube titles when it's 2 a.m., okay? I'm tired as hell, and then I crash and wake up the next morning and live with the consequences of my behavior. You know, it's the, yeah. Yeah, COVID relief bill, okay? All right, or release, yeah. The COVID release bill. Joe Biden has kept in the Oval Office a tankard full of COVID-21. And he has finally gotten it through, the papers through, and he is now releasing COVID-21 upon America. It is the end times have come, people. Let's fucking go. Let's end it. Get it out. Get it out here. Yeah. Start with drama from Redacted from Clowntown. I guess we have to, don't we? You people are so eager in chat. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, Artemy, you went out of the room that I so kindly allowed you to be in? Yeah? You want to go out and lay on a stair or eat a bug or something? Yeah. Here. See if I can pop you in front of them. Woo, baby feet. Baby feet. Little dance. All right, get out of here. We recently got the cat's little ripple rug. It's like there's a flat rug portion and then a pliable one with Velcro that you put on top of it, and it like it folds on top of it, and there's holes in the top rug, and it's basically supposed to be like an organic playhouse for them. And the the other day, yesterday, we were watching Breaking Bad, and Artemy is inside of this ripple rug thing. His little head's poking out, and he sees Pigeon walk by, and he bolts to get Pigeon. But the hole that his head was through was too small for his shoulders, so he rocketed out and just carried the whole fucking rug with him, just like this torrent, this avalanche towards Pigeon. Scared the shit out of all of us, by the way. Bosh been watching Breaking Bad a lot recently. Yeah, we're binging it. We're going through it. You going to talk about the super straight thing? Oh, God. Guys, the super straight thing is bait, okay? Don't take the bait, okay? It's fun to make fun of, okay? But, like, actually seriously covering the super straight thing, they literally made the colors the Grinder colors. It's called super straight, and it's the exact same black and, like, burnished yellow that Grinder has. It's a meme. 4chan's probably involved. Whatever. It's who cares? Why is KekV not rendering? I don't know. I don't know why. I'll talk to White Nervoso after stream. I had a lot to deal with yesterday. My grandma finally passed. That was actually quite recent. You don't have to do the sob crew thing. You know, it was pretty much inevitable. She actually watched my streams. Which is a little terrifying to have a 90-year-old woman, you know, watching my content, you know? Like, I can just imagine, you know, Graham, all the way in Alabama or whatever, watching me talk about, like, the bussies. And she's like, well, I like some of the content. You know, I don't know. She was cool. Really liked her. She enjoy your content? Well, I hope so. I mean, she watched it. That's, you know, I do hope so. Yeah, I imagine she did. I mean, I talk with her, you know. Yeah. I liked some of the jokes, but not all of them. All right, okay. All right. I mean, if we're doing the drama bullshit, we're doing the drama bullshit. So I saw a little bit of this. I saw the first like 15 seconds, and I saw what people were saying about it. So you know what? Let's hold on. Let me see if I can find the post on my Reddit. A Reddit, by the way, which all of you should join. My subreddit, great subreddit, high quality content over there. Destiny is still blowing us the fuck out when it comes to subreddit size. Mine's like, what, 38,000? His is like 110,000. I mean, that's a whole... There is a lot of stuff that gets posted on it. Gotcha. Wait. Reddit sucks though, Vosh? Yeah, but you know what doesn't suck? Community. Okay? All right. Plus, I read the subreddit, you know. If there's anything spicy going on, somebody has to relay it to me. All right. This is going to be dumb as fuck, okay? Are you ready for it? Okay. Hey! That's my PS4 Elgato capture card. I always forget to turn that thing off. You know, I leave that up every single time after a Bloodborne stream. Well, you know. Here, wait, hold on. We should probably make the webcam a little bigger, huh? One of these days, professional streamer Vosh will, you know, formalize his stream setup in a way that's a little less scuffed. All right. Redact from Redacted. Malding about Vosh, part 1. Oh my goodness, we got multiple parts to this. Let's go. So I want to be perfectly clear from the get-go, okay? I've never had a particularly high opinion of Mike from PA for a number of reasons that are probably going to become incredibly evident as we listen to him talk. But I didn't really engage with it because even though my impression of him is low, I generally don't believe in like starting shit unless a personal slight has been directed against me in some way, you know? I mean, if we're talking like a Nazi, then obviously like I don't need them to wrong me to disagree with them. But in the lefty community, I don't want to go like if they haven't done anything to me, then whatever. But anyway, so it looks like he's done something. So, all right, let's see.
Do you guys remember that? Now, there were other people. For example, Vosh. This goes straight out to Vosh.
Hey, what's up?
Vosh was one of those people who spent most of his time punching left.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a bunch of other irrelevance, but mostly Vouch. I really want to point out to Vouch here. Vouch is the #1 candidate, and I've been happy to talk to him. And by the way, chat, we had some DMs. I continually challenged Vouch. I continually said, hey, man, you want to come on? I'll have a conversation. I said, I heard you've mentioned me on stream a few times. Want to have a chat?
Are we okay?
And he said, you come up because you're related to Destiny's anti-left arc, I think, like Hassan. Was there something in particular you wanted to talk about? This is April 27th. He says, I said, arc? That implies it'll ever end. The primary is over, and yet the left is still the target. We can discuss applying a pressure to establishment politicians and why it is bad to just capitulate without making demands. And then this dickless coward,
that's me,
played a clip of mine out of context.
So wait, hold on. Let's get into it, you know? Once we get into dickless coward territory, I think we can lay in a little bit. So, do you notice how he described a DM interaction and then didn't conclude it? The reason why I didn't have Mike on to discuss like political strategy is because I think that Mike is an idiot. I think that his idiocy is actually secondary to a larger character flaw that he has, which I'll get into shortly. But I would rather grind my ears down against a sandbelt than hear him discuss his opinions on like political theory, like to me in like an informative way. I would actually rather argue with him on this than I would hear his opinions like given in earnest, because I would feel the need to correct him constantly. So the reason why I haven't really engaged negatively with him that much, apart from the fact that he hasn't been like super aggro to me, is also because Mike's entire modus operandi is shit-talking larger communities and making a fool of himself and then obsessing over them forever. If you go to Mike's stream, he talks about Destiny more than Destiny does. If you ever want an update on what Destiny is like or what he's up to at the moment or like when he last breathed or sneezed, you can go over to Mike from PA's stream and you'll get that live update. Oh yeah, he recently got into some beef with Destiny's community. His most looked at subreddit, according to his Google autofill results, is Destiny's subreddit. He is just completely, it's funny because I know this for a fact because I saw other people saying it. Down the line, he's going to say, I'm the one who can't detach myself from Destiny's community. This guy is latched on like a leech. And he's going to do the same thing with mine too. Now that I've spoken negatively about him publicly, he will never let me go. Ever. He will never let me go. He will bring me up every single stream. He will regurgitate every bad faith criticism ever levied at me. He will forever, his entire career will be in part defined by being the anti-Vosh guy. So like Caleb Maupin, yeah, remember how Caleb Maupin, I talked to that guy like a year ago and he still tweets about me with no interaction on my end. Like I don't engage with him. I don't quote tweet him. I don't respond to, but he still constantly makes memes about it. It's like high effort engagement too. So I'll get to his primary character flaw soon. It'll probably make itself really, really clear with time. But we'll see. I want to lead into it. Okay.
Next, where Lucid Fox and I were having a conversation, and he said, we should stop talking about national politics and we should just talk about local politics and mutual aid. And I said, that's fucking stupid. The audience for that would be very small. We cannot stop talking about national politics. That's an organizing principle. And he played a clip of me on his stream. So not only...
So what Mike is leaving out here is that when I played that clip, I actually defended him afterwards. So the context of that clip was Mike was saying he didn't want to focus too much on local politics because local politics draws a smaller audience, which is true. That is a true statement. And while that does come off a little bit grifty, I understand that these are our jobs, and also the ability to leverage a large audience influences the extent to which we can affect other types of politics. So I actually defended him after playing that clip. But Mike is a very bitter and very fragile person, so he remembers only a perceived slight. He doesn't remember the fact that in the context of that clip, I was actually one of the people who was on his side. But, you know. Go off.
Was he being challenged by me in DMs? This little rat fuck then went and talked about me on his stream. About this very, very topic that we're now dealing with right now. Where I said, we have to pressure these people and we have to have real concessions. And then he said, the one in which you said you didn't do streams on direct action because it would hurt your audience. I said, yeah, that's totally out of context to the point of being an outright lie.
You know what? Actually, really quick. I'm not the leak DMs type of person, but this is my message. So I think I'm okay to share this. Let me see if I can find the thing that I responded with there. Just a second. Oh, yeah. You do know that I defended your position, right? We all have to make compromises between the content we want to do and the content we're financially incentivized to do. Yeah, like in DMs right here, I even tell him that I actually defended I actually defended him in that context, but I mean, he's looking at the logs right now because he's repeating them verbatim. So I don't know if he just missed that or if we're having a bit of a literacy issue, but hold on.
And then, so anyway, this little rat fuck, and Vouch really is a rat fuck.
Just he keeps saying that. He hasn't actually mentioned anything negative that I've done yet.
Understand this. Not only does he doesn't know his ass from the hole in the ground. He's a rat fucker. Then he went and talked about me again recently, saying how I was being petty for not supporting Destiny's candidate in Omaha.
No, that's not what I said. You guys remember that video, right? On Destiny's Omaha thing? Mike from PA, despite donated money to the opposition of the candidate that Destiny supported. So what I said was, I don't like it when people get involved in politics because of spite. That's my #1 criticism of Destiny, too. So donating to a candidate exclusively because they're the opposition of a streamer that you don't like is very weird to me. That's just like the priorities that you have to be engaging in. And by the way, at the end of my video on that, I think I engaged in what must have been the lightest criticism I have ever levied at any human being ever. I mean, we can go and find it if we want to, real quick. At the end of this video, where is it? Do we have a timestamp, Arinos? Mike from PA. Oh, and I, you know, at my behest, I mean, I have to bring this up. Hey, get ready for it, okay? Get ready for the lightest criticism that I have ever given a human. Mike in chat. Oh, good, Mike, you can watch. That's cool. Anyway, get ready for the lightest criticism that I have ever levied at any human being. From me, this is like the gentle, like, breeze of a, you know, like the summer wind upon the cheek of a baby. You know what I mean? Like, this is about as light as it gets, you know? Apparently, Mike from PA, a lefty Twitch streamer, I'm sure many of you know him, was quite spiteful about Destiny being dropped from Mark Cudgel's campaign to the point of donating to his opposition. A woman by the name of, what's her name? Something Snipes. Somebody in chat said it earlier. What's the, Kimara Snipes. I looked into her, and she seems like a good candidate. Yeah, she's not like a Republican or anything like that. But anyway, that kind of behavior. I mean, we're all we're all trying out here, you know. That was the criticism. Did you see that? Did you even see the criticism? That was like that. No, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. This is the meanest thing that I have ever said about Mike from PA publicly. This is what prompted Mike from PA to do this little, like, meltdown right here. Like, I have, I know that Mike is, like, a very sensitive person, so I was very careful here out of respect for his feelings. But, man, you know, the effort I put in sometimes, Jesus. They say I'm tearing apart the left. I literally couldn't have handled this with you know, more kid gloves. But, all right, anyway.
As if this brain dead fucking moron can't look at a race and realize that that is the centrist right-wing candidate in a Democratic primary. Yeah.
So according to Mike from PA, Mark Cudgel is a centrist right-wing candidate. So if we... I don't know what exactly motivated this perception on his part, but if we go to our platform policies right here on his website, decriminalizing marijuana in spite of the state having it criminalized, a sustainability plan, LGBTQ plus Bill of Rights, like including trans people, like city and urban like renewal. I don't know what country this is center right, maybe like Rojava or something, maybe like over there Mark would be center right, but I'll tell you why Mike thinks that Mark Cudgel is center right. It's because Destiny supports him. Because Mike doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. It is just spite-based politics. That's it. That's all he has, okay? He doesn't know anything about this except for the fact that Destiny is involved. That's it.
I'm not going to support the centrist right-wing candidate in the Democratic primary because they make id poll statements.
Id poll statements, like supporting queer and trans people and sanctuary city and marijuana decriminalization and dealing with the police and defunding, like, what? Yeah? What? Mike from PA is class reductionist? No. We'll get to Mike from PA's central character flaw shortly. Class reductionism isn't it, though. It's not class reductionism, okay? We'll get to what it is shortly, okay? We're doing like a biop, okay? Imagine this, we're going inside the mind, all right? The nice thing about Mike from PA is that he's not smart enough to be opaque about his thought process. He's very, very open and forthcoming about all of his character deficiencies. So when you watch him and you see him get mad, like, it's all there on the table. You know what I mean? It's very, very easy to pick that apart.
People were bringing this up in his subreddit, yet calling you a grifter yesterday, defending Destiny's incest and N-word. That's because Vaush is a coward. He only likes to punch people that don't know how to debate. He's scared of.
This is a very common criticism, by the way. I've seen Mike debate Destiny. He is in no position to impugn my debate abilities. He is of the school of thought that louder equals righter. That's about all. That's pretty much what he's got. Also, I've debated pretty much literally everybody. So I don't know where this is coming from. But it's a very standard, like, mad criticism. Now, to be fair, by punching at Mike here, I am in fact punching at somebody who doesn't know how to debate. So this actually does speak to his argument just a little bit.
Of me. He's got a little bussy, and
that's just a little weird, by the way. He makes a lot of comments about, like, my dick and ass and stuff. I don't know. Mike, clean up a little bit and we'll talk, okay?
He's stupid. Now I just attacked Vaush. That was an attack. Vaush, you're dumb. You're a little rat and you're a coward. Keep sucking Destiny's cock and humiliating yourself. Eventually, one day, Senpai will forgive you.
See, so this is what the professionals call projection. Mike has. It's actually incredible. When I got my start, I actually didn't think it was possible for a career to be more dependent on Destiny's than mine. I actually thought that I would be kind of like at the apex of that, you know what I mean? Like maybe up there with Mr. Mooten and stuff. Like, you know, but Mike from PA has actually managed to supersede me in that respect. He thinks about Destiny more than I could ever dream of doing. I mean, I've seen clips of his stream. It's actually incredible. Is this guy even worth the attention? He's pathetic. Well, believe it or not, he gets around 2K 2K average viewers on Twitch, yeah. And I'm okay trashing him a little bit here because, and I'm going to be perfectly honest, if you're the type of person who watches Mike from PA, you're probably not capable of understanding the arguments that I make anyway. So there doesn't need to be an overlap here. That's totally okay. Or maybe you've watched Mike a little bit and you don't know what he's like. You know what I mean? But we can get to that. Don't worry. He's leaking DMs on stream right now, so you can show them if you want. Mike, that's a little bit of a social faux pas. Wait a second. Didn't Mike once get really mad at a person for leaking DMs or something like that? I remember one time Mike said that somebody was like a scab for leaking DMs. He got really mad at somebody. Who was that? Who's the person that he was mad at? And it was for leaking DMs, right? Well, that's okay. Anyway, keep going. Mike is reading your DMs on stream. Oh, there's literally nothing there that I'm concerned about. That's fine. Leaking DMs is incredibly embarrassing for him. So I don't know why, but he wants to preempt it. But that's okay. Anyway.
So anyway, just and in here, in case you think that I am, in case you ever think oh my God, Mike from PA would never go and debate Vaush or Destiny. I slap these fuckers around. They're scared.
Embarrassing.
They're scared. And I've bent over backward.
Hold on. Vosh, how come you won't debate him? He's never asked to debate me. At least not within the past year or so. He says he's challenged me in DMs. He hasn't, at all. The only time he ever shows up in my DMs is when he's desperately trying to get on my side in some wedge issue versus Destiny. Every single time he talks to me, or every time he talked to me, past tense, it was some pathetic effort to try to pull me away from Destiny in the hopes that he could get on my stream to leech some of my viewership. That's it. That's the extent of his engagement with me over DMs. He has never come in there and debate challenged me. To my memory, maybe if he did, it was a very long time ago. I think one time I invited him to come on my stream and he said no. But what would I debate with him? The problem isn't his political positions. The problem is that he's a fucking moron. He's screaming on his stream about you right now. Yeah, I sincerely believe it. Hold on. We still need to get to his central character flaw. It's very important that we get to the center of the juicy nugget.
Every single one of Destiny's Sims get on Vaush's stream non-stop. but he doesn't engage with leftists, except when it comes time to attack Atlanta DSA because saying they didn't want to ally with the fascists. Then he was rushing along to LOL, a small DSA account.
That's another lie that he just said. We can get to that one. Don't worry. I think he mentions it in the segment because I saw other people bring it up.
Words to try to be like, hey, man, stop that. If you want to have a conversation anytime, man. And then I messaged him. I just find it odd that you're... Remember when Destiny lied about the Atlanta DSA and Vouch jumped to attack the Atlanta DSA, and then it turned out that Destiny was lying the whole time about that whole, like, they wasted my time in Georgia, and Vouch jumped to defend the attack on Atlanta DSA while the rest of the online left.
No. Again, I don't know if he's lying deliberately or if he just has a very poor memory or if he's very stupid, but the only sorry. The only issue that I had with that whole thing was that the DSA called Destiny a Nazi, which he is not. It's that simple. I didn't have an issue with the DSA not working with Destiny. That's their right, and I can understand why they didn't do it. But yeah, that's it. No.
The real left, not the Beverly Hills left.
We have some Jesse Lee Peterson memes here. See, when he gets angry, it's not about principle anymore. He'll fall into like any list of dumbass insults necessary. It's funny though, because between Mike from PA and I, he's the only one who said that he'll refuse to engage in certain types of political advocacy for monetary gain. You know, that would be him, not me. That would be him actually. Am I Beverly Hills left because I'm like more successful than him? Like I don't know. Is it literally just because I was born there? I have no idea what's going on in his mind. In all likelihood, he's angry and he's just saying whatever he can think of.
Was saying, what, fuck you, Destiny? Remember that? Continually, I continually challenge.
What's the gain to the left in perpetuating the circular firing squad? I'm not entirely sure why there are people in my chat saying this when he, unprompted, just went on this rant in his stream calling me like a dickless bussy haver or something like that. It's very strange to me, considering how light I was with the criticism that I had, and he's the one who lost his mind. Why would you come into my stream chat and suggest that I'm the one who's perpetuating some kind of... Should I just like never respond to criticism here? Besides, I think it would be funny for all of you to see just how much of a fucking degenerate this guy is anyway. This guy has no business getting 2 viewers, let alone 2,000. He's actually getting more viewers than usual right now because, like I said, his modus operandi is to start shit and then benefit from it by whining forever.
So I've challenged him like 10 times.
10 times? My dog, he isn't Wait, hold on. Wait, okay, so if DMs are already leaked, challenged me 10 times. What is he talking about here? Where do I find that? How far back do I have to go to find the challenge? Let me know. Okay, so here we're at the very beginning. If you want to collab or have me on your show, let me know. I don't really like collabs, you know. And then he said, I've heard you mention me on your stream a few times when I have a chat. And then I ask if there's something that he wants to talk about. And then he said, you played an out-of-context clip on stream. And then I said, yeah, I defended you. That out-of-context clip was one in which I defended you. And then we were going to talk this weekend. And then he didn't respond. He just let the time where he could have come on slip by. And then he apologized. And then he was asked to set up another time. And I said, I'm streaming all day today if that works for you. And he wasn't ready then. And then, like, basically just, like, schedule back and forth. And that was a whole year. And none of these are challenges. And then all the rest of this is him trying to pull me away from Destiny when I wasn't even defending Destiny's position. I was only saying he wasn't a Nazi. And that's it. He didn't challenge me. He didn't challenge me once. You can read all of this if you want to like pause and look over it. It's mostly him whining about Destiny. And this is the funniest part too. Look, after I heard that he like whined about me on stream the other day, I said, I'm really not seeing these challenges. You need to work on being a little more confident. This is borderline passive aggressive. He said, lol, I'm pretty public. I said, well, be a little more direct in private. I had no idea you were so eager to talk. I'm not trying to be hostile in any way, but you're pretty clearly hostile this way. So I guess if you want that level of relationship, this is like 16-year-old high school girl level of passive aggressive. He had this whole tirade about me on stream, motivated by me incredibly lightly criticizing him at the end of a video where he spitefully donated to an opposition candidate. I tell him he's never challenged me in DMs. He doesn't deny it. And then he's like, oh, well, if you want to be so hostile, then I guess we can. It's pathetic, dude. It's actually pathetic. Look at this. He's actually scared. He had his little meltdown on stream, and then he was hoping to salvage the relationship afterwards by backing off and implying that I was the one who initiated aggression. He's a fucking beta male, dude. And that ultimately is the problem with Mike from PA, okay? And I'll lay it out to you, okay? Mike from PA's central issue, more so than anything else, this is like his key. If he was like a Greek hero, this would be his tragic flaw. This would be his Achilles heel, okay? And it's that he's unbelievably insecure. He is the most insecure online figure I have ever seen in my entire life. Everything that he does, everything that he says, the way that he talks, the arguments that he makes, the positions he adopts, all of them are designed to posture some sort of cringy alpha male stereotype, in spite of the fact that he looks like a Weasley, greasy little manlet, okay? He postures so fucking hard. And if you've seen his interactions with Destiny too, he does it there. He'll yell, he'll actually brag about being an alpha male. He's actually called himself that, like unironically, like without irony. Like he's actually said that. And even though he postures as a progressive, he'll fall back into these like, yeah, I'm a real man, I'm just doing what men do, like kind of thing, you know what I mean? And I don't actually think that he's like a virulent misogynist. I think he's just really insecure about his manhood. And that defines everything about him. Why is he attacking me like this? Because he's fragile and he can't stand criticism. Why does he posture the way that he does? He needs everybody to know what an alpha male that he is. Why does he adopt the positions he adopts? Well, it doesn't matter whether they're right or not, but he has to take a strong stance on them and never, ever, ever back down, because backing down would be beta of him. I have this really strong memory. This is the first time I ever heard Mike from PA. This was before I was a streamer, I think, or no, maybe I was a little streamer? It was a while ago. And Mike from PA came on to talk with Destiny on Destiny stream. This was back before they were like enemies. Because at first, Mike from PA was able to like disguise himself as a reasonable person. I think this is back when he was lying about being a lawyer. Or I'm sorry, heavily implying. He was heavily implying through omission that he was a lawyer. I think it was around that time. But anyway, he was arguing with Destiny and he couldn't understand this really basic concept. I think it was about the economic concept of a rational actor. So in economics, a rational actor is presumed to be, this is like a, you know, like liberal economics, presumed to be somebody who acts in their perceived self-interest. So it just means like a person who does things which they think will benefit from them. You know, like that's simple. Pretty much everybody is a rational actor by that definition, unless there are people who are going out of their way to engage in economic activity that hurts them, like deliberately, like they know it hurts them and they're doing it deliberately. So it's basically like the economic equivalent of the legal standard of the reasonable bystander, you know? Anyway, Mike couldn't grasp this concept. He thought it meant that a rational actor was like this fantastical, imaginary capitalist concept of an omniscient consumer who always knows what's best, which is not, that's not what it means, but that's not what it means. That's not at all. He didn't understand what he was criticizing, which is one of the big issues that I have with a lot of people like Mike. But anyway. So Destiny couldn't get it across to this guy. And so Destiny had a person from his chat come on, and it was like an econ student, like bachelor degree. And by the way, bachelor ain't a PhD, but a bachelor degree in econ's going to know a lot more than a layman. I mean, yeah, right? Anyway, Mike loses his mind in this kid. This kid is the nicest, most polite. He comes on, he's nervous, he's in front of a lot of people, and he really politely tries to explain this concept to Mike. Mike screams at him, Mike insults him, Mike loses his shit against him, like really posturing too. Like it reminded me a little bit of the way horrible people treat service workers. He was like, oh, yeah, you stupid fucking piece of shit. You want to come on me? You clearly don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You wasted your fucking money. No, no, no. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Like, he was mad. Like, Mike was mad. And he ended up muting the kid while on a three-way call with Destiny. So the kid would keep talking, and Mike would talk over him because he muted the kid. And the kid never said or did anything, really. I mean, the kid was just trying to explain the concept that Mike didn't know. But that's Mike. More than anything else, that's Mike from PA. An incredibly, desperately insecure cringe lord who compensates by yelling at people. And who will never let me go after this. He will talk about me forever. And that's the reason why, by the way, I have no interest in, like, some prolonged engagement with him. He can whine and say that, like, that's because I'm scared of him. But he lost, like, 6 debates to Destiny. And he still says he won those debates. There's no, like, relationship between reality and this guy. There's no way to move him over in his positions. Anybody stupid enough to watch him consistently probably isn't going to be moved over themselves. He only gets content from it. He loves the attention. He loves it. Because, like, it's 1 part debate to 6 parts him screaming at his chat about how he won. Where is that, hold on. Mike from PA cringe. This has to be the first thing that comes up, right? Yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go. I feel like his entire career is him compensating for this devastating clip. This got put in a critical video, you know, the moist critical or whatever. This incredible clip. I mean, it's world shaking, really. This is Alpha Mike. He called himself Alpha Mike.
Fine.
I think that's fine. Sorry, getting the attention of a female. Here we go. Let's see.
That's fine. I think that's fine. So if a guy pays for my tab,
I think I'm getting your attention. I feel like I touched like a vampire touching holy water.
can I help you?
Well, I think they want to go in.
Okay. Should I close it?
Maybe.
That's fine.
That got shown on critical, like in a critical video. I think it has millions of views. I feel like his entire life is like dedicated to overcompensating for the existence of that clip now. So, I feel like anybody who watches Mike, like it can be immediately and evidently clear that there's really no value to this person. This person is utterly and absolutely without like any redeeming characteristics. I guess we'll go through the rest of the clips from him. He just said your family was very rich. Oh yeah, that's okay. He'll say everything. He'll probably call me a pedophile in like a couple minutes, dude. He's just angry. Like, don't fault him, okay? He's scared and he's confused. There's no need. Everybody who dislikes me and is sufficiently crazy falls back in the exact same pattern of behavior. So there's not really much else to get into. I'll check his stream though. Let's get some audio. Hold on, let's see. How's he doing?
He says, I'm being petty.
Dude, he actually looks like he's losing it a little bit here. See? I don't know, like, look at him.
If criticism of Destiny or criticism of Vosh, then why does he attack Destiny all the time? Are you okay, Mike? He said that, not me. Are you illiterate or just a Vouch fan? Sorry, I repeat myself.
Okay, sorry. He's arguing with his chat.
I'm not sure what you mean here. I'm not exactly...
He's arguing with his chat. Let's leave him alone for a moment. We'll just finish up these clips, okay? We'll finish up these clips. It'll take some time. So.
He's back down. So
Okay. He'll probably say a lot of factually inaccurate things here, so I'm just happy to correct the record.
I figure you're going to talk shit about me on your stream.
Again, remember what he considers talking shit about him. I've never been so nice to a person I didn't like.
And I've been nice and challenged you privately. Now it's time to go public.
Never challenged me privately. There was not a single thing in any of the DMs that you and I have both made public that even came close to a challenge. I mean, I don't know. This guy's really aggressive in public and really passive in private. I wonder if there's a term for that.
And say, hey, you're a coward and you were wrong again.
What was I wrong about? Wait, what was...
We'll see if that... Well, let's see if his little piss baby audience has the ball. Well, you'll see that he won't take me up on the challenge. Because he's a piss baby who doesn't know shit.
There are a couple of people in chat who said that he's acting kind of the way that I do. Don't do that to me, man. I really hope I don't come off this cringy when I'm going on one of my performatively angry rants, by the way. Okay, don't do me like that, okay? I hope you don't just see two men being angry and like you're like, oh, it's the same, you know? I'd like to think I'm not quite this cringy, but
Anyway, I kept asking in Dylan's chat why they weren't supporting the progressive candidate. The other progressives of the state are backing it. Actually has a chance of winning.
are we good?
Bro, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're allies?
What are we talking about?
Here, let me. I even watched this thing.
Oh, and now he watches the segment from my video towards the end. All right, part 2. All right. Got skipped to the end.
Do you guys remember? Vosh is a grifter who's done literally nothing for the left, but continue running the Vow show. He will never do anything
Not true. I fucked many moms.
healthy for the left. His other likes to do this from time to time.
Oh, wait. Oh, I saw somebody clip this. Hold on. Wait, this is really good. You can see the mic IQ in action here, okay? You can see all the gears turning.
Fan, if that is not
Get ready.
clear enough. Is this sarcasm? I think this is him. Vouch likes to do this from time to time. He just makes the dumbest possible fucking post and then goes, haha, I was just parroting the centrists.
Again, I'm really sorry. I know people are going to vary in their opinion on this, but I genuinely believe that if you read this with my history, the context of the content that I put out, and you read this, an anti-Bernie bro, like lib woke tweet, I don't understand if this is like a learning, like you're having trouble with very basic social skills or holy shit, man. Me? Back during the Democratic primaries, I was right up there making femoid jokes about like Elizabeth Warren, like snake emoji Twitter, that shit. Like, how would this makes no sense in the context of any of the shit that I believe or do. It's completely divorced, but that's okay. The mic IQ churning.
In fight, punching at him.
So you gonna watch the clip or not? Hold on. I need to. Bosh, anyone tell you super PACs? Does that make Mike? These videos are annotated. You can check the description. There's a section with your name on it. Make sense? Meet with them if I canvas. They'll never towards the left, and it won't matter. And I'll be smiling. Unionism or something. I'm going to make. Okay, he's going to struggle with this for a while.
Thank you, SXN.
It might be
Somebody else found the annotation feature.
Apparently, Mike from PA, a lefty Twitch streamer, I'm sure many of you know him, was quite spiteful about Destiny being dropped from Mark Cudgel's campaign to the point of donating to it.
So let's look at his chat.
Let's do it.
Call out Vouch, Mike from PA for being a grifter snake. Redacted. Fuck redacted.
Vosh, you actually did take issue with the Metro Atlanta DSA not working with Destiny even before they caught him a Nazi. No, they called him a Nazi by this point, didn't they? Tweet is from a suspended account. Wait, did the Atlanta DSA Twitter account get deleted? Oh, we moved over to ATL Demsoak. Oh, well, now the fucking records are deleted. God damn it. No, I'm pretty sure by then they had called him a Nazi. If they don't want to work with Destiny with his history, that's totally fine. There's opposition. A woman by the name of, what's her name? Something Snipes. Somebody...
Kamara Snipes, hey, you have an opinion on the Omaha mayor's race and you don't know who the candidates are. You just know who Destiny supports, so you support who Destiny supports. Is Destiny a leftist?
So can you find the flaw in the logic here? I don't have any personal investment in the Omaha mayoral race. The only thing I know about the candidate that Mike donated to is that he donated to her specifically because she was the opposition to Mark Cudgel. You see? So the logic kind of falls flat here.
Or is that what your parasocial daddy says?
Did a projection here.
Hey, Pixel. Thanks for the raid. Destiny would never be spiteful. Meanwhile,
I criticize Destiny for being spiteful more than... I think that's my central criticism of him, actually. That's okay. Mike from PA, struggling a little bit to remember.
Have you know, chat, that these fucks lie about me constantly. Literally making things up. From the cringe clip, which they've totally constructed their own narrative for, all the way to Mike
All right, I'm getting bored of
lied
this. Are
about
we
being
good?
bad time. We're going to get back to the Christian cinema stuff, no matter who, in April. And you know what? If Joshua wins, I will kiss his feet. I'll.
Anyway, that kind of behavior. I mean, we're all we're all trying out here, you know? That hard-hitting criticism. This is probably ableist Lamau. Mike from PA is swinging so low for you. Yeah, I don't like giving my attention to stuff like this because I unironically don't think that Mike from PA is capable of engaging with conversations like this beyond like alpha male dude bro posturing. It would be sold a little bit better if he looked like Canute or like the Golden One or actually like an apex of masculinity. Like it'd be a little bit less pathetic. But when he looks the way he does, talks the way he does, acts the way he does, and he still postures the way he does, it comes off as incredibly overcompensatory. You know what I mean?
He thinks that he can't get involved in real life politics because he said tactical N-words. And you know what, Vaush? You're right. We don't get to use that word anymore.
Oh, I saw this. He goes on a rant about how bad it is to use the N-word. It's funny that earlier he called Mark Gudgel out for like idpol, but here he does like a very brave soy speech on how the N-word is bad, and he repeats points that I've used in the past. So
you're committed to equality. I win the election if I.
Okay, we're probably good with it. All right, we can cap it off. Want to do Mike for like 5-10 minutes? Think we can do that? Do I have Mike on Discord? Yeah, we can do it 5-10 minutes. We can cap it off, and then he can continue to think about me for the next like year. Get ready for it. He's gonna shout over me like crazy. Do I have Mike in? Yeah, Mike from PA. Here we go. Want to call real quick? Question mark. Winky face. There we go. He's talking a lot about my dick and balls, so I figure, you know, maybe? I don't know. I got to shoot my shot, right? We'll see. He has to say yes, right? Because after all the posturing he's done about how I'm a coward, if he's actually the one who backs out of the conversation, that would be, oh, I don't know about that one, optics-wise. Flirt with him? Yeah, maybe we'll flirt with him a little bit. Is this going to be better or worse than that psychopath infrared? I think he's going to shout about as much. I have a feeling that he's not actually going to let me talk, which, I mean, okay, we'll see how funny it gets. If it doesn't end up being funny, I'll just leave. What else is the point, right? Uh-oh, he's not responding. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Could it be cowardice? What's happening? Oh, no. Oh, no. Hey, come on, guys. Go into his chat. What are you doing? Go over to his chat. Ask. Oh, there he is. Wait, we got a smiley face. Wait, we only got a smiley face. Is that a yes? Is this flirting? Should I not leak this? Oh, shit. I'll just call, I guess. He is saying yes with a smiley face. Okay, damn. That's me making the noises, by the way. I am calling at the moment. It's waiting. This is the right mic from PA, right? In 5 of my servers, has the little rose for an avatar. He's super hyped up right now, so prepare for some re. Oh, I don't doubt it. We've been soy chugging for a while.
Hello. What's up, buddy?
Hello. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. All right. Have anything on your mind?
I just want to know why you are all kind of weaselly whenever you talk about me.
Weaselly.
For example, I've had a problem with you for a very long time, but I've tried to build a bridge. I showed my stream the entire history of our DMs. I encourage everyone to go watch the VOD, and you'll see, and everyone will see that I bent over backwards to try to be bridge builder kind.
Hey, you're very good at bending over backwards to me.
Okay, whatever. I mean, this is the type of person you are, because I reached out because I care about socialism in the left. I'm not somebody who's just a supporter of online content creation like you. I actually do the stuff. I do the work. And I saw you with a platform. Oh, you're going to... What do you do?
No, wait. You know what I do. I make YouTube videos. But I'm asking because you're...
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
so
right.
what do you... I'm just asking.
I've ran for office. I've helped multiple people win political office. I've raised well over $1 million for people. I've organized campaigns in every single job you can have. Finance director, field director. Now you want to investigate who I did. You want to go look up all the candidates?
Wait, hold on. Wait, but bar the insecurity. I'm just asking questions. If this is all stuff you're proud of, you should have no problem answering any of these questions.
I have no interest in sending DGG and Vouch's mad fans after small little politicians that I've helped get elected.
Why would we... Wait, hold on.
Because that's what these audiences are like.
So my audience attacks
hard to figure it out.
Progressive politicians. That's a thing my audience does. Hey, look, dude, if you don't want to talk about it, that's totally okay. Don't kiss and tell, right? I get it. So you were saying I wasn't building bridges or whatever?
Yes, that's absolutely right.
Oh yeah, I just don't really think you're like a worthwhile person, and I think that you contribute harm to the left. Oh, well, online at least. Maybe in person you do good stuff.
Really good poisoning the well with your audience.
Wait,
really good job.
After that clip that I got sent of you on stream malding because of like an incredibly light criticism at the end of a video, you're going to talk to me about poisoning the well?
When you say you spit in someone's face, would you call that light criticism?
I think that when I said I spit in someone's face, I was referring specifically to one of the chatters who got brought onto Destiny's stream, who like acted like an utter buffoon. They were a previous member of my community. I banned them. That was referring to somebody else. Did you think I was talking about you?
Because they were against Destiny, and everybody who's against Destiny in your community
it was because their behavior was abhorrent, and they devolved into sexually harassing Destiny.
Everybody who's not a Destiny supporter on your community is out the door.
Calm down. I know you think about him a lot.
How many times can he humiliate you and treat you like shit?
One point at a time,
like
Mike. So if you actually watch like a man, you are in no position to talk about manhood, my rat-faced little friend. So let's focus first and foremost on the first point that you made. You can slap me around. You can slap. You're actually resorting to like keyboard warrioring.
You just said that I'm a rat face.
Dude, we all wait. Why would you say that? We all know what you look like. We all know what you look and act like in person. Why would you resort to that?
By the way, chat, this is Vouch. This is the...
You should get into VTubing so people will forget what you look like, and maybe then it'll really...
Dude, look at yourself. Are you kidding me? Neither one of us are Hassan over here. Okay?
Yeah, man. I boxed for 8 years. I'm 6'2", 250 pounds. Yeah, dude. I'll hold it up, baby. Yeah, lay it down. I'll take you. Hey, I'll take you in the streets and in the sheets, buddy. Okay, I'm skilled all over. I'm a fighter and a lover.
Yeah, dude. I'm sure.
You were talking about my dick and balls quite a bit in those clips.
Tacoma wept when you got off Tinder.
Yeah, well, hey, hold on, wait. Where do you live? Or is that doxing? I mean, I can come on over after COVID's done, maybe. Like you were just talking about my dick, over and over.
Listen to this child. Holy shit, dude.
You having fun with the forced laugh over there? You're like that Joker. What's the Joker from Suicide Squad? What was the name of the actor?
Holy fuck.
What was the name of the actor?
That's a good question. So
wait,
this is
wait,
what
I'm waiting for chat.
About.
Wait. Jared Leto.
This is
Thank
what
you.
You wanted to debate about.
No, actually, I wanted to roll back to an earlier point that you made.
Okay, go to the point.
When I talked about spitting in the face of somebody, it was because a person who used to be in my community resorted to sexual harassment of Destiny in a conversation with him. So I just want to ask you, look, neither of us are a fan of Destiny. You obviously dislike him. You obviously dislike him more than I do. That's totally okay.
Yeah, because do you think it's way to create false impressions and lie about me.
Right. So do you think it's acceptable to sexually harass people like Destiny?
Wait, you're asking me about sexual harassment?
Yeah. Wait. It's a yes. Wait, you're posturing again, Mike.
Asking me about sexual harassment.
Mike,
really?
Hey, I'll put it this way. I don't have any clips of me on live stream fail absolutely bombing at touching a girl's shoulder, okay? Now answer yes or no. Is it okay to sexually harass?
What do you think that was? What do you think that was?
Can you answer any question?
Yeah, I'm going to answer the question.
Do you pivot away from anything that I ask? So is it okay to sexually harass Destiny? Yes or no?
No, of course it's not.
Okay, so that is why I said...
Is it okay to sexually harass people in Discord?
No, it's not. Not even remotely. So that's why I said,
okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
what a
Good,
surprising position for me to take.
When did you change
So,
your position on that? This
I've
year?
never
or last
actually
year,
changed
or?
my position on that. Are you okay?
Oh,
You're digging up like 4-year drama to try to back out of the fact that you have no idea what you're talking about right now. Now,
I absolutely
so
am talking
the
to you
person
about
who I
reality
said-
of stuff that you did and you apologize for.
the
You gonna
person
take back
who I
the
said
apology
I
or not?
spit in the face of, that was the person
You
who
said
I
you
was
spit in
referring
the
to.
okay, well you said spit in the face of lefties. Oh, by the way, Mike from PA, he donated to the other opponent. Oh wait, and then you said you were going to talk about her, but then you didn't. You didn't talk about who I actually supported.
What
You
didn't
didn't
I
talk
talk
about why. Do you know who?
Wait. One point at a time. Wait. Hold on. So
Did you
first of
talk
all,
about her or not?
you were
Did you
wrong on
talk
the
about
first point.
other?
I talked about that she existed. Was there something else
Did you
you
talk
wanted me to
about
mention?
why I might have supported her other than spite?
So let me wait. Just to be perfectly clear,
Or did you lie about my reasons for supporting
I'll
her?
ask you an honest question. So you're telling me that you arrived at the decision to make a monetary contribution to an Omaha, Nebraska mayoral candidate, and it had nothing at all to do with the fact that Destiny was involved in that race and that person was an opposition candidate.
Do you have to be purely pure of your entire intention?
I asked you a question. Wait, I asked you a question, Mike. You were just like, I want to contribute to a mayoral race
today.
today.
You debate people? You move goalposts like this?
I'm actually just trying to keep you on to the questions that I ask, and you're trying to run away from them. Very rat-like, Mike.
Your position was that you said that I supported her purely out of spite, and now it is.
Do you just
you
really
had
care
no
about Omaha?
personal motivation.
Just something you did on your own, like no other reason, no other pressure?
So I've been paying attention to Omaha politics for a long time. I know you don't know this. You don't know dog shit about politics.
I have always been deeply invested in the city of Omaha, Nebraska. The fact that I donated right as Destiny got dropped by Mark Cudgel, a complete coincidence. Dude, you're such a... It's unbelievable what a coward you are. Just own the fact that it was spite. If you had said, yeah, it's spite, and just walked away, that would have been a Chad move. You want to be an alpha male, right? You want to be a big dick boy, right? Just walk away from it. Say, yeah, it was spite. I don't like Destiny.
Alpha males are real? Are you? Do you think that alpha and beta?
I used to, but then I saw your stream, and no, I don't think so anymore. That belief has been utterly destroyed.
Thank you for that, man. You are. I mean, you are.
You kept talking about my dick and asshole
alpha
on your stream. Do you think about my dick and asshole often?
I don't think many people think about that, Vaush.
No, that's good because I don't like being sexually harassed by people, like the kinds of people you endorse implicitly.
Jesus Christ, you're worse than Mitch McConnell. All right.
What?
Omaha is part of Nebraska, and Nebraska splits its electoral
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Wait, you're gonna need to slow down. You're gonna need to slow down.
Needs a basic education.
Omaha is in Nebraska. Wait, hold on. Let's back up a couple of paces, okay? Can you explain that one to me?
Are you confused?
Yeah, I want you to explain Omaha's in Nebraska. Wait, one step at a time, okay?
Let me ask you a question, dummy. Who is Kara Eastman?
Is it an Omaha official?
Who is Kara Eastman?
I don't know who Kara Eastman is.
I know you don't, because you don't talk about politics because you're stupid.
Okay.
Well, Kara Eastman is one of the most important Medicare for All candidates in Congress in 2020 and 2018.
That's awesome.
And she was supported by a lot of people, like, AOC, and she was running in Congress. Now, in Omaha, the Republican, the other Democrat who lost the primary to Kara Eastman and her husband endorsed the Republican. And so that created it. See, since I talk about politics and I don't just...
I'm getting so smart right now.
Posture about it. You just posture about it. You don't know shit. I've been watching that race for a very long time and commentating on it, showing how important it was if we care about Medicare for all. And ultimately, the Democrats the centrist Democrats helped betray her, stab her in the back, endorse the Republican. And that resulted in a narrow Republican win. And in Nebraska, they divide the electoral college votes by congressional district. So I pay attention to that swing electoral college vote. Now,
right,
I know
that's what. Wait, we already said that. Yeah, you just follow Omaha mayoral races very closely and just happen to donate to the opposition candidate, like right as Destiny got kicked by Mark Cudgel.
I never denied that laughing at Destiny is something I love to do. And you supporting him
wait,
and
hold
rushing
on.
to his defense like a pathetic little lackey
If
is
you're,
something you like to do. That even your own community, if they're being good faith for a second,
Oh, if
they
they're
know
being good.
that to
I
be the
see. Wait,
truth.
wait. So you
They
were
know
about
that
to
to be
say
true.
even your own community, and then you
know-
realized, wait, hold on, his community does not back anything that I do. And then you had to add, if they're acting in good faith. I got that too. Your community, if they're acting in good faith, by the way, all think that you're a beta male and that I'm alpha. By the way, if they're acting in good faith. I mean, if they're not,
Okay,
then there's nothing I can do. Hey, do you know who Roderick Alden is?
No, I don't know who Roderick is.
You
Who's
don't know
Roderick?
who fucking Roderick is, and you're claiming to give a shit about the Nebraska mayoral race? Okay, well, you should work on that.
So
my dude.
anyway, the reason why I came to decide to support that candidate against other ones is because she was endorsed by Carrie Eastman, a candidate who I've been following, and is very important because we need to have cases where progressive politicians win in swing states who support Medicare for all. Because I care deeply about Medicare for all.
Yeah,
and I
as
wanna
opposed
have
to me, a person who never talks
counterpoint-
about it.
I mean, you don't know who Carrie Eastman is, one of the most important progressive races in the entire country. So you probably don't care
One
that
of the most
much.
important progressive races the entire. I mean, she lost multiple times. Usually, I like focus on.
She lost narrowly because she was betrayed by her own party.
So you think that
an
being so
important
you
thing
think
for
that
people to
being
know,
aware
right?
of her specific like candidacy is the linchpin for whether or not a person is
I mean, it's
familiar
just that
with
one of many, many, many things that you're lacking in knowledge.
Oh, there
about.
are absolutely. I love learning. I learn every day that I do this stuff.
So
yeah.
maybe if you sat back and started learning instead of flapping your gums all the time.
Well, I
it would be
learned.
less
Well,
cringe.
hold on. I learned by talking because talking is how I do my stream, and doing my stream helps me come to grips with certain issues. Do you understand
Okay.
how that works?
Yeah, you need to spend more time listening though before flapping the gums.
Interesting.
That would be
I
good.
mean,
That would be
that's
good for
kind
you.
of that's what I would say in response to like the clips that I got shown of you, because you lied openly about like multiple components of our interactions, but you talked like for 12 minutes about nothing.
Okay, what did I lie about?
Sure. The idea that you challenged me in DMs, dog. I don't know if you're a 12-year-old girl on MySpace or what. Those were not challenges.
Wait, do you want me to insult you? Are you 5?
You weren't challenging me on anything.
I said multiple. I showed the whole DMs. Everyone can go.
I showed the whole DMs too. By the way, a little bit faux pas showing DMs out of
Bring me on
nowhere.
your stream. Do you want to chat? Now, I don't know what you do.
You backed out 3 times. There were 3 distinct times where I made an opening for you. The first time you didn't respond in time. The second time you weren't available on that day. And the third time it was kind of both of us. We just petered out. There wasn't a single point in the entirety of those DMs where you challenged me. We went over them too. But you said you challenged me like 10 times in that rant. I love the idea that you're trying to convince your audience that you're like in my DMs fucking like, yeah, muscle up, Vosh. When in reality, you act the same way everybody else does to me. You posture in public, but in private, you want my approval because you get at my audience, okay? It's the same way every other grifty weasel fuck like you operates. You're really nice in private because it might get you more conversations with me. And you're getting what you want right now, too, by the way. This is exactly
I'm getting
what
I
you wanted.
want because everybody got, I lost
Because
my
I'm getting
patience
owned
with
epically
treating
right
it.
now?
I mean, I don't care if you think you're getting owned epically or not.
I was asking you if you
just
thought that.
admitted you don't know shit about Omaha, and off the top of my head,
You're right. I don't follow Omaha politics.
Oh well, you had a thesis that my interest in Omaha and Nebraska is just based on my spite of destiny, and then I explained to you how you missed one of the most important congressional races, and then you decided to say it wasn't that important. But it actually was important.
I liked
Because
when I
for
saw
us
that clip
to
on your
get
stream.
Medicare for all done. We need more Congress members
Of you
who
going on
support it.
Snipe's website and like looking at the issues that she believed in, and you like scrolled through it and you were like, because like there wasn't as much there as you were looking for. Yeah, dude, I totally believe it wasn't just a spite measure.
I'm actually a socialist as opposed to someone who just postures like one online.
Wait, what did that have to do with you being actually a socialist, looking through like a list and be like, wait, what does that have to do?
Policies aren't that great. I don't go around saying I'm an anarcho-Bidenist.
But you donated to her. Fascinating. You donated to her at the exact same time that Destiny got dropped by the Mark Gudgel campaign. Yeah.
She's a good candidate because
no, it's a coincidence. I know.
Eastman. She has the support of labor unions, stuff that I look for. And then she talked about policies that are very important to me, like civilian review boards, openly supporting Black Lives Matter,
can't own
which
it.
I know you don't because you love Destiny saying that they should mow down dipshit protesters.
Wait, you do? Wait, hold on. You're doing it again. You realize that we had an argument over that so severe that it led to him being departnered from Twitch and part of the fallout, and his community still hates me for it, and my community still hates him for it.
And when I laughed about his partnering and said he deserved it because
wait, the bridge literally, you're saying that I liked his position on X, but the bridge was burned over X. Do you think about the things you say? Maybe you should learn more and talk less, Mike. Misspoke. You misthought, Mike, which is basically the history of your entire presence online.
Well, so this is your attempt at a dunk, but yet you've had
you just said something that was wrong.
Nothing of substance from anything you said in this conversation.
You just confidently lied.
Everybody knows it, Vaush. Nothing of substance comes out of your mouth.
If you actually
came in here
through...
and postured and tried to threaten me. And I laughed in your fucking fat face.
Threaten you? Oh, my fat face.
A jog around your apartment building would knock you out. I would push you over with a feather.
What do you... Wait. Unironically, what are you talking about right now?
Do you have a bad
Wait,
memory?
how did I threaten you? What?
You literally said, where do you live? I'm going to come and get you.
I said... You were being weird about sexual harassment, and then I said, "Where are you at? Maybe we could come over." Like it was like a joke, like a flirty. But you were the one who unironically talked about being able to beat me up. Are you trying to do the keyboard warrior reverse psychology on me?
What? No,
you just did it. You postured again. Wait, how tall are you? How much do you weigh? I actually want to get the stats down. Hold on. Can we get a height comparison? You looked about 6-7 inches shorter than Bad Bunny in that clip. Let me see if I can
oh my God! Wait,
what
do you think that clip was? Since you're holding on to it,
embarrassing?
Like Destiny's Beauty.
I don't know.
What was it?
Wait, how tall are you? Wait, you want to fight me? I just want to get the stats down. Come on. What are the?
I'm 1 inch taller than Destiny, which should be enough for you, right? That'll make you more servile. Well,
I don't even know how tall Destiny is. It ranges from 5'2" to 5'7", depending on who's talking. So wait, are you 5'3"? Are you 5'8"?
Holy fucking shit, dude! Listen to yourself.
Oh, wait, you're the one who talks about fighting me. I'm just trying to get the stats down. Wait, how much do you weigh?
Listen to yourself.
What weight class are you in? Hold on. Boxing weight classes. I actually don't know. I never paid attention to professional boxing.
I think you're a super heavyweight, no matter what it is.
I might be. Hold on. Let's see. Super feather. No, wait, hold on. No, super heavyweight isn't a boxing category. It's just heavyweight, which is over 200 pounds, which, yeah, I'm over 200 pounds.
Yeah. So, people typically say super heavyweight when someone is much more than the minimum.
It's just really odd to me that you're obsessed with making fat jokes when you look the way you do. It's very interesting to me that that's the road that you would go down.
No, you went down physical. You went to the physicality place because you have nothing of substance to say about my politics.
Wait, how did I go to the physicality place? You realize you jumped in that first, right?
Absolutely not.
You said, guys, am I misremembering?
You said rat-faced. You said I cringed with Bad Bunny. Then when I asked you what was going on, you just said embarrassing because you have nothing. You're posturing for your audience.
Wait, I'm seeing with chat right now. Wait, who started that? The Bussy comment was definitely first. Yeah, you were making comments about my dick. You were saying I was dickless first. That's body shaming, right? Yeah, you started it for sure.
Actually, wait. Okay, Val.
Wait. Did you not? Yeah, you definitely did.
Fucking fuck, dude. This is your content, man.
Well, yeah, bringing dumb fucks on and making fun of them.
Not covering Kara Eastman's very important Medicare for all race, but talking about whether or not someone was body shaming you or not. When you called them rat faced, you're a little.
Watch out when you go to Pennsylvania. This motherfucker might roll up, deck you out.
Man, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to beat you up, Vaush.
Dude, you brought it up 3 times. Are
you ready to talk substance yet?
Why would you keyboard warrior me and then complain that I'm making fun of you for it? What kind of beta shit is that? Just own the fact that you're a cringe soy-faced dude who postures online and pretends to be an alpha male.
What? Alpha males aren't real, Vaush.
You literally brag about being an alpha male for shouting over people.
Real, dude. What is with your brain?
That's my argument, Mike. Do you get it?
That's my argument, dummy.
Damn. Why would you say that about
By the
yourself?
way, we're both Sigma males, not alphas. Get it right.
Hey, don't fucking appropriate my culture, okay? I'm a Sigma male, all right? You're an Omega male.
Well, that's right. Tacoma wept. I'm sorry. I didn't want to...
Goddamn right they did. There was a fucking op-ed in that shit.
The one thing you're good about.
They put my dick in the obituary in Tacoma, okay? Because that shit was dead to them. Yeah, okay. It's rough out here in COVID-19.
I have a question for you. Is this the conversation you want to have in your content?
I'm sorry, wait. If I wanted to have a conversation about politics, I would not bring on known genius Mike from PA to have that conversation.
What was it? Well, okay, then you should have an easy time telling me all the bad takes I've had.
Wait, that wasn't my criticism of you when I was going over your
I'm
thing.
not a brain genius. Oh, wait.
Wait, that wasn't the criticism that I levied.
One thing. You gotta have one thing, right?
No, I did. Wait, did you watch part of my stream? I was actually pretty specific in my issues with you. The issue is,
go ahead.
I actually agree with most of the political prescriptions that you make. I mean,
you just think I'm bad at
you're
it.
no,
Which is
I
purely subjective.
No, I didn't say that either. Well, there's an element of subjectivity
and by the way,
to any
when
criticism.
I went on, see, the thing is, when I went on
we haven't gotten
the
there yet.
Hippy with you,
Mhm.
when we got on the Hippy Dippy with you, you didn't have anything to say.
Yeah, because I was
negative about
generally
it.
pretty fine. I think you did great in the Hippy Dippy. Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. So I'm not cringe in that one.
No,
You
that
had a
is
chance to
correct. You were
challenge
not
me.
cringe in that one.
Okay, there you go.
I don't know why you're like saying this like some own. I'm not a dogmatist.
Well, the point
you know?
is, like, you're literally just throwing out worthless rhetoric that is not based in reality.
Okay. So anyway, the actual criticisms that I levied,
Okay,
it
here we
wasn't
go.
that your political prescriptions are super bad, because I'm a socialist and I'm going to agree with most of what you say.
Except minimum wage or rent control. Those you're kind of iffy on.
Oh, sorry. Wait, hold on. I unplugged my earbuds.
No problem, man.
What's your position on minimum wage?
I think you said something to the effect that a $25 minimum wage was economically illiterate and would destroy the economy. Which
Okay,
is
yeah,
just not
okay,
based
yes.
on
Well,
any
never. Wait,
science.
we don't have to talk about it. Yes, that is. Thank you for summarizing
you
my
are-
correct position.
Okay. So,
okay,
wait,
yeah,
so
yeah.
you believe that's true, that a $25 minimum wage would destroy the U.S. economy?
I don't. I would have to lay so much groundwork to explain to you how we can't just do a $25 an hour minimum wage. I want it in the
I
future.
am much more read on the literature than you are on minimum wage.
I'll keep that in mind. But can we focus on the thing that I actually? So the actual criticism that I have
I'm waiting
of you.
for you to have the criticism.
Well, you keep
That's not-
interrupting. The point is, it's not about the positions. It's the fact that you're insecure and you posture constantly with everyone you talk to. You condescend. I mean, to put it lightly, and this sounds like frivolous, like kind of a weak criticism, but you're an asshole. Not in like the truth
As
teller
opposed
Rick
to
Sanchez.
You, as
Hold on.
opposed to you, you're a nice guy.
Well,
Everybody,
actually,
right?
I generally think that I'm pretty good to people for the most part. In spite of my bad reputation, I do actually
Wait, you're
believe
saying
that.
you don't want to platform me because I'm an asshole?
No,
You're
no,
a
no, 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 no.
Destiny
Wait.
fan for 10 years.
Wait, hold on. I
What?
didn't say I
He's
didn't want to
more than me and more of an
Hold
asshole
on.
than me.
Hold
and
on.
he's your parasocial daddy.
You keep jumping ahead. I didn't say I didn't want to platform you because you're an asshole. I platform assholes all the time, okay? Let's just move it through one point at a time, okay? You're not
Okay,
like the
so-
Rick Sanchez truth teller kind of asshole. It's more like the I'm trying to think of an appropriate TV show character. Like I don't know, just like a bad person. Like you have hangups. That's my main thing. When
I have hangups like...
Oh, well, you're
this is so
incredibly
boring,
insecure
dude.
and you posture masculinity all the time. That desperate, like,
What?
alpha male shtick that you try to pull off constantly is incredibly
This is
cringy.
fucking ironic. Do you actually think that I believe there's alpha males or that masculinity is important? Obviously, everybody who looks
Why do
at
you
me knows
constantly
I
make
can't
comments about
possibly
people
think
being
that.
dickless or people not being a man if you didn't have those values internalized at least somewhat?
This is
the thing.
mind
This is the
shit
thing.
from 15 months ago.
This is the
where
thing
I
that
said
you
he
do,
should
by
be
the
a
way.
man. What I meant was be an adult, stand up for what you
You
believe.
did it?
Don't be a weasel.
You did it just a
and then
couple
you
of
guys
minutes ago.
quoted it.
Didn't you just do
Oh
it in this
my
conversation?
God.
Wait, chat, was
Holy-
it from this
I didn't
convo
realize
or
I was
was it
talking
from?
to somebody who was so.
You're gonna do it again. You're gonna do it again.
The tactical N-word guy. I didn't realize you were gonna be so fragile about.
There it
about
is. See?
sexism.
So what happens there is you actually have a lot of really weird toxic masculinity built up in you, but when people call it out, you go, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm a feminist. By the way, didn't realize you were such a pussy. It's actually a really good gaslighting tactic, but thankfully I'm not as stupid as your audience, so it's really, really obvious how hard you try to toe that line.
You know what, Vosh? You know what? Listen, you're right.
So that's the main
we
reason.
should work. No. You're right. We should work on not doing this kind of posturing, talking about weight classes and stuff like
Something-
that. You're right. No, that's bad. That's bad. That's something you definitely don't do. Tacoma wept. But you're right. You know what? In the
Wait, you
future,
do know
we
the
should
joke in
all
Tacoma
work.
Wept had nothing to do with like body shaming, right?
No, the joke was that you were so much of a lady killer that the moment you were off the market, the moment
Boy
you
and
were off
NB.
the meat market,
And
that's
Boy and
when-
NB, that include, please. It's not
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
didn't mean to leave anything out from
Yeah.
your very your proclivities.
my undiscerning taste. Yes, of course.
Yeah. I think there was something else about like bestiality in there somewhere, right? With the anyway. I don't
No,
wanna
it's
bring up old
you're
trauma. I don't wanna
misremembering.
bring
It's
up
that
old
I have the
trauma.
virility of a stallion, and people ran with it. You know.
No, I thought you were sending the unsolicited bestiality pictures to people. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah, you're definitely misremembering that. Holy
I don't
shit.
know. Somebody will have to go over the DMs again.
Yeah, that's a couple rungs removed
somebody
from
will have to go
reality
over
right
the DMs.
there.
Someone will have to go to the DMs again. So, okay. So you think that I am too toxically masculine and insecure about that?
No. It's that toxic masculinity leads you to posture in a really weird and like aggressive way. And I think that because I know what's going to happen after this conversation, which should probably end soon because we were never going to talk politics. What's probably going to happen is that I'm only going to think of you when chat brings me up, but you're going to rail against me for the rest of your life. It'll be like one of the dying words in your lips as your family surrounds you in your hospital bed.
You're irrelevant to Twitch. You're a YouTube guy.
Once I figure out how those streaming works, we'll get back in there. I like how you had to add to Twitch, by the way, which you, by the way, did not initially want to put in there. That was a quick save at the end, but you know, I'd say I have some relevance.
I think you're very good at. I want to compliment you. I think you're very good at branding and aesthetics.
I'm just
and
a
you've
guy.
Definitely done a good job. You've definitely done a good job with that. I don't think there's much substance to what you have to say. I don't think you know very much. I think you're very insecure about that knowledge being exposed, which is really the reason why
what
you
lack
and
of
Destiny
knowledge?
are both frightened to talk about issues and want to talk about me personally.
Wait,
you want to do an ad hom. You want to bring up a clip that's not even like a thing that has anything to do with me hitting on someone.
You brought up 4-year-old Discord drama and Tacoma wept. You
started off. You started it off, dude, by playing that clip on your stream. You little weasel rat. Don't try to pretend like
it was because it was
started this
directly
conversation in good faith.
It was
like,
directly
Mike,
relevant.
You know what? We fired shots at each other, but here,
you opened by calling me
conversation.
dickless. I said like I think Mike was spiteful. You know, we shouldn't do that. And then you were like, Vosh is this dickless, weaselly fuck. I mean, come on, we're talking well poisoning, all right? You've got way more empty buckets in your hand.
You me like 10 fucking times, including playing
I
every
have
single
been
Destiny
exceptionally kind to you. If I had been, by the way, if I had been entirely forthcoming, I wouldn't have even pretended from the onset because, and this, by the way, this could be my fault. I genuinely do think that everyone should be given the opportunity to disappoint me personally. So the fact that you responded to the criticism that I levied in my video, which was again very, very light, I think it was pretty polite, you know, well-meaning, by raging at me for 12 minutes, calling me a dickless Weasley fuck, and then lying and saying that spite wasn't the reason why you donated $250 to a random opposition candidate in a city in Nebraska. I mean, okay,
you keep saying random when I just explained it.
You've been given a chance to disappoint me, Mike.
Oh man, gosh, everyone's weeping, disappointing Vouch. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Here's the thing, dude. Like, you have
isolated
yourself. You've isolated from yourself from people that aren't sycophants. You're creating something similar to your parasocial daddy. I tried, because, you know, I have actual bridges. You don't. And you are a bigger creator on YouTube. Congratulations. You have that community.
It's really not about a size thing to me.
That you decided to adopt the same enemies as Destiny. When the motherfucker will deplatform you the moment he can. And I think that's sad,
if you think that I have adopted the same enemies as Destiny, then you clearly do not know the people I associate with.
In our DMs, when you attacked Atlanta DSA and said that they were the reason the American socialist left is failing because they called Destiny a fascist.
No, they called him a Nazi.
Okay, they called him a Nazi.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty bad tendency. Now, I don't mind it that much if it's a content creator.
When you say that white redneck, you give your excuse me, I don't want to misquote.
Do you think I defend wait, hold on. Do you think I defend anything that Destiny said?
Why were you rushing to attack Atlanta DSA, dude?
Because I don't think
Atlanta DSA?
Because he isn't a Nazi. And he's not.
So what? When he called me a tanky, where were you? You didn't rush to say, "Oh, you know, Mike, I don't like him, but he's not a tanky, Destiny."
Wait. So first of all, I'm not responsible. Wait. First of all, I'm not Destiny's dad. I don't know why you're impugning me for his behavior. First of all, he called you a tanky. That whole engagement when I was barely a content creator. Second of all, it's really fucking weird that to counter an argument that I'm making today, you would bring up an argument somebody else made a year ago. Second of all, or third of all, I don't even remember enough.
You're involving yourself in Destiny's personal squabbles. Why do you care?
Just Destiny.
Why do you care?
Because
dude?
I also get called a Nazi by the types of people.
What does Destiny have to do with you?
I'm trying to explain it. I'm trying to explain it to you. I'm trying to explain it to you.
He's not your dad. He's not you. You're not connected.
So I'm
going to break your parasocial attachment.
I'll try to. You are the one who keeps. You realize you're the one who keeps bringing him up in this conversation. Almost every time he's been brought up, it's been you. I'm not the one with him on my mind. Okay.
You brought him up because you commented on me responding to him, you got involved in this and said that I spit on lefties who do things for spite. By the way, Mike from PA donated to this candidate. I'll talk about her later. Oh, I didn't talk about her, actually.
Wait, I did, though.
I didn't look into any reason why someone might support her other than spite. If she was a really bad candidate,
you
I wouldn't
keep
have
trying to
her.
sell this fantasy that spite wasn't involved. I don't care. I get it. You're not backing off that point. I'm going to try to finish this. I'm going to try to finish this point. Okay. So I don't mind it that much if content creators call Destiny a Nazi, because content creators, as we should both know, are frivolous dipshits. Me and you included. We are all spicy internet drama lords, okay? But the DSA is supposed to be an organization. It's supposed to be something with a little bit more reputability.
What would you...
Okay, so hold, wait, I'm almost done. This doesn't even end in an insult to you.
Tell me
How
your
about we just...
organizing experience so you can tell me why you are...
What does that have to do with the point I am trying to make?
Nothing. Okay, go on.
Yeah, okay, so hold on. So... I think that organizations should be held to a slightly higher standard. And also, in my personal experience, I get called a Nazi by a lot of people in the online left, usually because they have a very inaccurate...
Have I called you a Nazi?
No, and that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
So you're
why do you keep jumping in with, like, hold on?
You just said it was bad to bring up other people's arguments that have nothing to do with us.
I'm specifically talking about other people on the left. You can listen to the words, please. I'm arranging them in an order for a purpose.
Go ahead.
I get called a Nazi by other people online. Usually it's because they make very frivolous, very poor faith accusations based on minimal evidence. And the fact of the matter is, and I know this, and I can talk about...
So you would say that was minimal evidence when they did it about Destiny?
I don't think anybody with even a passing familiarity with Destiny's content could accurately and fairly call him a Nazi. You could call him a lot of negative things, which I think would be fair, but I do not think you could call him a Nazi.
Okay, if you saw a video of someone...
Can we kindly...
And you Google them and you find out they got banned from Twitch for 30 days for using the F-slur. The other big drama they were in is they got departnered for arguing that they gave their blessing to white redneck militias to mow down dipshit protesters.
And what if people found...
Do you think it's crazy to say that's Nazi-like?
And what if people found clips of me? There are plenty of clips online which paint a very inaccurate picture of my beliefs that might lead those same types of lefties
why do you feel
to accuse
the need
me
to be
of being
involved
a Nazi.
In
I am desperately trying. I feel like I'm explaining like something to a kid. I can't. You're interrupting me every 10 seconds, Mike. You're trying alpha Mike posturing right now. Let me finish the point.
Okay, hold on. I'll get a stopwatch.
It is true that clip of Destiny looks, and is very bad. There are also clips of mine that look and are very bad. But if you look at the totality of my content, I don't think anyone could reasonably call me a Nazi. I am opposed to organizations like the DSA making snap calls like that based on clips like those, because I know how information like that can be cultivated to paint an inaccurate picture of a content creator, which is why I can simultaneously believe that Destiny is bad on a lot of issues, but also that he should be treated in good faith on those issues. Because if he isn't, I set the precedent that I also will not be, and I deal with the consequences of that every day. Does that make sense?
So you consider yourself the personal arbiter of, quote, bad faith towards creators, and you just going around, you're not biased at all from your fandom of Destiny.
You are. When did I say that I'm not biased? When did I say that I am the personal arbiter? I have an opinion and I share it on my platform.
You said that socialist organizations should be held to a higher standard, and then you intervened when Destiny's community was piling on to a small...
You're arguing against sharing opinions right now. You realize that, right? You're arguing against the concept of sharing opinions.
Someone who calls themselves a socialist should jump in when Destiny said that the Atlanta DSA doesn't do real organizing. They're a bunch of white college
I have never defended Destiny's idiotic position on that.
Then he sent a whole bunch of a hate mob after these people, which are small little socialists in Atlanta.
First of all, I think that you're overstating that somewhat. And second of all, this is utterly irrelevant to what I'm saying. I don't think the DSA should have called him a Nazi.
That's the context of you jumping in with your community and blasting them. And then further, you said
I'm sorry, is there any evidence that my community harassed them?
When a content creator shits on a group and says they're the reason why socialists in America can't succeed.
Yeah, I do think that's a component.
They don't like Destiny.
No, that's not what I said. I think one of the reasons. No, I didn't say that. Mike, see, this is what I mean. Are you being stupid right now? Or are you
I
so
think you're
attached to
being stupid
posturing
right
that you
now.
can't actually hear the words that I'm saying?
I'm listening to what you're saying. You're
You
saying
aren't
that
listening. You aren't smart enough to understand anything that I'm saying right now, Mike.
You say you're against posturing and then you just do it.
No, this isn't
It's
posturing.
Like, come on, man.
Anybody, no, I invite anybody who's been watching the past 5 minutes where I try to make a very simple point and then Mike butts in with some 60 IQ interjection. Do you think that Mike is listening? Do you think that he's, and if he is listening, that's a lot worse, by the way, because that means he's not smart enough to keep up. It's one of those two, and if I were you, I would choose not listening, okay?
I'm trying, let me interrogate, let me give you a
No, wait, hold on.
Let me
It's every
every
concept that
You're
needs to be
interrupting
explained to
me.
you. No, I'm not. Every concept that needs to be explained to you is minutes off my finite life, and it takes 10 times as long with you as it does with any other human being who's capable
more finite by the minute
of driving a car autonomously. Okay. So I ask you, is there a final meme you want to run through?
I mean, so basically, this is exactly what I expected from you. Posturing that's baseless, based on nothing. You were exposed
Baseless and based on nothing, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. You said
serious.
that I was bad. I was bad because I was an asshole who does posturing. And then you did nothing but posturing when I asked you for one specific instance of my bad takes, because you said that on your stream, did you not, earlier?
No,
you
I
didn't.
never criticized your political positions. I didn't realize you were stupid enough to believe the $25 an hour minimum wage thing, though. So maybe if I had known that at the time, I would have brought that up. But still, on the whole, I would rather have people who believe the things that you
don't
believe
know what the fuck you're talking about,
than
man.
your average liberal.
You
know?
don't know what you're fucking talking about. And you're very liberal. I know you've convinced yourself, or at least your audience, that you have some sort of radical aesthetic, but you don't. You don't have radical politics. You've done no radical action.
This is your last chance to save them from me.
No, I mean, I mean, I tried in good faith to reach out to you, but you think like such a fucking capitalist content creator, where you think your audience, like people are gonna leech off your. Dude, I talk to people that are larger creators than you all the time. It's not a big deal, okay? I saw your community as a community of leftists, of people trying to learn.
Isn't it a community of liberals?
I'm not going to. Well, you know what? I don't think it's that important of a distinction when you're trying to recruit people to the left. But when you have content creators like you who act like they're teaching people when they don't know shit.
Yeah, anarcho-Bidenism, you know?
That becomes a problem. And, you know, stuff like you not knowing.
Wait, is there a take that I've had recently that you felt that I was underinformed on? So I don't know, like the woman you brought up earlier. Wait, you don't wait, then how can you claim that I don't know what I'm talking about?
Every time I've seen your content, you've been, and when you've been in a major dispute with people on the left, like when you rail against rent control, or you rail if you think the 25 million.
What's your position on rent control? Okay, so it's the $25 minimum in the rent control. What's your position on rent control? Just asking.
I mean, this is what everybody who's ever talked about rent control talks about. The purpose of rent control is an anti-gentrification measure.
Okay.
To protect existing incumbent communities, but it in and of itself does not solve housing crisis because there's a supply problem and a demand problem.
Wait, that's my position. Wait, I've advocated for rent control in accordance with government programs to expand housing initiatives. Yeah.
You have time and time again railed against people for supporting rent control.
No, there are people who support exclusively rent control, which is bad because that does lead to.
Who is that?
There are a lot of
fantasy people. You contributed to a discourse that
you think there aren't people who just support rent control? I had people in my chat. I remember arguing with them.
Just rent control and nothing else? Yes, I think that's a straw man that you made up.
No, I mean, if you want to believe that, then sure. But in every context where I've talked about rent control, I've said that it's a valuable.
Only leftists, and that would be great.
Why? All you have to do is watch my content to realize that I share your opinion on this. That rent control is fine as long as you have another initiative to address the supply problem.
Okay, so
you didn't know that. So I guess it's just the $25 an hour minimum wage thing, huh? Which I don't want to get into with you.
You've backpedaled on this, which is fine.
Wait, what have I backpedaled on? Wait, you not knowing my position isn't me backpedaling.
Honestly, I am glad that your community got exposed to a good argument for a change.
What? Yes. Oh man, dude, that's really effective. All you have to do is lie about a person, and when they correct you, you accuse them of backpedaling. That's an amazing debate strategy.
About me. That's an entire conversation about me that you've done.
What have I lied about?
Again, all you've done is posture.
It wasn't about the rat face thing, was it? No lies. Whereas you actually did lie about you confronting me 10 times in DMs. You did lie about the reason why I argued against the DSA about Destiny being called a Nazi.
You said it wasn't confronting you because
you actually, dude, we went through the DMs on.
What do I need to type for you to say you've been challenged?
Dude, we went through my DMs. Dog, I'm sorry. I'm not dealing with kids here, okay? I'm an adult. We went through your DMs on stream. That was some beta shit. If that was challenges, that was some like bottom ooh-woo pleading face shit, okay? You might as well have showed me pictures of your bussy. Maybe next time you want to talk negative with me, actually show up and say something about it, rather than weekly limp dicking in my fucking DMs and then complaining on chat that I won't respond, okay?
Listen to yourself. Again, time and time again, I have approached you.
We're probably good, aren't we?
I have tried different strategies to get you to talk about politics.
I tried.
Educate you. Because I feel like it really would have been important. It really would have been important if your audience had learned about Kara Eastman instead of supporting some neolib ghoul just because Destiny's supporting them.
Wait, I'm sorry. You do real. Wait, how is Mark Gudgel?
Helped Kara Eastman. How is
Mark Gudgel a neoliberal ghoul?
Have you read his fucking platform?
Yes, I'm fully familiar with it.
It's every single Pete Buttigieg clone neoliberal Democrat platform. I'm gonna meet with Fortune 500 and 1,000 CEOs. You know what that means? It means TIFs. It means special tax.
You do wait. You do realize that if you're a mayor, you don't have the ability to like leverage over multinational corporations, but bringing them into your cities can be a massively beneficial to prevent brain drain.
This is why you're not a socialist.
Wait, I just don't think you understand how these systems work.
When AOC was opposed to Amazon getting special tax treatment,
yeah, in New York,
like you attacked her.
No, I didn't. I supported her because New York doesn't have a brain drain problem.
So now
dipshit.
you understand
it's New
why
York.
It's dumb. Now you understand.
No, you don't understand these problems. New York doesn't have a brain drain problem.
This is why you're a neolib.
Can you explain what brain drain is?
Doesn't work. Neoliberal race to the bottom.
So wait, hold on. I'm gonna wait really quickly. Last one.
500 other cities that are gonna do the same thing.
So I'm going to explain this to you really quickly. This could be you gave me some info
about municipal politics.
You gave me some info earlier. Now I can give you some info. Okay.
What's a TIF?
So the difference here
was
that.
Real quick.
So hold on.
What's a TIF?
Hold on.
What's a TIF, Fauch?
Hold on.
What's a TIF?
I'm not letting you get out of being educated on this one, Mike. This is very important if you're going to be a socialist advocate. Okay. So the difference here is that Amazon's entrance into AOC's district required provisions that would have been detrimental to the city, and New York doesn't have a problem with brain drain because it's one of the biggest cities on the planet.
So you support neoliberal politics in everywhere but New York.
Omaha does have a brain drain problem,
which leads to neoliberal politics will work.
You don't. Can you define neoliberal? Define neoliberal.
It's when you privatize public services. It's when you focus on market-based solutions rather than public services. And when what a typical neoliberal policy would be something like privatizing municipal water system.
I mean, that would be bad. So, question:
way, I lived in a city. I lived in a city where they did that exact thing, where we had a mayor that had a platform almost identical to Mark. Now, see, I know
what does this have to do with Mark?
Locally.
So,
I'm explaining
wait, hold on, wait. So, what would you do to solve the brain drain problem?
Ignorant, and you don't know anything about politics.
What would you do to solve the brain drain problem?
I'm trying to explain.
Wait, what would you do to solve the brain drain problem in Omaha? Out of curiosity.
Okay, the brain drain problem is due to a lack of economic opportunity.
Which you solve by bringing businesses in?
You don't solve it by Fortune 500 TIFs and doing exactly what he was talking about.
Then tell me, then how do you...
Because I've seen it happen.
How do you solve it? Come on, how do you solve it?
You solve it through sewer socialism. This is another thing you don't know what it is, probably.
Just answer. How do you solve it?
Sewer socialism. So you focus on creating the best possible public services. You fund education, and you provide an opportunity for people to maximize their potentialities. You can't control everything by a top-down privatization TIF-based model.
So wait, you didn't answer the question. So
I did.
You don't know what brain drain is. That's okay. I'll explain it to you. Brain drain is when all the people who get degrees in your city.
This is why you're
no, it's okay. You can learn. Mike,
you're a posture.
Mike,
what's a TIF?
Mike, this is a learning opportunity. That's okay. Hold on.
You don't know anything about politics. It's embarrassing. I'm talking to you.
No, it's okay, Mike. No, we're almost here, okay? So brain drain is when people who get like college degrees in your city.
Politics. It's embarrassing.
No, it's okay. We're almost there. We're almost there.
And thousands of people listen to you.
Mike, wait, hold on. Hundreds of thousands. So anyway, Mike, So brain drain is when people who get college degrees in your city or state or country or whatever, they leave because there aren't opportunities.
So that didn't happen when Destiny left.
So
though.
hold on.
That wasn't technically brain drain. Though.
There aren't opportunities for them to get jobs in that area because that area doesn't have like these big like technical job availabilities that would accompany them. So how would you solve brain drain?
Okay, so I want to explain.
I'm asking you a really direct question, man.
You are so bad at politics. You don't even know that you're speaking neoliberal talking points.
So you can't answer. So you don't have an answer.
This is basically Obama's platform, which is, well, if we just educate and provide tax incentives, that'll make America great again.
That's pretty embarrassing, dude. It sounds like neolibs have a solution to a problem you're not even capable of understanding. Maybe you should read up some more on the problem. I'm sure that eventually a solution will come to you.
You're the one who knows. You're the one who knows.
That is correct.
You're the one who knows.
One last shot,
politics.
Mike. How would you solve brain drain? How would you solve brain drain, Mike?
Brain drain is a problem due to, I said it again, I'll slow it down for you.
How would you get
Lack
them
of
jobs?
Economic opportunity. People leave states like Pennsylvania or Omaha right now because there's no economic opportunity.
Right.
They originally immigrated there because of economic
What kind of economic opportunity?
In Pennsylvania,
what
it was
kind?
Heavy industry.
Wait, that's not brain drain. Heavy industry isn't a brain drain problem, Mike. We're talking about college degrees.
I'm talking about flowing of populations.
We're talking about brain drain. That's what I'm asking you. How would you solve that problem, Mike?
I can't believe he's this fucking stupid.
How would you solve brain drain, Mike?
You're a socialist. No wonder you're an anarcho-Bidenist.
He can't answer. Damn, dude. Looks like neoliberalism beats socialism yet again. It hurts to see. I mean, this is like the fall of the Soviet Union yet again.
Wait. The problem of populations leaving, of educated populations leaving.
Yeah, educated populations leaving.
How do you solve that problem? So
I'm asking
your solution is.
I'm asking you. Wait, I'm asking you. You know what my solution would be.
I already answered the question.
Your answer had nothing to do. You actually don't know.
You can't solve that problem.
Oh,
people will flow.
Damn, dude. There you go.
Needed.
Hey, if you ever want to get socialist answers, you can look to a neoliberal who can answer these questions, or you can look to a dumb fuck socialist like Mike who can't.
This is why you.
I love you, Mike. All right, that was fun. I think we got about pretty much all we're going to get out of that. He's going to say that I dropped out because I was scared or whatever, but he would have done that after a 4-hour conversation too. So. Oh, the answer to that question, by the way, is that we live in a capitalist country, and as long as we live in a capitalist country, unfortunately, the ability to provide, excuse me, the ability to provide jobs to people with college degrees does have a heavy relationship with big, companies, and that mayoral candidates probably should have a plan to attract those companies to their cities, because it keeps people in the area, which means higher tax revenue, which means more investment in infrastructure. It's actually a really, really simple solution, but he calls it neoliberalism, so he can't acknowledge it. You know? Yeah, cities can't just spend whatever. Yeah, they don't have... Cities can't spend infinite money like the federal government can. They can't print money. Yeah, and Mark Gudgel didn't even talk about tax breaks for corporations, I don't think. Anyway, yeah, so there you go. I think that conversation pretty adequately showed all of you the problems with Mike. He doesn't really know what he's talking about. There are some issues where he has like narrow experience and familiarity with traditional electoral politics, but when it comes to anything conceptual, he loses it, and he's too busy posturing to actually engage with conversations. I mean, did you hear me try to explain that thing with did you see me trying to explain to him the reason why I have a problem with the DSA calling Destiny a Nazi? He actually interrupted me 6 or 7 or 8 times, and every time it was an irrelevant point. It had nothing to do with what I was saying. It was like an attempt at a gotcha, but he wasn't even smart enough to, Can you explain how the brain drain issue thing works? I didn't know about the AOC Amazon thing. What? That's tangential. We can talk about that more in a future segment, but, yeah. Anyway, that was pretty fun. You predicted what he said? Yeah, of course. Well, he's going to think about me forever now. He's going to bring me up on his deathbed. I mean, I'll put it this way though. Excuse me. When I ask him how he would deal with brain drain, and I ask him like 20 times and he never gives me an answer, that doesn't say very much about his platform. You know? Can you explain how Mike's brain got drained? Yeah, maybe that's why he doesn't understand brain drain, because he never understands brain in a non-drained state. Didn't he pivot to Tiff when he asked about brain drain? Oh, that's a really common cowardly debate tactic. Actually, a debate tactic, by the way, called pivoting. So what you do is, when you know you're getting fucking owned, rather than answer questions or stay within the topic, because the longer you stay on a given topic, the more evident your ignorance will become. You demand that the goalpost, the subject, constantly be moved to X and Y and X, Y. That's why I was always very adamant on staying on a given talking point, because I'm confident in everything that I say and believe. I think it was bad luck for you too, since you kind of stooped to his level with those insults. Nah, I love that shit, dude. No. This is too much fun for me. Don't take that away from me. I need to be able to make fun of him like that, okay? After how much he alpha dude bro postures, like just making fun of him over shit like that is really important, okay? Very, very important. Could you talk about the stimmy? Oh, yeah. We will shortly. The insults were bad. It hurts his platform. I think that anyone... I'm going to be honest with you guys. The people here who are saying the insults hurt my platform, I feel like you guys are psyops from his chat or something. You people are like fucking CIA shills or something like that. I performatively insulted like everyone that I talk with in that capacity, and he started it. I have no idea why you would go... Like, dude, Vosh, your sterling reputation as an extremely kind and passive debater is going to be tarnished by you making fun of this guy who opened the insults with you. Oh, yeah, dude. My incredible reputation is on the line here, you know? Ooh. Are you scared Mike from BA will beat you up? I don't know, man. I don't know where he's getting that alpha dude confidence from. Oh my god. Look at this. When Mike told me that I'm irrelevant on Twitch. Wait, is this real? Oh man, I've streamed on Twitch twice in the past 2 years and I have more followers than he does. It's from 2 streams. Fucking whoop. If I streamed on Twitch every day for a week, I think we could probably hit 6 digits. Well, I hope that was fun. Did you all appreciate the stupid blood sports? Oh god. You got a dual stream? We'll find a way to do it. Muscle in on that territory, you know. Anyway, we'll be dealing with clips from him for basically the rest of all time. Oh god, Shu. Shu, why now? No. This is really good. Fuck you, Shu. Did you make the... No. Oh, it doesn't matter. This is good. Oh, God. Oh, man, he's still just maniacally ranting about you like a madman, actually living rent-free in his head. Oh, he'll be doing this forever. Like, literally forever. Hey! Gotcha. Hey, chat. Oh, sorry. Oh, and you know what? If you're here, by the way, and you enjoyed all of that, you should subscribe to the stream, okay? You should sub to the stream because I'm feeling a rebound, baby. We're going to get more into these stupid-ass fucking debates. You need to get in there and you need to sub to the goddamn stream. Also, donate. Get in there. Ooh. Ow. Fuck, I keep hitting my hand. Jesus. Ooh. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, we got a package from an evil corporation with an evil boy inside. Look at that. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Yeah? Oh, you want to eat me? Oh, he does. Oh my god, he's gonna bat my eye out. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're contemplating it, aren't you? Yep. Gonna hit me with your tail? Yeah. Bit my beard. Whew. Wow. Ooh. Here, you can chill over here, huh? There you go. Just don't fall off. Why do cats like boxes? I have no idea. I have no idea. Hold on. Couldn't you address brain drain by supporting smaller tech companies and offering incentives to fresh graduates to start tech companies? Still a liberal thing that better than big poor? Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah. Wait, hold on. Okay, as long as we have a hot second to, I can't play this, though.
No, but you can make noises. Just go lightly. Ooh, he loves it.
Ooh, look what came, by the way, in the mail. The shamisen from, Japan. We're completing the weeb shit. I have no idea how to use this thing, and it's not even tuned properly, by the way. Don't even know how to hold the pick. Oh my god, Artemy. He wants to eat it. I'll figure it out eventually, huh? Yeah, it's a weeb banjo. We got to tune it properly, though. I need to get not a metronome. What is it called? A tuner, you know? A tuner. Here. I'll just, you stay right there for a second, okay? Hey, Bumby. Did it take like 3 months to get there? Yeah, sure did. There's a ton of free apps. Oh! I could just use a phone app. Yeah. Mike just said on stream he'll make sure you can't work with other leftists in the future. Mike, dog, if you seriously think there's anything you can do to further tarnish my reputation, fucking go for it. But that's exactly what that's what he's like, you know? Notice that the conversation with me proved that he is an irredeemable dumb fuck, but I don't go out of my way to start, like, emailing his fucking sponsors and shit. But that's what he's like. Spiteful. And dumb. And dumb. He said he'd personally make sure everyone on the left that he knows won't interact with you. Damn, we must have made him real mad. Ha! You know, I wasn't going to make this a segment, but now I think I will. I wasn't going to make it a segment, but then we debated him, you know? Both you and Mike are wrong about the attraction of capital. No, I'm not. I didn't even adopt a position. He just didn't. He couldn't even, like, answer the question. I don't even know if he understood the premise, frankly. Oh, that's good. There we go. Phone tuners just kind of suck. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, oh no. Not the left not liking me. What are you drinking? Coffee. What do you think I'm drinking? Yeah, careful, don't hit him. What's up? Talk to Bastiat? What would that do to dissuade people from thinking I'm a neoliberal?
Yeah, he was like, I know but I don't know.
No, we have a lot of stuff to do. Okay. We got a lot of stuff to do.
He said he wants to talk to you about some of the stuff from the debate.
Oh, brain. What do we even talk about? $25 an hour minute. Oh, old debate. Oh, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Thank you.
Part of me left.
Okay, gotcha. All right. What was I doing? Oh, brain drain. Okay, so fundamentally, the problem as a mayor is that you cannot print money. You're not like the federal government. If the federal government wants to spend money, they can technically spend an infinite amount of it because they can print the goddamn money. They do whatever they want, you know, theoretically, assuming all the cogs are lined up. But a mayor can't do that, and a governor can't do that either. They can't print their own money. So the budget of a city is limited to the budget of that city. So you can't do any gigantic infrastructure programs in a city, not unless you have a very large tax base. Unfortunately, one of the big important things that you can do as a mayor is to improve infrastructure. That could mean roads. That could mean like libraries. That could mean a lot of things. But you need money to do that. Now, one of the big issues with a city like Omaha is that it doesn't keep its best people. And by its best people, I mean its most economically productive. If you are in Omaha and you live there and you, he just said on stream that people should just move. So that's a anti-working class position, okay? From Mike from PA. What he was arguing there was that there was no solution and people should just move around. That's a position that will lead to the economic deprivation of hundreds of millions of people in America, okay? That is like a borderline sociopathic position. Oh, dude, capitalism is draining wealth from the cities? Whatever, dude, just move to San Francisco. Yeah, he's taking like Destiny's position, basically. No, well, Destiny's position isn't even that bad because Destiny supports my gudgel. The point is, you want to find ways to keep economically productive people in cities like that. Because let's be real, when a person is like very talented, like they Mark Gudgel, sorry, Mark Gudgel. When a person is very well educated, very intelligent, or even wealthy, do you think they're going to stay in Omaha, or do you think they're going to go move to San Francisco, New York, Philadelphia, like something like that? You know what I mean? Like, no, they're going to move to a major city. That's one of the reasons why the population boomed so much in Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle, Chicago, so on and so forth, you know? It's because they move out to these mega cities that have a lot to do there, and there is also there are jobs for people like them. So what you want to do as a mayor is you want to find ways to keep these people. One of the ways to do that, and I know it's capitalism, but we all live under capitalism right now. So if you're a mayor, you're going to be dealing with capitalism, whether you like it or not. You're going to be working with local businesses if you're a capitalist one way or another. One of your goals should be to attract businesses towards your city because that leads to people staying, it leads to more money in the city, and you can use that tax revenue to improve infrastructure. This is just a very simple way. He said Omaha is not a relevant city, so people should be given the means to move. That's incredible. Wait, I actually want to talk to him about that. Wait, he actually believes that. His position, wait, can I clarify a position of yours? I need to make sure that's real. That's incredible. Just a single position. That's incredible. If that's actually his position, like that's an unfathomably anti-working class position. Now I'll wait. Here, I'll add another winky face. That worked last time, huh? Here. There we go. Here, I'll add a nose. Here, with the little up pointing arrow. I don't know what the technical term for it is. There we go. Yeah, there you go. The carrot. Oh, we're getting a call. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Sure, what?
Hey, can I clarify something?
Okay, what do you want?
So, wait, I got a person in my chat. You can never trust these chatters, you know. Oh, by the way, I heard that you've been, like, clenching your fists saying you'll make sure the left never works with me again. Good luck, not spiteful. Not mad.
No, I mean, you defended like literal neoliberal politics, and you don't understand.
Let's talk. Right, again, I know you don't know what neoliberalism or any of this means, but I actually have to ask you really quickly.
Wait. So you think that tax financing Fortune 100 companies is socialism?
Wait, financing?
What do you think happens when a mayor of a city? Oh my God,
Mark Gudgel.
This is the thing. Okay, this is something that's embarrassing, and I don't want to clown you.
But you realize that Marcus specifically said, wait, Mike, hold on. You realize Marcus specifically said that he didn't want to offer any tax breaks to those Fortune 500 companies, right? That he would find other ways to incentivize them setting up shop in Omaha? Like, he actually said that directly.
What's he going to do?
Well, there are plenty of ways. If you were more familiar with politics, you could probably think of other ways to handle that, but this isn't why I came here. So is it true, really quick, it true that you said Omaha isn't a relevant city and that people should move elsewhere? They should be given the means to move elsewhere.
Wrong. I said that because I'm from Pennsylvania and we have deindustrialization, there is a transfer that happens in our economy. That's why Bernie Sanders' Green New Deal, a candidate you should look into and read, he had programs to help people relocate when and if their industries like fossil fuel industries were closed down. Obviously, some of those jobs that were created, there were direct subsidies. There's also a reflection of an understanding that these specific city-focused is not the way you implement socialism politics. Is go, we can't have any college-educated people leave Omaha. And by the way, the proposed solution,
So wait, hold on. We're
talking
moving
to Fortune 500 companies doesn't solve it.
So we're moving off the point a little bit here. So as a mayor, you're saying that you shouldn't attempt to redress any of the economic imbalance that's causing people to leave, and you should just allow people to leave? Like, you should try to facilitate that process?
Okay, so this is a homework assignment for you, Vouch.
Well, I'm asking you a question. Hold on.
Go look up
Wait,
sewer socialism.
it's just really funny to me.
You're lacking in so much knowledge.
It's really funny to me.
You won't let me finish because I
you
have
claim to be pro-working class, but your position would allow middle America to die.
You need to go on the chair of learning because you don't know what sewer socialism is.
So I
didn't know.
Why are you so
know
incapable of
Eastman
answering
was.
yes or no? You're so angry with me.
Because
are you okay?
That's not how you do.
Do you need a sippy?
Politics,
Do you need
Vouch.
a nappy time? Are you tired? Should I come back later?
I think you're
Are
the
you
one
cozy
tired.
right now?
You're the one who
Is your
hung up,
neck
Vouch. You're the
properly
one that's
supported?
tired. I think that you Baba is empty, and that's why you had to go refill and you disconnected.
Swing and a miss, Mike. So anyway,
was
so
talking
you're
to
saying
you
that people
about-
should just
oh
be
my
allowed to
God.
flow out of these cities and towards like coastal cities.
What?
So what
This
should
is-
be
this
done
is
to like
embarrassing to talk
economically
to you. This is
revitalize?
actually embarrassing to talk to you.
You actually can't answer. It's funny, your position is the neoliberal one. You actually
it
think that people
absolutely
should just
is
move out
not.
of middle America and
Absolutely
go
is not.
live in megacities on the coast.
Whenever I talk, you start talking.
So
I have a homework assignment for you.
you can't
Go
answer
look
the
up
question.
You say, there you go. I started talking.
He actually can't. Dude,
and
he has the
you
neoliberal
started
position,
talking.
unironically.
You started talking when I started
So
talking.
wait,
You
answer
did
the
it
question.
again.
Answer the
Stop
question then.
talking.
How
Shut
would
the
you
fuck up.
prevent people from leaving middle America?
You can't. Wait, is that in your socialism? You think you can prevent people from leaving one region to the other?
No.
This is Soviet style.
Okay, hold on. Wait,
command
I'm
and
sorry.
control. What are you
Sorry.
talking about?
I forgot you
This
had
is bafflingly
sorry.
stupid.
Hold on. So I forgot you had 30 IQ. So what I actually meant, and any reasonable person would have known what I meant.
Go ahead.
What would you do to prevent the drain of resources and labor from middle America towards coastal America?
It depends what you're talking about.
So do you want all these
From a
communities to just
municipal
die?
perspective, I think some communities are going to shrink, which they already have. And neoliberalism is what made them shrink.
Working class Mike over here. Don't revitalize your cities. Just have everyone move to Seattle. Dude, you have Destiny's position.
You're
Just
actually
move.
dumb as fuck because I've tried to say this 8 times. I'll say it again. Look up sewer socialism.
So wait, can
That's
you
why
answer?
mil-
So you
that's why
can't
I'm
answer.
answering the question.
You just
Vouch.
keep
You're
pointing me to
stupid.
like a Wikipedia
You're
page. I know, by the way,
stupid.
because I know how stupid you are, that if I
You're
actually go
actually
ahead and like
dumb as
read it out
fuck.
loud, it wouldn't actually answer
You're
any of the
dumb as
questions.
Fuck, you're dumb as fuck.
So you actually
dumb
don't
as
have an
fuck.
answer. You just
I am-
want these communities
every time
to
someone
die.
Answers, every time someone answers,
Pro
this is-
working class Mike over here. Just move. Just move out of Omaha. It's a dead city.
Do you
Move
want
to
me
a
give an
mega
answer,
city.
or you're just gonna posture like a
Move
fucking
to a mega
worthless
city
rat?
and pay $3,000 for rent for a single bedroom apartment. I'm looking up sewer socialism.
Okay,
It has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, by
Yes,
the way.
it absolutely does.
It doesn't. Wait, then answer the question. How would you prevent that drain of resources and labor?
It depends what you're trying to
You
accomplish.
can't answer. You just have
Some
to be like,
people
dude,
have
look
to-
at
some people are gonna
Wikipedia, bro. Stop
Neoliberalism doesn't want to stop that. And neither
Stop
does Mark
asking me
Goodell.
tough questions. Go look at Wikipedia, bro. Leave the call. I don't know.
No
Is
one-
that you right now? Damn.
I gotta.
Well,
admit,
good luck
you
getting
are
the rest
dumber
of the
than I
online
thought. I
left
actually
against
thought
me,
you were
Mike.
Smarter than this. You are dumber than I thought. Okay, so anyway, for any people in
Not
Vouch's
mad.
chat that are listening, please look up sewer socialism.
He doesn't have an answer. Look at
it's a
that.
movement
Guys,
that's
this is the
revitalizing-
effective
I get-
advocate for
wait, is your
socialism.
politics so
He
stupid?
can't
Okay, I'm
give an
gonna keep
answer. He
talking.
just has to be
But
like, go
sewer
look at
socialism is a
Wikipedia,
very
bro.
very important movement, and it focuses on.
I know it looks like I have no
revitalizing cities
answer.
by providing public development. So something like Omaha, they have a problem with housing quality for their Black and brown community.
Mhm.
One of the things that a sewer socialist would do would be focusing on building high quality public housing.
How?
They would be focusing on
How?
by spending the money to do
What
it
money?
by taxing people.
What
By
money?
taxing people.
They
By
don't.
ta- by
Have you
taxing
seen the
people.
Omaha city budget? You're
By-
very
by-
educated on that
by
city, so I
taxing- by
expect you
taxing-
have.
by taxing people.
What? Wait, wait.
also-
How? Wait.
also,
How?
socialism can't be
How do they
completely done-
afford to tax those
Okay,
people?
so I'm just gonna keep talking because
Wait,
you have
wait,
nothing
wait.
further to say.
Magic
So
money,
anyway-
Mike?
Wait.
Taxing who? They don't have the money.
I think even your community.
They don't have the money.
understands that you are now arguing a Joe Manchin level of an argument.
He
They
actually
don't
he
have
doesn't
the
know.
money.
He just gets confused and he calls you a neolib because he doesn't know. His like ape brain is
You
trying to
can
figure
tax
out.
there is absolutely an ability to tax. including nationalizing public services that have been privatized, take them back into municipal control, which has been very successful.
Yeah, but when you take it into municipal services aren't exactly giant money makers.
You don't know the answers
Wait, how do you get the tax base necessary to fund all these infrastructure programs?
This is actually really important, because one of the things that you can do, and has been done successfully by a lot of cities, is you annex outlying areas. This is so a lot of cities are gerrymandered where the suburbs, where a lot of the higher income people of cities live, is not part of the actual urban core. So what you do is you hollowed out the tax base. One of the things you do is you annex outlying areas. I'm happy to teach you a municipal.
No, wait, how do you get the money to implement?
I just explained it.
Just by annexing dead areas?
No, there is. Wait, do you think Omaha has no wealthy outlying suburbs?
Do you seriously think that unincorporated areas surrounding Omaha have enough of a tax base?
They're not unincorporated. They're the wealthy suburbs. This is true. Chad, here's what I would like you to do. Look up any major municipalities.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you show me a major wealthy suburban area that's outside of the city tax limit of Omaha that isn't incorporated under any other city?
You would get rid of that city. You would annex. That's what annex means.
No, you didn't say just annex outlying territories. You mean annex another city? How would that change where the money is coming from?
Because you have wealthier.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh my God, you actually know so little.
Dude,
about
what if you just like seized control of your neighbors?
This has worked before.
How would they annex another city?
I'm going to explain it to you, Vaush, but you're actually embarrassingly stupid.
Wait, you don't have an. You will run this down for like 30 minutes. You don't know.
Holy shit! I'm trying to talk, and you keep interrupting.
So your argument is that in order to generate the tax revenue necessary to upgrade the infrastructure in Omaha, which by the way doesn't even fix brain drain, what they should do is annex neighboring cities to get their tax base.
They're not cities; they're outlying suburbs. They were created for.
What do you think suburbs are in?
Do you know what white flight is? What is white flight?
I don't. Wait, just answer the question.
What is white flight?
You can't answer. This is a pivot. Mike, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
Vaush, what was white flight?
You do realize that suburbs bleed money, right?
White flight, Vaush. What is white flight?
Okay, so you don't have an answer, and you're just going to ask rhetorical questions that everybody has an answer to.
Every time I talked about sewer socialism.
So can you point me to an area in Omaha that's suburban that hasn't been annexed? You do realize that suburbs are an economic drain on cities, right? There's a video series that I can show you. Suburbs are actually the least economically productive.
They're saying that cities lose because of the creation of suburbs because they lose their tax base.
The annexation of suburbs will decrease the city's revenue.
Wrong.
He doesn't know.
Dummy, you're stupid.
All right, that was good. Have fun.
You're actually dumber than I thought.
Neoliberal Mike, just move to the coastal cities. All right, wow. I knew that he would have a dumb answer, but annex other city as a mayor, just annex other cities' suburbs when suburbs cost more in upkeep than they generate in taxes on average. And that'll get you the money necessary to do infrastructure. Again, this is the guy who postures as like some politically educated like advocate or whatever. That's not what he's saying. You know it? No, that's literally exactly what he was saying. I know we have Mike from PA Fans in chat. Can somebody explain to me what he was saying that wasn't that? Why is annexing a bad idea? Wait, it's not that annex isn't a bad idea. It's that he's a child. He's a wait. Do you guys understand anything that he just suggested? First of all, you can't just randomly annex areas, especially if they're incorporated into another city. Second of all, suburbs are a money drain. This fails on multiple. This is an idiotic. So like. Do you really think that this is like a solution to the Rust Belt, like to areas like this, you know? Suburbs don't pay tax, apparently? Okay, I can tell who the Mike fans are in chat because you people are just as stupid as he is. We can actually look at data on the economic efficiency of suburbs. Like, what are property tax then? Guys, cities are the most economically efficient types of development. How does a city even annex another city? Do they just roll in with tanks? Hey, you can't just annex a part of another city. Hitler annexed Austria. Why can't cities do something similar? Yeah. I do think he has a point about the annexation stuff. No, he doesn't, okay? What he's trying to suggest right now is some idiotic moon brain solution to try to propose a solution that doesn't actually do anything. So the problem that we're talking about right now is brain drain. His idea of introducing superior infrastructure doesn't fix that problem. That's not actually the problem that's trying to be fixed. That's the reason why he kept saying, look up sewer socialism, because he doesn't know how these two ideas connect, which is why he asks rhetorical questions and demands your attention and energy go elsewhere. Like, that's why, okay? As a general rule, when you're talking with somebody and you ask them a yes-no question and they're like, look this up. What is white flight? Why is she saying you interrupted him? Because he wasn't answering the question. He didn't answer the question like 6 times in a row. Mark is running for mayor, not for state government? Yeah, of course. Was he trying to use white flight to justify keeping suburbs that came back late? There's no relationship between what he was saying and white flight. He was just trying to distract. Like, obviously, the same as before. Could you please link the video essay on suburbs that you mentioned? Yeah, it's from Echo Gecko. It's really, really interesting. It's on how the suburbs bankrupt us. Not agreeing with Mike from PA, but annexing lands, the legal government law process. Not to say that helps Mike at all, though. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not a process. It just doesn't fix the problem. Here, hold on. Omaha city limits. Can we get this mapped onto urban development possibly? Yeah, there are adjacent cities, but you guys do realize if there are adjacent cities and you can just like annex the territory right next to you, you're taking it away from another city. And those other cities next to Omaha aren't doing any better than Omaha. If anything, they're generally doing worse. I'm not entirely sure how this is being lost on the chat right now, but I can explain this. So if you have an area, okay, that's not doing well economically, and in the middle of it, you have a big city, okay? And in the rest of it, you have like these outlying cities that also have their own problems, their own inability to generate a tax base, et cetera, et cetera. Gobbling up another territory doesn't fix your problem. All you're doing is taking on their burdens and benefits. Now, if there was some segment right next to Omaha, Nebraska, that had like an incredibly wealthy tax base, then why would that city want to give up their territory? Like, why? If they have a small area where they pay into their own city's taxes and they have good infrastructure because they pay a lot in taxes and they get a lot from it, why would they ever want themselves to be annexed? And even if they were annexed, yeah, like they've, you know. This literally seems just like if you're poor, start a business. Again, there's just no relationship between these arguments. In my hometown, they actually did that 15 years ago, annexed the whole county on the idea that they have more money, and everything's just gotten more run down since. I need you guys to understand that the arguments that he was making were not things that he had thought of before. He was making those arguments because he already backed himself into a corner by saying that something as simple as attracting business to your city is neoliberal. And because he adopted that incredibly stupid position, he now has to he now has to find some other moon logic. Yeah, like this is so stupid and so reductive that this would be like arguing with somebody whose Middle Eastern policy was just nuke 'em, you know? Sewer socialism isn't even relevant? Yeah, of course it's not, obviously. Why would you think something is relevant from a guy like that when he's clearly bringing it up in an effort to distract from the actual subject of conversation? How do your arguments lead to the implementation of socialism? You argue for tax breaks for corporations? Nope, never said that. And also, what does this have to do with socialism? You can't implement socialism in a city alone. Wait, I don't understand what people are talking about right now, okay? This is a city. You realize that Bernie Sanders was a mayor. He didn't implement socialism in his city, okay? What are you talking about? It's a mayor. You think they're going to decommodify and democratize economics in a city? What are you talking about? Jesus. The only thing I don't understand your argument is that suburban towns are net negative in tax revenue when they're generally wealthier than the inner cities. Yeah, individuals are wealthier in suburbs, but the actual infrastructure, we can look at the video. There's a video by Echo Gecko that explains this, okay? Suburbs have exponentially higher upkeep costs because there are fewer people per square mile. The tax revenue generated per square mile of taxable land is far, far lower. Piping and electricity has to run far, far farther as well. Yeah, hold on. How the burbs bankrupt us. Hold on, let me see if I can. There's a really great bit on this. God, I'm gonna have to like find a chart and just like hope I'm landing on the right one. Anyway, again, the only reason that he's talking about this at all is because he's already backed himself into a corner by making the incredibly stupid claim that trying to attract businesses to your city is neoliberalism. The consequence of Mike's ideas would be the death of middle America. Literally tens and hundreds of millions of oh, wrong video, sorry. This one, the bankrupt one. Tens and hundreds of millions of Americans would be driven out of their communities because of, he's essentially arguing like to accept economic death. Yeah, here we go. Look at this.
Decreases. Okay? This is pretty simple math.
Also, by the way, Mike wasn't even like, Mike doesn't know what the municipal mapping is in Omaha. So he doesn't know like if there are even any suburbs that can be annexed.
Parts. Now let's look at the blue line. As properties get bigger, their taxable value per acre decreases. This is pretty simple math. The taxable value per acre is just the total value of the property divided by the space it takes up. If you have the same value spread out over a larger area, as the green bars suggest, you have less tax revenue per acre. But why are we calculating tax value per acre? As I mentioned earlier, a city's infrastructure costs are determined more by how large the coverage area is than the number of buildings it has to cover. You're going to need a lot more road and pipe to hook up these 8 homes.
Yeah, sorry, math is neoliberal, and understanding how issues like this work is neoliberal, so everyone close your ears or you'll become a neoliberal.
Compared to these 8 homes. So if infrastructure costs are largely calculated by area, but tax revenue declines per area, well, you're going to have some issues with your revenues minus costs. So there's a massive infrastructure money bond that's already going off in slow motion across American suburbia, one that will require a massive increase in taxes just to keep basic operations running. One study of the city of Lafayette estimated that taxes would have to be tripled just to cover maintenance on existing infrastructure.
Tripled! This is why you have to understand Mike has no idea what he's talking about. That's why he kept bringing up white flight. What he was imagining was if we just annex these totally willing suburbs, which by the way, we could just totally just like annex these territories, no problem, even though they belong to other cities, that there are all these like super rich white people over there that pay more in taxes. The fact of the matter is that while white flight is a thing and wealthy suburbs are a thing, the math just does not pan out at all. Suburbs are incredibly expensive.
The same is true for our national highway system. But that's where we run into the other brick wall of suburban finances. Cars. Yeah. Suburbanization has made the car a necessity for most Americans. Except for a few large cities, you need one to go shopping, to socialize, and to get to work. Even in New York City, about 25% of commuters, or over 1 million people, drive to work alone every day. Elsewhere, they're a mandatory life expense. Which is really unfortunate because they're really expensive.
You don't want to miss out on this next offer.
In 2000, the total cost of car ownership was estimated by the AAA to be about $6,000 a year. Ugh. Today, that's more like $9,000 a year. And that's from a car-friendly source. Keep in mind that the median American worker earns something like $31,000 a year as of 2019. For the median worker, that's a third of your income going to transportation alone.
Yeah, that's just generally on suburbs.
Property taxes to pay the bills.
Oh, here we go. Property taxes.
Wealthy suburbs.
Oh, here we go. This is good.
In U.S. history, the diagnosis was universal. The city was too big for its tax base. It wasn't feasible to provide services to such a small population over such a large area.
The larger the area you get, the less efficient you can collect your tax.
This didn't just happen because the people in Detroit are generally poor. Studies by strong towns and associated groups have found that cities operate rich outer suburbs at a loss, made up for by revenue from poor, core areas. Run-down inner-city properties are often more valuable than new modern suburban ones. Even at the incredible amounts of property tax charged on suburban McMansions, wealthy suburbs struggle to pay for infrastructure in the long term.
Mike's policy would have poor inner city fucking Omaha POC paying out the ass to support territories hastily annexed just so Mark Gudgel, hypothetical mayor, wouldn't have to engage in the neoliberal policy of trying to draw businesses to the town, which is an objectively effective way of increasing the tax base and making life better for the people who live there. He would actually trample over hundreds of thousands of working class people to avoid looking like a neoliberal. Mike hates minorities, Mike is racist, Mike is classist, and Mike is a neoliberal. I'm sorry, people. I'm sorry, folks. Sorry. I may have, yeah, why does Mike hate the global poor? I don't know. They're going to take you seriously? Yeah, they should. If a person is so wrapped up in posturing like some faux alpha male that he's willing to propose incredibly destructive policies for cities because the alternative would make him, would intersect with his aesthetic of being a socialist, then yeah, I would say that person's, the consequences of their engagement are indistinguishable from that of a person who is racist and is classist. Oh yeah, of course, 9 out of Ben. Sorry if I popped off at chat a little bit here. I understand how this can be a non-intuitive answer, but the idea that like just annexing suburban territories is no, that doesn't solve Omaha's problems. Mike thinks mayors can print money and nationalize business. I don't actually know what the process is for nationalizing a business. Can mayors nationalize? By the way, just gotta say, nationalizing a utility does not exactly generate a massive income stream, okay? I don't know if mayors have the ability to do this, yeah, unilaterally. Yeah, and it also costs a fuck ton. Yeah. Because you have to buy it out. You can't just steal it, you know? How do you bring in businesses without tax breaks? What if you promise that you're going to district an area in a way that would give them a location for a good headquarters? What if you say that maybe they can have like internships like connected to local universities to try to get like a pipeline going from students who educate themselves and then like they train at a university for 6 months? There's a lot you can do there that isn't just like tax breaks. There are many things that you can do to incentivize there. That's not what businesses want, though. Then he wouldn't accept those businesses. Jesus. All right. Are we good now? Did we do it? Internships are shit, though, Vosh, with how many aren't paid. You know what's really shit? Growing up in a dead town, okay? Yeah, capitalism sucks. But a mayor, even a great one, can't just snap their fingers and generate infinite money to introduce the infrastructure to make their town good, okay? There's no perfect way forward. It's not the federal government. They can't just print all the money that they want. They have to work within a certain set of limitations, and there are severe restrictions on what they can do financially. And if that involves playing nice to businesses, if it means being better for the consumer base, that's fine by me. Because you know what? Even if businesses get attracted to that city, those businesses would be somewhere else in America elsewise. The only difference is that in a dying town like Omaha, they have the potential to actually make people's lives better, okay? These economic processes are happening one way or another. The best possible way they can happen is if they're bolstering, like, middle America towns. Mike from PA is now explaining why him awkwardly touching that girl's shoulder was not, in fact, cringe. Nice. Very nice. You need to take the come pledge again. Don't argue with leftists all the time. It's probably brain draining. I don't argue with leftists all the time. Don't drama stars. If it really matters in terms of leftism, the drama will affect your viewership. True. Din Surish, I appreciate that. But first of all, my drama does not get affected negatively by talking with dumb fucks like Mike from PA. And second of all, no, I actually believe that talking with people like that can be very illustrative. Do you all feel a little more educated? Look at that. We had an opportunity to learn a little bit about local finance. We had an opportunity to look at the restrictions that a mayor has. And we learned that Mike from PA is an unbelievable dumbfuck who nobody should take seriously. I think that's nice. In my opinion, you know. Gosh, don't you think that hanging up twice a bad look? If I didn't hang up, when would the conversation end? Have you ever seen Mike from PA argue when he knows he's in the wrong and he's embarrassing himself? It would literally never end. It would be forever. It would be eternal. It's like never, ever, ever any end to it. Well, sure, 9 out of 10. But yelling can't always be educational. His chat's now calling you a mask off Neelib. How do you reach those people? Anybody stupid enough to enjoy Mike from PA? Probably not somebody that I was going to be able to reach anyway. They would probably think that any nuance introduced to any argument would be like capitalism or something like that. What is this? City of Omaha considering annexation of 8 SIDs? SIDs. Considering adding about 2,150 residents to its population with an annexation package that spans 8 sanitary and improvement districts. So then they've already been doing this, and it's clearly not working.
Boss bad, boss bad, boss bad.
Omaha's municipal boundaries aren't even contiguous because they keep annexing small burbs. Yeah, it's not going to fix the problem. Bosh, it kind of feels like you defend optics only when it's convenient, but then you have no problem hanging up with people despite the optics of it. I'm going to be honest with you guys. This is my personal opinion. I am definitely biased. Optics are important. I feel like the optics of me hanging up at him are fine, and I think you're kind of an idiot. I have no idea how you could listen to a conversation with a person like that and think that me hanging up on them is, like, bad. I don't know if you're a fan of Mike, but the second time that I called him, he didn't answer a single question. He screamed at me to go look up a Wikipedia definition of something that wasn't even relevant to the conversation that we were having. And then rather than respond to a second question, he screamed at me to answer what white flight was. He didn't engage with a single thing that I said whatsoever. I don't know how hanging up on a call like that looks bad for me. If it does, from your perspective, I think you have a very strange set of priorities. Yeah, the Aldens guy. He also thinks you didn't interact with anything he said, wouldn't let him talk. Yeah, because everything that he said was a pivot. You can rewatch that if you want. I mean, I'm completely fine with my performance there. If you actually look at the conversation, every single time he talked, every time he opened his mouth, every time he brought up a point, it was a pivot. It was a departure from what was actually being discussed. I mean, you guys have seen these tactics from Nazis before. I don't know why it's, like, surprising here. Oh, God, I have to piss. BDS is hitting my card. Yeah, well, what are you going to do? Okay, we can't do this forever. We need to read donations, okay? I'm going to pee real quick, and then I'm going to read donations, and we're going to talk about, the COVID-19 stimulus package, okay? We're going to get in on that. That's what we're going to do. Can we get the Trump segment? That too. Oh shit, Zonia. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. Thank you very, very much. Oh, sorry, somebody leaked me something. Yep. You. Very nice. Abstract on the base stimulus. Let me see. Have I seen the super straight thing going around on TikTok? Yeah, it's bait. Don't pay too much attention to that crap, okay? Don't pay too much attention to that crap. Bosch rocking the shirt. Yeah, the shipment, the first 550 shirts that are coming through, they should be arriving soon, so we're going to get stuff sent out real quick. Okay, let me clear out all of these goddamn... Here we go. People just link shit and I have all the tabs open. Very good. Did you wash your hands? I washed my hands good. What do you want from me? Okay, got that. Got that. Got that. Got that. And got that. Okay, cool. Back up on it. Hold on. There's a fuzzy on my shirt. What was it? Ah, there you go. Fuzzy handled. All right. Sora and Fratamellis, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $5. Yeah, we'll get to all the clowns today, don't you worry. Indie Pedal, thank you for the incredibly kind tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. I'm glad to hear you enjoying the streams, comrade. Linkard and 9 out of Ben, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Travis Pierce, thank you for the $2. I don't know who that is, I'm afraid, so I can't really say. We're getting all the content in today. Someone in chat wanted her? Okay. Come here. Wow. Meh. Meh. Camera focus. You. Wow, you're ugly.
Don't be mean to her.
She totally is, though. Not very photogenic, huh? Whoop. Yeah? Wiggly? Gonna wiggle? Wait. Cozy? Yeah? All right, be free. Go. Go. Don't let me roll over you, Jesus. Zonia with the incredibly kind $50 donation. Thank you very, very much, comrade. I never liked Mike because it's obvious his ego is far more important to him than being correct is. Yeah, 100%. Dude is super ego-driven, like massively so. It's really wild. Thank you. And Mr. Naughty Priest with the incredibly kind $50. Hi, Vosh. Well, hello to you too, Mr. Naughty Priest. Thank you for the incredibly kind dono. Sisyphean and Jaundice McPallid, thank you both for the very kind $5. I really, really appreciate that. Thanks a lot for this, Vosh. I walked in assuming the opposite position. Wow, thanks, buddy. Ooh. Ooers in chat. Thank you very, very much. We'll just conquer the neighboring township and claim their wealth. I think on some level, based on his inability to answer a question, he knew he was wrong. Well, again, that's my criticism of him. I don't actually think that Mike is like low IQ or like inherently dumb or anything like that. Occasionally, he puts out a pretty quick turn of phrase. I mean, you know, he's not like... I don't really think that. I just think that he's so unfathomably ego-driven that he will willfully adopt incorrect positions. If it as long as it makes him look good, you know. Why is he so performative? He's like a living meme. Well, some people don't realize how bad they come off of it. Wait, what? Hold on, I don't have my earbud in. What is this?
Dying words in your lips. If you might as well have showed me pictures of your
What?
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 dying words in your lips. If you might as well have showed me pictures of your
What? What?
You know, I'm fairly performative myself, but I try not to be as obnoxious as that. What? D is doing a parody, right? Yeah, I think he is. I think he was parodying Demon Mama there. Amazing Atheist, thank you for the 666. Hello, Amazing Atheist. This is stupid. Yeah. It is, you know. Minnesotans for Vosh and the Injustices, thank you both for the incredibly kind $5. I really appreciate that. At a caucus I was at, we discussed how Medicare for All wouldn't work at a state level because the state can't just print money. Yeah. You have states and cities are more limited in what they can do, but you can still do a ton of good if you understand these issues, you know? Sneaky and Pessimist, thank you both for the very kind $5. I was waiting for Mike to start telling you about the Pop-Tarts. Yeah, dude, he was about like hypocrite level, I would say. And Olivia Lashbrook and Professor Stud, thank you both for the very kind $5. Mike debate be like... You know what? I had fun. And Karan said with a very kind $10. And Mike from here debate was embarrassing for the both of you, but what is a streamer if not somebody who debates himself for my entertainment? Dude, I mean, maybe this could just be me lacking self-awareness, but I don't think any part of that was embarrassing for me. I don't feel embarrassed. I'm certainly not angry enough after the fact that I'm going just crying on stream talking about how I'm going to ban me from the left, you know? Daniel84, thank you for the very kind $5. True, very true. Cave Fet Style, Mindforge, and Bravo, thank you all so much for the tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. And Gyllenhaal with 100 currency. Yes, sorry for the cancer you all were exposed to. Jinta and Vosh Cringe, thank you both for the incredibly kind $5. Vosh, why are people saying you look bad? Because I think a lot of people who follow me do so because they like sensible and reasoned policy discussions. They don't realize that when you're talking like with somebody who's as bad as Mike, that getting down in the dirt is not only a little bit necessary, but also very fun. But they associate getting down in the dirt itself or being loud or insulting with like being the embarrassing one or something like that, which some people are like that. For them, like any loss of composure is in and of itself embarrassing, but you know. Holy shit, Mike's fucking idiot. UMich is one of the best engineering schools in the world, yet few people who go to UM stay in Michigan. That's brain drain. I don't think he knows what brain drain is. Did he even define it at any point? Did he actually at any point say that? Prettiest Vicky with the incredibly kind $10. Could therapy work for somebody like Mike? I feel like he'd start screaming every time the therapist asks a question or draws a parallel. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. God help him. Callum Baker with the incredibly kind 24 pounds. Thank you. Love your content so much. Any chance you could do a breakdown video / take on why Shabibo and Crowder are awful? Well, I feel like I've done that before, but I mean, to be honest, if I were just to simplify it, it would just be that they're dishonest conservative hacks who take a lot of money and deliberately lie to their audience. Ben Shapiro's strategy is like adopting and projecting an aesthetic of reasonability, and Crowder's, you know, specialty is convincing his audience that cruelty is okay. That's like the #1 thing. Ziggy Zach, thank you for the very kind 5. Can Goodkin, thank you for the $5. Do you have a take on Kashama joining DSA? I love Seattle leftist solidarity. Yeah, Kashama Sawant is a queen over here in Seattle. Pretty pog. Lawrence42S, thank you for the very kind $10. Check out an org called Strong Towns. They talk about the problem with suburbs and all that stuff. Yeah, I can give it a look. I really like that Echo Gecko series, though. It's really, really good. Tyler Parmalee and Kowalski from Nebraska, thank you both for the incredibly kind $5. The next biggest city bordering Omaha is Council Bluffs, a city in Iowa. How's a city in Nebraska going to annex a city in Iowa? What are you, some kind of neo-lib? Just do it. Just move the state border, okay? Just annex. Just move. I'd love to explain how Mike doesn't understand the statewide risk of losing Omaha to the GOP. It could kill the state. Yeah, I mean, well, he doesn't understand anything, so. Spotamina, Philly123, thank you for the very kind $5. I really appreciate that. I found you after the Tim Pool takedown. With this content, your juvenile fans are putting me off. You clearly have a voice. Do some good with it. See, this is the thing that I really don't like, okay? I need to be perfectly clear, okay? I'm an educated person. I enjoy discussing these issues. I feel like I have a good take on them. But I am not Sam Cedar, okay? I'm not some dry wool political commentator who's gunning for an MSNBC job, okay? I'm on here. I like the blood. I like the fun. If you go look at, like, my old videos, like me debating Nazis and shit like that, like, that's fun for me. I like that stuff, okay? And getting to insult dumb fucks like Mike, that's my shit right there, okay? But I'm not like you know, exclusively. No, I like Sam Cedar, but you know he's not like me. Sam Kittredge, thank you for the very kind $2. True. Oh, Dolphin, thank you for the very kind $5. Also true. John McPallid, thank you for the $5. Mike is more mad than half the Nazis who destroy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Why no longer fund Nazi debates? Because they're all scared of me now. They back off. Evosh open DGG chat? Why? I did, and there was... Oh, now they're... Oh, hello. All right. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, hello. Hello to you all, too. Thank you. You're not drawing me back in. Vosh, he agrees that suburbs are bad, but he's going on about how suburbs have a higher tax base and to bring them back into the core city because they left from white flight. I'm confused. Wait, so he wants to annex suburban areas, even though they cost more than the money they bring in, but he wants to do it to bring them back into the core city? How would you bring suburbanites back into the core city by annexing their territories and What is the relationship between these factors? What? What if we took the suburbs and we pushed it downtown? He also just admitted on his stream that he did donate just to spit in Destiny's face. Yeah, of course, obviously. But he's a beta, so he'll lie about it to my face, because he can't own up to it. Seven, please, I'm dying. We're doing donos. Chill. Hobbit, thank you for the very kind $10. Love you, too. Julia Jowska, thank you for the incredibly kind $5. If you or a loved one have ever had a convo with Mike from PA, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Yeah, definitely. Deserved. True. Katzer and Jose Stalin, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. A little extra for White Nervosa, thank you. Olivia Lashbrook, thank you for the 5. Neo Charms, thank you likewise. What do you think is the likelihood / plausibility that a co-op model being incentivized in a city like Omaha and wouldn't address the issue? No, co-op models on their own will not address the issue. The fact of the matter is, after a kid graduates with a college degree and they want a promising job in a big city, like, co-ops and good infrastructure aren't going to keep them in a town. Jobs will. That's what will do it the most. And also a good nightlife, to be fair. But these are just complicated issues. I mean, I still want co-ops, but that doesn't fix the issue, you know? But cities can encourage co-ops, right? Pretty sure they can, yeah. You can have preferential tax policies for that. All right, I'll check White Nervosa just shortly. I'm already getting really distracted. Tobat, thank you for the very kind tier 1 sub. Yeah, probably. Reeks Trap House, thank you for the very kind $10. Sorry to hear about your dad being lost to QAnon, comrade. Seriously. Lurtz with a tier 2 sub. Used to sub to Mike and have watched you since late 2019. Pretty sure my white name status makes me a fake fan. Ha! There you go, comrade. Problem fixed, huh? The Marxist Mark, thank you for the very kind $15. I agree with you, Vosh, but I do feel there are some Midwestern towns that were built as company towns, and should be consolidated into more sustainable local cities. Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. That wasn't my argument. My argument was that you can't fix brain drain by annexing suburbs. He said if you allowed him to talk about sewer socialism, we would all leave you and watch him instead. He's so embarrassing, man. I mean, if you guys... I haven't done like a deep investigation into it, but sewer socialism is a concept that I'm passingly familiar with. It's essentially like the idea that you push socialistic policies through the framework of trying to improve infrastructure, you know? But this doesn't fix brain drain. It really has nothing to do with what we were talking about. He just latched onto a term and, you know, ran with it. Annoyed Gamer, thank you for the very kind $10. Got this ad so many times, feel if somebody else should watch it. Sorry, a 3-minute video. I'll maybe look at it in a little bit, comrade. My goodness. Mr. Domino69, Swinksy, thank you both very much for the incredibly kind $5. Blood for the Blood God. And gotcha, Swinksy, I'll keep it in mind. Freedom from the Darkness, thank you for the €5. Do you think you'll ever be on TYT? Maybe. Yeah, possibly, maybe. Maybe, possibly, maybe. That'd be cool. Spudamine, thank you for the very kind $5. Very true. Beer Bash Johnson, thank you for the $5 yourself. Funny seeing him geek out like a girl. Oh, yeah, we've seen the Mike from PA cringe clip. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty funny. The Anonymous Ginger, thanks the very kind tier 1 sub. Mike from PA has the stereotypical behaviors of a malignant narcissist. You gave him a narcissistic injury and he's ass mad. Yeah, I know this sounds like really, really like mean or out of nowhere, but I mean it sincerely as somebody who had friends whose parents acted like Mike. I really, really hope that he never has kids because like his insane ego, like I think he'll see them as like he'll want his kids to be like little cultists to worship him, basically. I would really, really worry about that. You can cringe face me all you want, dude. I do not. That behavior is abhorrent. Constantine GB Strangelove, thank you for the very kind €5. Thanks, comrade. Castrix, the $5. Mike is more like the Sterling Archer type of asshole. No, Sterling Archer is competent and also charming in a narrow range. You know. Nicky Man 555, the very kind $5. This convo is pointless. Both of you are just posturing and not actually talking any substance. Oh man, we need to start doing more blood sports debates because you guys are pissing me off. This conversation was not a methodical point-by-point breakdown of relevant political policy. Yeah, no shit. What the fuck? Dude, do you know how online beef works? I got videos of him shit-talking me, so I shit-talk him. What's wrong with that? Semi Loken to do it live. Thank you both for the 5 very much. Corvus with a very kind $10. Would love to see Vosh and Mike versus 2 righties. That'd actually be fun. I don't know if that's going to happen, comrade. Agent 57, thank you for the very kind $10. Do I lift, bruv? You know, haven't in a while. Maybe one day. Turtle Fuzzle, thank you for the incredibly kind $25. Buy a quesadilla and me, my love. You know what? Maybe I will. You can buy many quesadillas. In that way. Vosh, people might be saying this because Mike is trying to frame this as an unproductive venture. Oh, yeah. Well, that would be to his benefit, right? Rather than him acting like a clown and getting called out and embarrassed, it would be like, I wanted to talk policy with Vosh after spending 15 minutes calling him a dickless coward with no provocation whatsoever and lying about him. I was looking for an honest and civil debate about political policy, but then Vosh came on and he insulted me? Like, yeah. We know the framing. Isn't that Sargon's tactic? Yeah, it's just a typical bad faith thing. And John D. McPallid, thank you for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. Finally, I've broken free of YouTube chat in order to infect the real chat. Love the content, mate. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. All right. There are still donos. I'll read more donos, but really quickly, let's please can we please, God, go over the COVID stimulus bill? Can we do that? How about that? And we can do that really quick. Just one moment. So many dumb fucks are coming to the wrong conclusions about that. What about the COVID stimulus bill? What is the official name of the bill, by the way? I always forget it. Just help me out, okay? The American Rescue Plan? Gotcha. There was a specific article I was looking at the other day through that name. I just want to... Vosh is too rich. He won't get a check. It's based off 2020 taxes, right? So probably not then. Wait, it's based on 2019 taxes. Well, you know, guys, I didn't, back in 2019, I don't know, I wasn't as much of a big boy, Maybe I'll get my little checky check, we'll see. AOC says that it's based on 2020 if you file for 2020. Okay, well. Cringe. All right. So, for those of you who don't have your heads in the sand, you've probably heard that the stimulus bill is finally passed, or at least it passed through the Senate. It still needs you know, it still needs final approval in the House and then to be signed into law by Joe Biden. But I sincerely doubt it's going to run into any hiccups during that process. So we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it through. Yeah, the Senate was the difficult part. And can we get a report again on those Senate margins? Just want to hold on. Wait, give me that. Where's that tweet that I found? It's so good. Yeah, 50 to 49. 50 to 49. Unbelievable. I mean, really. It's I hate to run this road down like time and time again, okay? Like time and time again, but Republicans are really just in a different breed, okay? I'm not talking defending Dems, okay? I'm talking attacking Republicans, all right? Republicans are really just a whole other universe of awful when it comes to anything, you know? This is why, and I'll say it, I've said it before, I'll say it again, there is no point in compromising for Republicans. Zero. Zilch. You can compromise for moderate Democrats and maybe get something out of that. There is a benefit to that. Moderate Democrats will sometimes move on this. Republicans will not. They absolutely will not. They do not budge. They are absolutely in line. They are in unison on these issues. Compromising for them is utterly worthless, you know? It passed 50-49. Ted Cruz's proposal to block immigrants from getting it was denied 49 to 50. Ugh. God almighty. Well, you know. Anyway, the bill is passing. Wonderful. What are we getting from it? Well, Congress tells us. And let's go over it, okay? Because there is good stuff here. Important that you should know. The bill provides funding for agriculture and nutrition programs, including SNAP, which does good work. Wait, is this the wrong bill? No, it's not. What do you want from me? Schools and institutions of higher education, childcare, COVID-19 vaccinations, testing, treatment, and prevention. That's good too. Oh, this is the House bill? Oh, fuck, it's the House bill. Hold on. Give me the Senate. Jesus. American Rescue Plan, Senate. Yeah, the one that got through the Senate. Oh, this is a convenient article right here. Oh, this one works? Okay. Good to check. There we go. Thank you very much. Associated Press coming in clutch every time. Thanks for catching that, by the way. I missed that. Highlights of the 1.9 trillion COVID bill nearing final passage. So we have aid to the unemployed. Expanded unemployment benefits from the federal government that could be expended through to September 6th at $300 a week. Now, that's a big one right there. To be fair, one of the big problems I think that we had with discourse around the first wave of stimulus checks is that most of the support that people got were through unemployment benefits rather than through a flat check. Yeah, it's a decrease from 400. There was an article that was linked. It was what was changed. Was it from here? No, it was from a different one. Yeah, the Senate cut it down. Additionally, the measures provide 100% subsidy of COVID health insurance premiums to ensure laid-off workers can remain on their employers' health plans at no cost through the end of September. Now, that's pretty good right there. COBRA is obscenely expensive. COBRA is basically like a government health insurance system to allow you to stay on your health insurance plan from a business that you no longer work for. COBRA sucks. It is not good. It's bad. We do, of course, have the $1,400 checks for a single taxpayer or $2,800 for a married couple. Of course, no polyamorous support here. You cannot get $14,000 checks for a deca couple, you know, 10 people together in some sort of polycule union. Isn't COBRA a terrorist group? Well, that's why it's so bad, obviously, because they fight G.I. Joe, too. The cutoff for those checks is $80,000 for individuals and $160,000 for married couples. This is actually lower than it was before, which means that there are millions of Americans who got a check under Trump who will not be getting a check under Biden, and the check is smaller than the one that Joe Biden promised. They explicitly promised $2,000 checks that they jumped off of pretty much right away. Phenomenal, fantastic. We have money being sent to state and local governments and tribal governments as well. Very, very cool. That is a good thing. Aid to schools. It would be used to reduce class sizes and modify classrooms to enhance social distancing. That's a good thing, probably. Install ventilation systems and purchase PPE. Jesus. It's just kind of grim, you know, that's the position we're in. Like presently, it's like, yeah, we got money. Yeah, we're spending that money on ventilation systems in schools so the plague can make its way out of the building. A new program for restaurants and bars hurt by the pandemic would receive $25 billion. The grants provide up to $10 million per company with a limit of $5 million per physical location. Wait, what? $10 million per company with a limit of $5 million per physical location. I'm assuming this means I'm assuming this doesn't mean like physical location is in like a city. It means physical location in terms of like a branch of a given business. The grants can be used to cover payroll, rent, utilities, and operational expenses. $25 billion is not very much to go to the whole goddamn country. The bill also provides $7.25 billion for the Paycheck Protection Program, a tiny fraction of what was allocated in previous legislation. We have testing and vaccines, $46 billion to expand federal, state, local testing for COVID-19. Very good. Healthcare. Parts of the legislation advance long-standing Democratic priorities, like increasing coverage under the ACA. Financial assistance for ACA premiums would become considerably more generous, and a greater number of solid middle-class households would qualify. Though the sweetened subsidies will last only through to the end of 2022, they will lower the cost of coverage and are expected to boost the number of people enrolled. Well, that's good. Vosh, Bernie himself literally said that 1,400 plus 600 equals 2,000. First of all, nobody's arguing the math. We know 1,400 plus 600 equals 2,000. We do know that. We got it. We did it. Figured it out here. Bernie Sanders is very nice with the Democratic Party. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes that's bad. But look, you can look at it, and this is a fact of the matter, okay? They said $2,000 checks. They said it. You win in Georgia. You get those 2 Senate seats in Georgia. $2,000 checks, okay? Going out the door. That's what they said. Now, yeah, they said it after the 600 was already like known to be going through. So they made that promise, and it's a big deal that they're backing off of it too. It doesn't matter what the actual, if they had said 3,000 and then they went it down to 2,000, I would want them to do 3,000 too. It's important that they hold to their promises or we're going to get fucking dogpiled in the midterms. Bigger tax breaks for households with and without kids. Okay, this is a big one right here. This is a fucking big one right here. Under the current law, most taxpayers can reduce their federal income tax bill by up to $2,000 per child. In a significant change, the bill would increase the tax break to $3,000 for every child aged 6 to 17 and $3,600 for every child under the age of 6. So, have you heard people saying that this bill would cut child poverty in half? This is why they're saying that. What this essentially does, what this means essentially is that if you have 2 or 3 kids, that's like 3, maybe even $4,000 extra dollars every year, which for low-income Americans is a significant, and I mean significant, increase to their, yeah, it's huge. It's unbelievable. The legislation calls for payments to be delivered monthly instead of in a lump sum. Families would get full credit regardless of how little they make in a year, leading to criticism that the change would serve as a disincentive to work. So this is also pretty cool. Vosh, low-income parents don't pay taxes? Yeah, that's why this is cool. They'd get the full credit regardless of how little they make in a year. Some of these motherfuckers are going to be getting paid by the IRS. Add in the $1,400 checks and other items in the proposal, and the legislation would reduce the number of children living in poverty by more than half, according to the Center on Poverty and Social Policy at Columbia University. The bill also significantly expands the Earned Income Tax Credit for 2021 by making it available to people without children, us child-free incels coming in. The credit is low and moderate income adults would be worth $543 to $1,502, depending on income and filing status. And then we have rental and homeowner assistance. So what I really want to focus on right here is the federal income tax bill reduction for children. That is a big deal. That is actually a really, 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 really big deal, because what this essentially is why are we cutting kids in half? Yeah, one of the big issues that we have is that our tax policy doesn't, in my opinion, effectively and ethically take money from the right people. Okay? Now, one of the biggest problems we have in this country with regards to inequitable distributions of wealth are poor people who have a lot of kids. Okay? This can mean Appalachian coal miners with like 17 children in a shack. This can mean inner city families where they have a lot of kids. This can talk single or dual parent households. Children are very, very expensive. Children are insanely expensive. And the fact of the matter is that if you are, I'll justify this in two ways, okay? First of all, getting a tax credit that you can access even if you make very little in a year is an excellent way of making sure these children can get their diapers and food. It's incredibly important. And secondly, from an economic perspective, this is actually a very good investment because economically, the most essential resource in any country is what, people? Oil, coal, natural gas, platinum, lithium? No, it's labor. Labor is the most essential resource to any country. And the fact that it is so expensive to have children in this country means that our domestic birth rate has been declining. Immigration has been shoring up that deficit for a while. Now, I don't care personally whether I share my country with native-born Americans or immigrants or whatever. I really do not care. But I want a populous country. I want a country where the people who are being born have the resources necessary to live a decent life. Not just because it's good for them, not just because it's morally right, but also because it benefits me, okay? And it's very, very simple, all right? Children born in poverty are more likely to become economic drains in the system. They're more likely to engage in criminality. They're less likely to be educated. Children who are born and accommodated, paid for, supported, financially or otherwise, are more likely to be economically productive, less likely to be criminally inclined. They are more likely to contribute to the country in a positive way. Now, that may seem like a selfish justification, but I want to make it extremely clear that you do not need to be Mother Teresa to be in favor of this. I think this is good morally on its own, but even if you're entirely self-interested, even if the only thing you care about is what benefits you, this does. Investments in child poverty, to reduce it, of course, substantially pay dividends down the line. This is a good thing for everyone. Wasn't Mother Teresa a monster? Yeah, well, okay, I'm evoking the imagery here, not the actual thing. Anyway, long story short, there are a lot of problems, and I mean a lot of problems, with this COVID stimulus bill. I really do think that this insistence on taking the bullet for a $1,400 check rather than a $2,000 check makes Joe and makes the Democrats look like dishonest snakes. I really do think that. I think it's a dumb idea. I think it's tactically ineffective. And I really think they could have done more to push that goalpost, that problem onto something or someone else. But Democrats like to play nice. They're not going to sit up there and say, hey, we wanted to do $2,000 checks, but we need some moderate Democrat support. We need some Republican support or it cannot pass. And they're just not going to do it because they don't care about you. But they don't take shots like that. They don't, because it's mean. I still think there are better ways to handle this. I wish the unemployment benefits had been kept at $400 rather than $300, and I do wish that they didn't means test the hell out of the $1,400 check as if there wasn't enough going wrong there. But that child tax credit, that's a good thing. That's a damn good thing. Would a $2,000 recurring check be really bad for the deficit? Well, I mean, it would be bad for the deficit, sure. I think that, in my opinion, I think that if you're giving money out, unemployment benefits are probably a little bit better than just the checks. The checks exist for optics. I believe that. If you're really struggling during the pandemic, it's usually people who are unemployed that really, really need it. And by means testing the money that you get to be through unemployment benefits, you target the people who need it the most. That being said, even people who still have a job are struggling, and I think they deserve checks too. I think that they deserve something too. which is why I also support these big checks that just go out to everybody, you know? But I think most of what we give out, you can justify it going through unemployment benefits. I think that it's more fiscally responsible in a good way. But I think we should have. I think that in this situation, our risk is not spending too much. Our risk is spending too little. So I'm not erring on the side of caution. I would be willing to support much more money being spent to support the American people in this time than I would like being cautious with it. I like the unemployment insurance or the unemployment benefits. I do. It's weird to me other modern countries are doing recurring checks every month, but we can't. It depends on which country you look at, but if you actually factor in the unemployment or the unemployment insurance from the first COVID stimulus package that went out, we were actually doing pretty well compared to other comparable countries. It's just the checks that don't look good. But those countries didn't have the same unemployment spikes that we did, at least not always, I don't think. I think that it varied a little bit. This stuff is complicated. Yeah, subsidized wages is also a really good thing. That's kind of like an unemployment insurance. What was the first unemployment insurance? It was $600, right? First COVID stimulus unemployment insurance. Yeah, it was $600 a week, which means that if you were unemployed, that's $2,400 a month. And how long did that run for? How long did that go for? That was for like 4 or 5 months, wasn't it? I mean, that was a good long time. Ran till like June? Yeah. Was it till October? October or June? It ran a while, okay? It ran at least 4 months, I think. They're not doing that because low wage earners started realizing they weren't paid enough. Yeah, well. Some people were making more off unemployment insurance than they were probably making off their original jobs. Yeah, and that was on top of normal unemployment benefits as well. The $600 was a disincentive to work, combined with state benefits, many more on unemployment than being employed. See, I don't believe that, though. I don't think this unemployment incentive pans out the way a lot of people theoretically think that it does, you know? Even when people are making more off unemployment than they are off of, like, gainful employment, there just doesn't seem to be a serious problem with unemployment being expanded because of people who want to leech off the welfare state. It just doesn't seem like a thing that happens that much. Maybe it would if we pumped up unemployment benefits enough, but to me, that's not a problem with unemployment benefits. That's a problem with regular work being that shitty, okay? If you're in some state making $7.25 an hour for no benefits off of your work, like, yeah, unemployment benefits are going to look pretty fucking good in comparison. But that's not because we're doing too much for unemployed people. That's because employed people are getting next to nothing. $7.25. Can you working an hour and getting $7.25 in 2021? I mean, what is that? The cost of a we don't even have dollar menus anymore. $7.25? What is that? Jesus. Yeah, before taxes. Well, if you're only getting paid $7.25 an hour, I doubt you're making much off taxes. Yeah, and then there were people who don't even make minimum wage because of tip subsidies, you know? So, whatever. Yeah, I'll put it this way. If you run a business and people are quitting your job because they would rather, they're better off getting unemployment benefits, you should be fucking embarrassed as a business owner. I'll say that much, okay? If you run a business, if you run a country, if you're in charge of how much people make, if you're in some way responsible for their fiscal well-being, and they would choose unemployment benefits off of work, if that's better for them, that's an indictment of you, motherfucker. That's an indictment of you. That's an indictment of your job. That's an indictment of your country. All right. Is this happening? Is this really happening? Are we doing it? Is it happening live right now? Here? Live on YouTube National TV? Joe Manchin says he might reform the filibuster and save American democracy. This is a little bit editorialized, but Manchin's argument for the filibuster has been, depending on how generously you look at it, either incoherent or cagey. Asked by Chuck Todd if he would allow a majority vote in election reforms under any circumstances, Manchin waxed idealistic about the need for deliberation, regular order, and the need to allow Republicans to negotiate and deliver speeches. I will change my mind if we need to go to a reconciliation, meaning a 50-vote process currently permitted only for budget bills. Okay, so to be clear about something, okay? The way this works, okay, is that normally, because of the existence of the filibuster, it takes 60 votes to get something through the Senate. 60 votes. You need 60 votes to get it through, which, God help you getting 60 votes in this climate. Not a single Republican voted for the goddamn COVID stimulus, okay? But some things that go through reconciliation, these are usually budget-related bills. That's what the COVID stimulus package just went through. That only needs 50. So, but for anything else, any other type of legislation that isn't directly budget-based, a Republican abstained. That's why it was 50-49. Anything else has to go 60-40, which nothing is going to go 60-40. Nothing is going to go 60-40. Now, you can remove the filibuster. That is possible. Senate reformers have long viewed the filibuster as an archaic accidental feature that emerged despite the founders' explicit aversion to a supermajority requirement. But the reformers have also argued for measures that would curtail it without fully eliminating it as a mechanism for debate. Cool. Does this explain what exactly he said? What did he say exactly? Manchin on the filibuster to meet the press. If you want to make it a little bit more painful, make him stand there and talk. I'm willing to look at any way we can, but I'm not willing to take away the involvement of the minority. So he's like open to it? He might be, so he's open to it. He's open to something. What he's referring to here is the talking filibuster, where a member of the minority party can filibuster as long as he/she stays put on the floor. Once he/she relents, there'd be a vote at a simple majority threshold. That's the classic filibuster right there, by the way. Something might come of this. Something needs to come of this. Because, and this need be known, Biden can't do anything non-budgetary, non-executive order unless we get rid of the filibuster. We have no power to do that. Now, the classic argument here, the very common argument, okay, is this. It's that if you get rid of the filibuster now, then Republicans will benefit from the lack of the filibuster as well. To which my answer is, wouldn't they already? I mean, if the Republicans really wanted... If the Republicans want to do something, if there's something they desire, and the only thing standing in their way is a filibuster, they're just going to get rid of it anyway. Like, when have they ever withheld? They're insane. Donald Trump was invoking illegal executive orders to do shit all the time during his presidency. They don't give a fuck. They have absolutely no care. They'll do anything that they benefit from within the purview of their power. Like, they are absolutely no... So, look... We're dealing with a threat to democracy right here, okay? We're dealing with a threat to democracy. We cannot... Good, that means whoever wins the election gets to make the laws. Well, that's typically how it goes anyway. This isn't some you go high, we go low thing. The issue here is that I don't think this country can survive Republican rule. I don't think this country can continue to survive Republican rule. I don't think it's possible. I don't think we can do it. I don't think we can do it. We're really on the cusp here, okay? And as climate change gets worse, the line is only going to get razor thinner, okay? Now, I'm a pro-democracy kind of guy, which means that I believe Republicans have no place in government because they're anti-democracy. This is the tolerance paradox, and I'll say this as many times as I have to, okay? I do not think there is anything wrong with doing what you can within the legal purview of our government's function to deny them political power. Getting rid of the Electoral College? Fuck yeah. Redistricting, gerrymandering, the way they do? Fuck, yeah. Have fun. Yeah, go for it. Whatever. We're dealing with the potential end of the Republic right now. I don't see why we should limit ourselves in ways that they will not limit themselves. Abstemiousness will only lead to our own deaths, you know. Principle is great, but my principle is democracy. My principle is freedom, neither of which are benefited by giving Republicans power that we could take from them, okay? If my principle is democracy, like why would I ever, under any circumstances, like give them that leeway? Why would I ever afford them the opportunity to fuck me harder than they already have? Our government currently is non-functional. I mean, it's non-functional. functional. We had like 6 years of absolute dead walling from McConnell. Like, there wasn't even a pretense of government functionality. This government is taped together. I'll be honest with you guys. The only thing that's keeping this country together is the tenacity of its citizens and the profit-mindedness of its business, who need to make sure that the lights stay on for them to continue to make money, okay? America is a hollowed-out corpse being puppeted by 1,000 tiny little ants, all right? We cannot keep doing this. We need to do something significant, and we can't have the Republicans be a part of that process. We just can't. We can't do it. We can't keep doing it. I do not want to live in 2032 or whatever, and this country is sinking into the ocean, as it will. We all know the Republicans plan to sink America into the ocean. That's just part of the villain plan, you know. I do not want to see that happen and think like, yeah, dude, well, at least we didn't cuck out and get rid of the filibuster when we otherwise would have had all three houses, or all three branches, or not three branches, the House, the Senate, and the presidency. You know, Were we less on the brink of the past, Vosh? U.S. conservatives have always been the stupid and cruel right. Conservatism has always been the stupid and cruel, but no, we are in a unique position right now. I don't think we've ever been in a position, with the possible exception of like Andrew Jackson and maybe like Civil War era times, where the Conservative Party in the United States was this openly and vehemently dangerous to the way our country operates. Like we're literally at the point like where they're sponsoring insurrectionary attacks on the Capitol and making fun of Congress people who say they were nearly killed. I mean, they will enable the process up until the last breath and then switch around and make fun of everyone who ever took it seriously. We are so far beyond being able to work with these people. Can anybody find me any empirical evidence that working with Republicans does anything good? Can anyone find me like any evidence that there's some like underlying goodness that can be appealed to here? Maybe there are a couple of edge issues. I'm sure the GOP has at some points maybe advocated for things which are at least passable, but we're fighting a battle for our existence here. And by we, I'm including every human being on Earth. Even Republican voters, by the way, even them, they don't even realize how hard they're about to be fucked, or have already been fucked. But people value the aesthetic of bipartisanship. People value the aesthetic of a fair and functional democracy. But Republicans haven't been pretending to hold up their end of the bargain for decades. Look, I get it. The idea of a country where people get along, where people are fair, where there's an open debate on these ideas, where people discuss them in good faith, that's a good, I mean, it makes me happy when I think about it. But we don't have that country. That's not the country we live in. We live in a country which is split, which is power-wise and proportionally split nearly down the middle, where one party, a shallow and tepid neoliberal shell, which has some good people in it. There are good AOC, Bernie. There are good people who operate within that framework. Overall, it's not a great party. It's actually a pretty bad party, but there are some defensible elements within it, people within it who I think work to do good. And then you have, and I understand this sounds very childish of me, but I do sincerely believe this, you have a party of evil. It sounds reductive, but when I grew old enough to realize that the world wasn't always shades of gray, it became incredibly clear to me. The GOP's behavior is explained first and foremost by just a contempt for the weak. That explains it better than anything else. Really, it really does. Look at that bill in Alabama, like trans kids, like doctors can be arrested for 10 years for providing gender-affirming care for trans kids, or Donald Trump like trying to get gay couples unable to adopt anymore, or the GOP's official position still being anti-gay marriage, or them like dog whistling race war sentiment during presidential speeches. Like, you can argue that it's appealing to a legitimate fear in the hearts of people, but you know what? Fuck it, dude. So did Hitler. Okay, I'm really sorry. It's power for power's sake, but the kinds of power that they push for, the kinds of power that they try to grab, these aren't the types of power that I want to grab. When I think of power, when I imagine everyone has these visions. What would I do if I was president? Everyone's thought about it, you know? And first of all, I have to say, if I was president, First of all, I would spend a week crying, okay? Because, wow, oh, it's a big, all right, we got a lot of stuff to do. Oof. I was a live streamer the previous day, okay? I would just lock myself in a closet, put a cardboard cutout of me in the Oval Office, just spend the first week crying, because we got a lot now, okay? But for the rest of it, I mean, what kind of power do I value? When I think of power, I mean, when I really think of power, even in the most like self-obsessed way, I imagine a power which stems from the ability to convince my constituency that policies will benefit them and that we can work together, that the world can be better than what it is now. That the world right now is flawed, not inherently, not because it has to be, but because people have allowed it to become flawed, because people have allowed it to stay flawed, and work can be done to improve it. And the power I want is the collective power, the will of the constituency, the will of people outside of the country too, because I'm not a nationalist, to come together and work collectively to make this country better. The people's president, that's what I envision. Now, am I perfect? Would I actually do that? No. In reality, I would cry the entire time. That would be what I would do. But when I envision it in my head, that is what I dream of. But that is not what people like Donald Trump dream of. That is not what people like Marjorie Taylor Greene dream of. That is not the power that they dream of. The power they dream of is exclusionary, not inclusive. People have to be left out of the wall in order for other people to be kept closer. And every time they have consolidated their power, it has been at the expense of a minority. Every single time. It's always something. Hate the foreigner. Hate the immigrant. Hate the illegal immigrant. Hate trans people. Hate gay people. It's always something. There's always a group to fear and to hate. And they cut off that segment and they consolidate the rest until another segment gets cut off, and further. And that's why fascism is self-defeating, because at the end of the day, they do this forever. And at the end of the day, they have to do it to themselves too. Fascist governments invariably devolve into counterproductive infighting, in large part because the death cult that they build isn't sustainable. They fight within themselves. There's always someone. If it's not black or brown people, maybe it's white people who have brown eyes. It's always something. There's always a group that has to be hated and feared. America, wait, isn't that just us? It's not us. Is it America's history? Yes. It's not us, I hope. It's not you guys. It's not me. But it is America's history. Yeah, it is. To varying degrees. But they're getting, in my opinion, I think they're getting a little bit more open with it. I think they're getting a little bit more forthcoming with it. Now, we can lose to them, and we can let America go fascist, and we can let them burn themselves out and burn through however many millions of lives it would take for them to burn themselves out. And they would eventually, and maybe we could pick up pieces, you know? Or we keep them from ever doing it in the first place. And that takes strong action, not authoritarian action, but strong action. I don't think that strength is inherently autocratic. It takes the willpower for somebody like Biden to go up there on a national stage and convince the American people that Republicans are a threat to the existence of this country and this planet. It takes action like that. As long as it's being done effectively. I mean, if all it does is consolidate people to hate Biden, then that's not good. We should get rid of the filibuster. All right. I heard your outro just now. Ha! You can hear that? You can hear the segment brain. Oh, Christ. We have 43 minutes. The CPAC video is 85. And that's if I don't pause it. Why do I do this to myself? We can watch what we can of it. Yeah. Forgive me. What are your opinion on neopronouns? Some people are very against them for some reason. I'm going to be honest. I think they're a little, like, odd. I don't know if they accomplish the goal they're looking to accomplish. But if a person asks to be referred to by neopronouns, then I'll respect that. I don't think there's anything wrong with the identification. I don't think there's anything wrong with the divergence from the gender binary. It's just not. Yeah. But it's not a big deal. Like I'd never. Yeah, the identity isn't the issue there. Sorry. There's a meme from the subreddit. Mike from PA be like, "Here's how we fix brain drain." You see, we will move our forces to the west. If we march into Paris, we can get their suburbs and afford the tax base that we need to pay off our debts from the First World War. All right. Oh, God. Dumbass shit. All right. Why do you give Trump attention? Oh, sorry for platforming Trump, people. That's my bad. I apologize. You know, he could be on the way out, but you know. Hold on. Sorry, just reading memes. Wait, actually, hold on. I'm just want to see real quick, okay? We're just going to see if he's still molding, okay? We're just going to really quickly dip our toe in. Hold on. Oh, he's not live anymore. Ah, damn. Wait, hold on. He's at 41.7 followers. Okay, guys. Wait, everyone shape up, all right? We need to keep the lead, okay? Go to twitch.tv/voshvidea and follow me on Twitch, okay? We got to keep the lead, all right? Even though I don't stream there, we have to make sure we have to make sure that the number stays high, all right? We're at 42.6k. All right, you can do it, people. Come on, you can do it. If you're not going to fix the camera shake issue, I demand you mount the camera to Artemir Pigeon. Yeah, I need to get a sturdier camera mount. Got to get it up, people. Already followed? Then do it again. Make a new account. No, don't actually do that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, get the command in there. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. All right, let's find it. Let's find the damn thing. Did you see the New York Senate Majority Leader has called on Cuomo to resign? Yeah, I heard about that. I need to do like a segment on Cuomo. He seems like a kind of a cucklord, you know? Kind of a piece of shit, you know? Just a little bit. Little bit of a cucklord, little cucky. There you go. There's the CPAC speech. Christ. All right. So, I am holding to the fact that I really don't think that we should be paying that much attention to Trump right now, what with the fact that he loves attention, and it's the only way that he can work up the libido to cream his little boy shorts. But he spoke at CPAC, and, you know, we only get one of those a year. So, Trump, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. And CPAC, do you miss me yet? Do you miss me?
Bet you the people who are applauding can't name a single thing Biden has done.
To so many wonderful friends, conservatives, and fellow citizens in this room and all across our country, I stand before you today to declare that the incredible journey we've begun together, we went through a journey like nobody else. There's never been a journey like it. There's never been a journey so successful.
What the fuck is he saying? I come here to tell you, the American people, to tell you we did a journey. We're doing a journey. And it's a big journey. What?
We began it together 4 And it is far from being over. Our movement.
Wait, hold on. This source is terrible. Why is it fucking freezing every second? What? Can I get a better source on this? Can I get a better version of this video? Come on. Yeah, fascist audio quality. Come on, there's got to be more out here. Thanks for the link, dumbass. All right. Here we go. This one should be better. Nope.
You haven't seen the stadium was packed and thousands of people at America first, right? In a long time. We had a great night yesterday in South Carolina. That was incredible.
Wait, this is 2020, you fucking... Link it! Link it! 2021, link it! Here is the link. I'm gonna start banning you people. I can see what these link to, you know.
Over an hour late to talk about...
Jesus.
We've been doing a lot of winning. As we gather this week, we're in the middle of a historic struggle for America's future, America's culture, and America's institutions, borders.
You know what? Actually, let's make this a little bit instructive, huh? You know what? No. Restart the segment. So, I thought it'd be cool to watch Donald Trump speak at CPAC 2021, a surprisingly difficult feat. But, you know, I think it'd be nice if we got a little bit instructive. So here's what we're going to do, okay? As anyone who watches me knows, I am not a big fan of fascism. I would list it amongst my top 10 least favorite things. I know, very surprising. And I think what might be cool would be if, while watching this, we related it in some way to what I consider to be the seminal thesis on fascism and its description. Fascism being rather idiosyncratic, it pulls from a lot of movements and ideas, is very difficult to define, but Umberto Eco, a cool guy with a cool beard and glasses combo, very nice, wrote up 14 points. They are the tenets of Ur-fascism. Ur-fascism, Ur there being like the primordial, the essence of fascism. It's the originator. This does not describe all fascist governments or movements, but it is very descriptive generally of what they relate to. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch as much of this speech as we need to, and we're going to bingo card this shit. Okay?
Fellow citizens in this room and all across our country, I stand before you today to declare that the...
Genuine question, are there not other theorists on fascism? Why is Eco the most important? Oh, there are others. But I have never met anyone who came even close to describing fascism with the kind of descriptive utility that Umberto Eco possesses. There are other ones too. There are lofty definitions like fascism is capitalism in decay. But I don't know if that's 100% accurate. There's a core of truth in there, but I don't know if that's the best descriptor. I think that Umberto Eco's nails the... What about... palingenetic ultranationalism? Yeah, that's a good succinct one, but I want people to really understand the cultural tendencies behind fascism, more so than anything else, which we'll get to.
Incredible journey we begun together. We went through a journey like nobody else. There's never been a journey like it. There's never been a journey so successful. We began it together 4 years ago, and it is far from being over. We've just started. Our our movement of proud, hardworking, and you know what this is? The hardest working people, hardworking American patriots, is just getting started. And in the end, we will win. We will win. We've been doing a lot of winning.
So this ties a little bit into an obsession with the... Actually, I should say, I know some people are going to hear these explanations and they're going to think, that's crazy. This is ridiculous. You're reaching. And you have to understand that in order to fully recognize the tendencies behind something as confusing as fascism, you need to pull at ideas and point out behaviors that on their own aren't necessarily indicative of something. Think of it a little bit like trying to find out if a partner of yours or a friend's is an abuser, you know? Now, sometimes you have these really big obvious tells, like, hey, my boyfriend beat me up. Like, oh, wow, okay. Well, that kind of sells the idea right there. But sometimes it's a little bit more complicated. There are little signs and hints that if just on their own wouldn't be that big of a deal, but they play into a larger narrative, a larger understanding of the problem. Does that make sense? Sometimes you have to look for the red flags. So, for instance, I think that this is very telling. Donald Trump talks a lot about winning. He's always talked a lot about winning. I mean, we're winning, like it's almost a meme at this point. Funny that he would say we've been doing a lot of winning after losing the election, but okay. And then losing both seats in Georgia, you know. But one of the tendencies, one of the hallmarks of a fascist organization is an obsession with victory as a concept, not victory of a principle, not victory of an idea, but victory for its own sake. Now, somebody like Bernie Sanders might be up here and they might say they're winning, but they would be saying they're winning with regards to a certain idea, a certain set of principles, like victory for the working class, or victory in getting Medicare for all passed, or victory and so on and so forth, social progressivism. But very often, for the Trump supporter, victory is a virtue in and of itself, even if Trump does something that they wouldn't have supported beforehand. You can think of that many times, can't you, during Trump's presidency, where they would crow that Trump is winning, even if he's doing something bad. Remember all of the Trump supporters who crowed he was winning when he murked Soleimani in an Iraqi airport, even though they were touting Donald Trump as some sort of pacifist, isolationist guy beforehand? They were saying it, Hillary Clinton will start a war, Hillary Clinton will escalate in the Middle East. But then when Donald Trump does it, it's a victory. Even when he postures war with Iran and escalates and does everything wrong imaginable there, it's still a victory. The victory means more than what is won.
As we gather this week, we're in the middle of a historic struggle for America's future.
Historic struggle for America's future? I mean, you could read that out of Triumph of the Will. Fascists are always obsessed with a plot. Life is lived for struggle. The fascist believes at all times that there is something besieging them. I mean, it says it right here. Thus, at the root of fascism psychology, there is the obsession with a plot, possibly an international one. The followers must feel besieged, something he plays to very often when he talks about globalists, when he talks about China, and when he talks about BLM, Antifa, Democrats, always attacking real Americans, always fighting against him. But he is the bulwark between you and him, or you and them.
America's culture and America's institutions.
Culture?
Borders and most cherished principles. Our security, our prosperity, and our very identity as Americans is at stake.
Our very identity is at stake. What does that mean exactly? The invocation of this language it's deliberately vague. I mean, what is at stake? You'll never actually hear him say what. What is it? Jobs? What, unemployment? What are we actually talking about? It's a vague appeal to threats to the American culture, which can't be quantified, but it can be applied to a lot of other struggles. A racial struggle. It can be magnified into a bunch of different issues if necessary.
Like perhaps at no other time. So no matter how much the Washington establishment and the powerful special interests may want to silence us, let there be no doubt we will be victorious and America will be stronger and greater than ever before.
See? There. It literally reads like bullet points, like right off the bat. We are under threat from the establishment. They want to destroy your way of life, but we will prevail and make America stronger. What does he mean by strength? What he means, like higher? Does he mean higher GDP, higher GDP per capita? Does he mean more wealth, equality? What is he referring to? He'll never tell you, because strength to a fascist is desirable for its own sake. There's no actual adherence to reality here, nothing really being fought for. There are no principles here. Power exists for power's sake. Left-leaning people should probably stop saying establishment vaguely too. That's true, but to be clear, when left-leaning people talk about the establishment in vague terms, you're usually one clarification away from understanding what they really mean. They're usually referring to the bourgeois, that's the traditional one, or in the case of the Democratic Party, you're talking about like more established moderate Democrats, Pelosi, Schumer, that kind of thing. Whereas with people like Trump, these nefarious forces he's referring to are these conjured ghosts. Sometimes they're real, sometimes they're not real. Remember when he talked about how he had like intel that Antifa were boarding planes? He talked about this with some Fox News interviewer. She pressed him on it. He couldn't even answer. He was just like, I can't talk about it, but Antifa's boarding planes. They're going all over the country. It was never mentioned again. He just brought it up. He just made it up. Just, oh yeah, people are going on planes to destroy the country, you know? Those are the ghosts he points to.
I want to thank my great friends, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp. Matt, thank you. Thank you. Mercedes, thank you very much. And the American Conservative Union for hosting this extraordinary event. They're talking about it all over the world, Matt. I know you don't like that, but that's okay. All over the world. I also want to pay my love and respect to the great Rush Limbaugh.
What do we have so far?
Who is watching closely?
Hold on. Let's clear out what we have so far, okay? Appeal to social frustrations, not necessarily yet. Do this. Obsession with a plot, absolutely. Objecting Antifa vehicular assault, cops fraternities, newspeak, militia checkpoints, transfer, disagreements, treason, government for murder. We'll get more. Don't worry.
And smiling down on us, he's watching and he's loving it, and he loves Catherine. Catherine, thank you for being here. So great. Thank you, Catherine. He loved you, Catherine. I will tell you that. So fantastic. Thank you, Catherine, very much. To each and every one of you here at CPAC, I am more grateful to you than you will ever know.
Why does he talk like this?
Gathered this afternoon to talk about the future of our movement, the future of our party, and the future of our beloved country. For the next 4 years, the brave Republicans in this room will be at the heart of the effort to oppose the radical Democrats, the fake news media, and their toxic cancel culture. Something new to our
Toxic. I can't believe the cancel culture discourse reached the fucking presidential stage, dude. Remember, these people will only discuss culture war issues because if you're talking actual policy, they have nothing to say. Absolutely nothing to say. Oh yeah, we'll cross off newspeak here too. When these terms are used by them, they mean absolutely nothing. They have no meaning whatsoever to these people.
Culture. And I want you to know that I'm going to continue to fight right by your side. We will do what we've done right from the beginning, which is to win.
So this is another selective appeal to populism that fascists tend to engage in as well. There's a hypocrisy here. Fascists will claim to be right alongside the commoners that they speak to, but they maintain critical and severe distinctions, socially and economically, between themselves and others. They make no effort to tear down the walls that separate them from the average person, while claiming hypocritically to stand with them. I'll put it this way. Bernie Sanders also claims to stand with his audience. Bernie Sanders took the train to work, you know? Bernie Sanders did like grassroots advocacy work out there. Bernie Sanders does not live like some lavish billionaire in a high tower. Bernie Sanders would advocate for him to be taxed more. Donald Trump cut his own taxes.
We're not starting new parties. You know, they kept
That's a
saying,
shame.
he's going to start a brand new party. We have the Republican Party. It's going to unite and be stronger than ever before. I am not starting a new party. That was fake news. Fake news, no.
What, didn't Donald Trump himself say that he was considering it? I'm pretty sure he himself said that he was considering it.
Wouldn't that be brilliant? Let's start a new party and let's divide our vote.
No,
so that
please
you can never
do it.
win.
No,
We're not
do
interested in that. No, we have tremendous. Mr. McLaughlin just gave me numbers that nobody's ever heard of before. More popular than anybody. That's all of us. It's all
Do
of
it, you
us.
pussy.
Those are great numbers, and I want to thank you very much. Those are incredible numbers. I came here and he was giving me 95%, 97%, 92%. I said, they're great, and I want to thank everybody in this room and everybody all throughout the country, throughout the world, if you want to really know the truth. Thank you, Donald. Thank you. We will be united and strong like never before. We will save and strengthen America, and we will fight the onslaught of radicalism, socialism, and
radicalism.
Indeed, it all leads to communism once and for all. That's what it leads to.
So, a hatred of communism and socialism are also pretty standard hallmarks of fascism. We are the greatest enemy they have, after all. They were the first people that Hitler killed. The socialists. Not the Jews, not the homosexuals. He came for the communists first, because they were the most militant and active political force that could have challenged him.
You'll be hearing more and more about that as we go along, but that's what it leads to. You know that. We all knew that the Biden administration was going to be bad, but none of us even imagined just how bad they would be and how far left they would go. He never talked about this. We would have those wonderful debates. He would.
Oh, hold on. Wait. You're all needed for a ratio, by the way. Mike just tweeted, I was shocked that Vosh had no idea what sewer socialism was when I brought it up to him today. His lack of even a basic knowledge about the socialist movement in this country is amazing. What a socialist city government looks like is interesting and important. So, again, remember, he only brought it up because he couldn't answer my question, and it didn't have anything to do with the question, and I never even said I didn't know about it. So you have to participate in the ratio, okay? You can be as mean as you want to Mike, but don't be mean, because that would be brigading.
Could never talk about this. We didn't know what the hell he was talking about, actually. His campaign was all lies, talked about energy. I said, you know, this guy actually, he's okay with energy. He wasn't okay with energy. He wants to put you all out of business. He's not okay with energy. He wants windmills, the windmills that don't work when you need them. Joe Biden has had the most disastrous.
So I think this actually fits into another point that a lot of people forget, okay? One of the other big points here in Eurofascism is where is it right here? The anti-intellectualism is a really key component. Yeah. The cult of action for action's sake. Action being beautiful in itself, it must be taken before or without any previous reflection. Thinking is a form of emasculation. So this is a really common tendency. And the rejection of modernism, it also plays into that as well. This is a really common tendency. When Donald Trump doesn't like a proposal or an idea, there's usually an underlying contempt of the concept of thinking about it. There's an advocacy for quick, common sense solutions, you know? Nuance is considered, in a sense, you know, and not treasonous necessarily, but it's considered venomous, counterproductive, that you need to act immediately, that acting right now is the necessary action. And it's a very common fascist sentiment.
First month of any president in modern history, that's true. Already the Biden administration has proven that they are anti-jobs, anti-family, anti-borders, anti-energy, anti-women, and anti-science.
Anti-science. By the way, by anti-woman, he means because they're pro-trans, and pro-trans means you're pro-gigantic, muscly trans women beating the shit out of cis women at high school sports events. I don't know where he's getting the anti-science from, but, you know.
In just one short month, we have gone from America first to America last. You think about it, right? America last. There's no better example.
This plays into it as well. It's not just the obsession with a plot. It's the virulent hyper nationalism. I mean, America first. That term, America first, has always been associated with far-right movements. I mean, how could it not be? It's not just about putting America first, which, by the way, every American believes. Even Bernie Sanders. If you ask Bernie Sanders, do you think our tax dollars should be spent primarily on American citizens? He will say yes. Obviously. Everybody believes that. America first doesn't actually mean America first. It means rampant, vicious xenophobia. It means that if you disagree with me, you disagree with the country. It means that if you criticize me, if you question me, if you disagree with me, what you're doing is tantamount to treason, which is a point right there. Disagreement is treason. The critical spirit makes distinctions, and to distinguish is a sign of modernism. In modern culture, the scientific community praises disagreement as a way to improve knowledge. So any concerns with regards to immigration, climate change? No. If you disagree with him, it's not because you have different values, principles, or a different outlook on the position. It's because you hate America. There's no way to disagree with Trump without, in his mind and in the eyes of his followers, hating America. That's the only possible explanation from their perspective.
Than the new and horrible crisis on our southern border. We did such a good job. It was all worked. Nobody's ever seen anything like we did, and now he wants it all to go to hell. When I left office just 6 weeks ago, we had created the most secure border in U.S. history. We had built almost 500 miles of a great border wall that helped us with these numbers, because once it's up, you know, they used to say a wall doesn't work. Well, you know what I've always said? Walls and wheels. Those are two things that will never change.
What?
The wall has been amazing. It's been incredible. And little sections of it to complete. They don't want to complete it. They don't want to complete little sections in certain little areas. They don't want to complete, but it's had an impact.
What?
That nobody would have even believed. It's amazing, considering that the Democrats' #1 priority was to make sure that the wall would never, ever get built, would never, ever happen, would never get financed. We got it financed. We ended catch and release, ended asylum fraud, and brought illegal crossings to historic lows.
So illegal crossings were already on a downtrend for years prior to the beginning of the Trump administration. And by get rid of asylum fraud, what he actually means is violate international asylum law. So this, again, would be a violating international law and committing human crimes violations to own the libs type of situation.
When illegal aliens trespass across our borders, they were promptly caught, detained, and sent back home. And these were some rough customers.
They weren't sent back. Wait, you had the kids, you had them in cages, the family separation policy. You didn't just catch and release, you detained.
I want to tell you, some rough customers were entering our country. It took the new administration only a few weeks to turn this unprecedented accomplishment into a self-inflicted humanitarian and national security disaster. By recklessly eliminating our border.
Eliminating our border. Again, like another component of fascism is I think the rejection of empiricism. This is something really, really common to fascists all around the world. The idea that there is an empirical reality that they can pull information from and reflect with their speech is completely gone. Words mean literally whatever the fuck you want them to mean to an Ur-fascist. And which is what, I mean, everything that he says here is ludicrous, but the audience doesn't care. And frankly, the audience doesn't care whether or not he's telling the truth. You've spoken to a Trump supporter, you can show them any data in the world on empirical issues. There are Trump supporters, I know there are Trump supporters, who still can't admit that he lied about his inauguration rally being the largest in history. even though that's an incredibly easy thing to debunk. They don't care. They do not care, which is why we have the term alternative fact. It's why we have the term fake news, because they have easy, thought-terminating cliches that allow them to ignore factually correct information in favor of the narrative they're being pushed for. Is calling immigrants aliens normalized in the USA? Unfortunately, yes.
Security measures, controls, all of the things that we put into place. Joe Biden has triggered a massive flood of illegal immigration into our country, the likes of which we have never seen before. They're coming.
This is, of course, not true, but
up by the tens of thousands. They're all coming to take advantage of the things that he said that's luring everybody to come to America. And we're one country. We can't afford the problems of the world as much as we'd love to. We'd love to help, but we can't do that. So they're all coming because of promises and foolish words. Perhaps worst of all, Joe Biden's decision to cancel border security has single-handedly launched a youth migrant crisis that is enriching child smugglers, vicious criminal cartels, and some of the most evil people on the planet. You see,
this probably doesn't need to be said, but nothing he's saying is accurate. I don't know. I don't know if you guys needed that from me, but what he's referring to right now is unaccompanied migrant children being kept in health and human services facilities temporarily before they get picked up by other services, as opposed to what he was doing, which was keeping them in under like Mylar blankets huddled together in cages. You know, different policies, different outcomes. I like the phrasing that he used earlier. America can't afford to take on all the world's problems. That's the language of exclusion right there, first and foremost, and it's language that he and his followers use on people within our country, too. So it sounds reasonable at first, you know? America can't afford to deal with all the problems coming from the third world. But you can extend that further, and in fact, they do. How many times have you heard a Trump supporter say, America can't afford to deal with the problems of the inner city? It's not just America first. It's that, you know, there are some parts of this country, we just can't keep dealing with it. They have to sort out their own shit. This is a very classical neocon line, but it's only gotten worse with time, up to the point where Donald Trump was actively saying that he didn't support COVID relief because it would affect inner city Democrat communities, which is as bad a loud as dog whistle as you're ever going to get. In reality, fixing these problems benefits all of us. Wait, I totally agree, but can you refute the thing he literally said, though? Yeah, well, he's not even the claims he's making are factually inaccurate and deliberately vague, so there's no... what is he referring to? Here, I'll fact check him, okay? When he said that Joe Biden's immigration policies have created an unprecedented immigration and humanitarian disaster, I rate that false. Okay? That is incorrect. Now, there are more people coming into the country now than there were under Trump. There has been an uptick, which is not surprising given how hard Trump was on immigration, but it's not hurting our country. Like, that doesn't hurt our country. When people come into America as illegal immigrants, they help our country. I don't know if people forget this, but undocumented immigrants, they're a source of labor. They come into our country, they pay some taxes, they contribute labor, they do good. Of course, if we gave them a path to citizenship, they would do even better, but... The kinds of people who are scared of undocumented immigrants are the kinds of people who have never interacted with one, okay? People think, and the Trump supporter narrative is that they're all like MS-13, like gangbangers or whatever. I lived in Los Angeles, okay? Plenty of undocumented immigrants there. These are the hardest working people in the world, okay? Your average slob, fucking lazy piece of shit Ameritard, okay, is a puny insect compared to the Chad, you know, the Chad undocumented immigrant with the big hat, okay, and the mustache, and they come on in here and they just fucking work so fucking hard, and they're so nice too, because they know if they're mean to people, they'll have ice called on them. So, you know, yeah. How can these people be lazy? They went across the border. I mean, you know, there's a lot of effort behind that. They cross the border. They're here, and they work so they can send, what are they called, remittances back to their families. What are they called when you take money and you send it? Remittance, right? Yeah.
See it every day. Just turn on the news. You'll see it every day. Under my administration, we stopped the child smugglers. We dismantled the criminal cartels. We greatly limited drug and human trafficking to a level that nobody actually thought was possible, and the wall helped us a lot. And we protected...
I haven't seen any evidence to this point, by the way. If anyone could provide me evidence on the extent to which these things have, like, gone down, like maybe there's a multivariate analysis to account for their decrease under the Trump administration with account to previously existing factors, but I haven't seen any evidence that these things have changed monumentally because of Trump policies.
Vulnerable people.
It's 10 o'clock. You're watching Sky News.
Hey, stop, British.
News. We're live.
Catch and
Jesus
release
Christ, I nearly heard a British accent. Fuck.
has been restored. Can you imagine? We work so hard. Catch, you know what that is. You catch them. You take their name. They may be killers. They may be rapists. They may be drug smugglers. You take their name and you release them into our country. We did the opposite. We not only didn't release them, we had them brought back to their country. Illegal immigrants are now being apprehended and released along the entire southern border.
So what we're looking at right now, more than anything else, is the deliberate attempt to cultivate fear. Fear is extremely important to the Eurofascist because the only way that their followers could be convinced to abandon empiricism and lie the way that they have to be supporters of a fascist government is through fear. Trump supporters are terrified at all times. I know that there's this narrative among some progressives that these people are just like confident, evil, like assholes. In reality, they, and I mean all of them, even the rich suburbanite white people who have like 3 vacation homes, they are terrified, genuinely terrified. And the media reflects their terror because the only way they could be driven to the depths they have sunk to is if they are that scared. In fact, I would argue that almost half of the descriptions surrounding Eurofascism pertain to that belief. Didn't you call them evil like 30 minutes ago? I was referring to the elected officials, and yeah, they are, absolutely, but that has no bearing on the fear that may drive that evil. So, I mean, look at this. Fear of difference. The first appeal of a fascist or prematurely fascist movement is an appeal against the intruders. I mean, it's textbook. Thus, Eurofascism is a racist by definition. 100%. We also have this. The enemy is both strong and weak. By a continuous shifting of rhetorical focus, the enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak. That is very, very important to a fascist government, okay? Nazi Germany did it too. They did it very, very effectively to their population. They had 2 simultaneous beliefs. They believed both of them uncritically. The first of which was that Germany was this a people, that the people of Germany were strong, united, powerful, that their blood was the strongest blood, and that they had a birthright to the planet. And they also believed that the German people had been victimized, had been made subservient to an international community of Bolshevik Jewish bankers, which, who were bleeding Germany dry, and they were, and we are at their behest. And they believed both of these things. And likewise, Donald Trump and Donald Trump supporters, they believe at the same time, completely uncritically, that Antifa is a bunch of soy boy college students, thank you, shoe on head, and also a significant threat to the American people, a threat to their way of life. That Democrats are dumb, ineffectual dinosaurs who can't do anything right, who only care about their lib woke identity politics, but are also satanic pedophiles with hands in a global circuit of globalist entrepreneurs who will destroy America at the first possible opportunity. That undocumented immigrants are tearing this country apart, but they're also, lazy, whatever. They're like lazy, okay. The enemy has to be powerful and weak at the same time, because by shifting your rhetorical focus, you get to keep your people scared and empowered at the same time. Fear isn't the only thing fascist governments rely on. To be afraid is not enough. You have to be afraid, but you also have to believe that the evils of the world rest on your shoulders, and you need but shrug to knock them off. That is the critical belief, that all of these powers are pressing you down. Their boot is on your back. But if we rise up together, we can knock them all down. And that's what motivates war crimes. That's what motivates war. That's what motivates genocide. That's what motivates quite a bit of the stuff that they did. You know? Some people, they play their apologetics that the German population did not know about the Holocaust, and it's true, the Nazi government wasn't completely upfront about what they were doing, but they knew. They fucking knew, okay? They knew. Are you kidding? Neighbors disappearing, being loaded on trains, government propaganda. They knew. Come on. Come on. You're not fooling anybody. But they went along with it because they thought that this was essentially fumigation. That the people of Germany were rising up. They were taking the critical actions that they needed to, the harsh judgments that they needed to, in order to rise above the station, the suppression that they had lived with, the humiliation nationally that they had endured.
The opposite of what it was 2 months ago. They weren't coming because they couldn't get in.
Hold on.
Once they think.
Wait, but the whole boot on your back and we can rise up together to defeat them is kind of our shtick when it comes to the owning class in the state, though. Yes, but what leftists don't do is shift rhetorical focus to make our opposition look collectively weak. While individual fascists may be dumbasses, fascism collectively is a grave threat, and I think almost every leftist will agree to that. They don't play up this idea that actually fascism is this little baby movement. Well, actually, some leftists do. Some leftists actually do downplay the threat that fascism poses to America. Those are the types of lefties that I take great umbrage with. So, you know. But even the ones that do that usually don't go back and forth. They settle on a position. Fascism is a tremendous threat, or it isn't, but they usually don't jump back and forth. Likewise with the threat the bourgeois pose. Almost every leftist will agree that bourgeois pose a tremendous threat to working class solidarity, but lefties won't usually then go, oh, but actually the bourgeois are like weak and pathetic and have no power. They don't jump back and forth like that.
Think they can get in, they're coming, and they are coming at levels that you haven't even seen yet. By the hundreds of thousands, by the millions they'll be coming. The Biden administration is now actively expediting the admission of illegal migrants, enabling them to lodge frivolous asylum claims and admitting them by the thousands.
His continued insistence that asylum claims are frivolous is not only a defiance of international law, and I believe American law on the subject as well, it is also a denial of the fundamentally American right to due process. When you listen to an asylum claim, and that's what he didn't do, by the way. He locked them up before they could even make their claim at a port of entry. When you deny people the ability to even make their case, you're denying them rule of law. Democrats and myself don't argue that everyone who makes an asylum claim should be entered into the country, because then we would have a lot of fraudulent entry. Everyone would just claim asylum status. What we ask is that they be allowed the internationally recognized process for making their claim and having their claim assessed by the government, which America, by the way, has an extremely stringent process for, far more so than many other countries. We have incredibly strict immigration laws.
Thousands and thousands and thousands a day crowded together in unsanitary conditions despite the ongoing economic and public health crisis, COVID-19, or as I call it, the China virus.
And why then do you think he's so fixated on calling it the China virus, in spite of the fact that, I mean, there's no actual purpose to it, or at least there would be no purpose to us. But to his movement, there's actually a very critical purpose. The critical purpose is this. Well, actually, there are two. First of all, it allows him to scapegoat blame for his own mishandling of the COVID pandemic by framing it as a attack from a foreign nation rather than just a pandemic that racked the entire world. And additionally, it serves the benefit of framing COVID-19 as a plot by an enemy force which must be overcome, which allows him to invoke different types of rhetoric. You don't deal with the pandemic by knuckling down. You have to attack it. You have to look strong. You have to be, well, you have to posture, essentially, while treating it like an enemy attack rather than what it really is, which is essentially a national disaster. You get to reframe the public's perception of that incident.
There's no masks. There's no double masks. That was a new one that came out 2 weeks ago. First, Fauci said, you don't need masks, no good, no. Then all of a sudden he wanted, now he wants double masks. No social distancing, no nothing.
What?
No nothing. They're together, and it's sad, actually, and it's sad for them, and it's sad for our country.
I don't know what he's referring to.
What the Biden administration is doing to push young migrants into the hands of human traffickers and coyotes is dangerous, immoral, and indefensible.
A reminder that Biden's policy is doing the exact opposite of what he's describing right now, by the way. By trying to keep undocumented kids, ending the family separation policy, and then put those kids out to sponsors or other programs that can take care of them, he's actually decreasing the amount of victimization these kids experience. But
to believe it's happening. Biden has failed in his number one duty as chief executive, enforcing America's laws. This alone should be reason enough for Democrats to suffer withering losses in the midterms and to lose the White House decisively 4 years from now.
we are 15 minutes and 16 seconds into this speech, and he has not mentioned a single thing that he would do if he were made president again. He hasn't mentioned a single policy. He hasn't brought up any data. He hasn't made any substantive critique. This will be the entire video, by the way. He won't do it. He didn't do it back in 2020. He didn't do it back in 2016 either. He doesn't do it. And that's not normal. That is not normal. Again, people will make disingenuous comparisons to left populists, so I want to make it perfectly clear. All Bernie Sanders does is talk about policy. You listen to Bernie Sanders, he'll talk about how the American people need to rise up and we need to win. You know, he'll talk about that. But he doesn't just talk about winning for winning's sake, and he certainly doesn't ignore data. He talks constantly about policy, which I think distinguishes him critically here. The aversion to discussing policy is critical because there is no ideological basis to Donald Trump or Donald Trump supporters. Fascism is ideologically idiosyncratic, which means that it doesn't have to really believe anything. It's just essentially just a system for the consolidation of power at the expense of the minority, using a system of thought patterns and practices which work well to that end. They work in consolidating power, you know. Oh yes, the American people are tired of women. Yes, Bernie Sanders did say that. That was his fascist moment when he cast off his cloak and revealed that in a Bidenist America, or sorry, in a Bernie America, there would no longer be women. So it's a death cult. It certainly is a death cult. I could watch this CPAC speech forever, and maybe I will at a future point, but I don't want to distill the underlying argument here. I want to go over this one more time, if I may, okay? Because I think these tendencies are really important to look at. Think of them as red flags, okay? Think of them as red flags in a relationship. A single one is unfortunate, but a collection of all of them, that's a problem. So I'm going to read them. The cult of tradition, which Donald Trump adheres to relentlessly, talking constantly about making America great again, talking about how, you know, the founders of America wanted this or that or X or Y. Tradition, this idyllic image of an America, this proto-America, this soul of America is critical to the advocacy he engages in. In reality, there never was any such America, ever. Ah, yes, the 1776 Commission, of course. The Teaching Children Patriotic Education Commission. Yeah, that's not in any way reminiscent of the Nazi government. What does mean? Is a prefix, which means like the primeval. Yeah, here, it's a German prefix. Primeval, original. You know, like the most ancient. It's like the soul of an idea, basically, like the core. Number 2, the rejection of modernism. The Enlightenment, the Age of Reason, is seen as the beginning of the modern depravity. In this sense, Urfascism can be defined as irrationalism. Does that sound familiar to you at all? The Age of Reason, the Enlightenment being considered the beginning of the problem. This is in line with an adherence to traditionalism, but if you listen to fascists talk, not just Trump, but fascist supporters, Prager University, that's right. Prager University did an entire video on how the worst elements of the Enlightenment, the ones which promoted egalitarianism, equality, democracy, to them, the worst elements, were actually the overappreciated ones, and that we should really appreciate the conservative elements of the Enlightenment. I mean, it was really rejecting the Enlightenment right there. The cult of action for action's sake, we went over that one. Disagreement is treason, we went over that one too. Have you ever disagreed with Trump and it got the feeling that he would respect your disagreement and not call you a traitor for it? You know what I mean? Like, any disagreement with the Trump platform means you're anti-American. There can't be disagreement within like a range of issues. There's no nuance to any of this. It's just you're a traitor, Tankies do that too, though. Well, I criticize tankies for essentially being fascists with a coat of paint over them. A lot of this has a lot of overlaps with narcissists. Well, Trump is undeniably like a textbook narcissist. I think that's a really easy armchair diagnosis for me to make. I mean, seriously, like, it's textbook. You couldn't find like an easier example. But I do think that a lot of those tendencies are reflective in the way fascism works. Fear of difference is number 5. I think that one speaks for itself. Appeal to social frustration. This is a really common one. Hitler did this as well. Hitler talked about the emasculated German population, how they had been indebted by the Western powers, etc., etc. And Donald Trump does this as well. He'll talk about the Rust Belt. He'll talk about how the American people are struggling because of globalism. Now, in reality, Donald Trump has never done anything to fix these problems, ever. He cut taxes for the wealthy. He hurt unions. He furthered financial austerity. He did everything possible to fuck over the working class, but there are still working class voters who legitimately believe that he will be their savior, The obsession with the plot speaks for itself. That's number 7. We just spoke about number 8. Number 9, pacifism is trafficking with the enemy. For Urfascism, there is no struggle for life, but rather life is lived for struggle. This one is a little bit more difficult to pin down on Trump because we aren't in active wartime. But this rhetoric is really, really common when you discuss foreign policy. So, for example, when people talk about easing negotiations with Iran, that's what you get. You're accused of being a traitor. You're accused of treason. It's interesting. Donald Trump postures as an anti-war isolationist, but at the same time, he and his followers will accuse you of trafficking with the enemy for attempting to de-escalate conflict with national enemies. Very, very weird, but it makes sense if you understand it from this perspective. You have contempt for the weak? I think that speaks for itself. Everyone is educated to become a hero. In Urfascist ideology, heroism is the norm. This cult of heroism is linked strictly with the cult of death. This one sounds a little bit abstract, but think about it, okay? Think about the way conservatives talk about militarism. Think about how they talk about enlisting in the military. And how does that language typically pan out? To a fascist, dying for your country is the greatest honor imaginable. And you can see that fascists will laud, they will celebrate the idea of dying for a cause, but not just any cause, the cause of heroism. Is it kind of like the Japanese army in World War II? Well, the Japanese army in World War II was fascist, so yes. Let me contrast two things for you, if I will, okay? And this is why I'm not a fan of heroism as a concept, okay? Surely you've heard of lefties who imagine themselves dying in a revolution, no? And they're holding a flag and a AK-47 and they have a cape on or something and they die. It's all glorious and blah, blah. Now, these LARPers are admittedly embarrassing, and I don't think they're as frequent as a lot of people seem to think they are. But keep this in mind. When people talk about dying for a cause in a lefty sense, that cause is usually a very specific ideological goal. It's usually about emancipation for the working class or liberation for an oppressed people, like that kind of thing. You know what I mean? There's a deliberate moral issue that they care about enough to believe it's worth losing one's life for. And again, a lot of the discourse around this is embarrassing LARPing. There's no denying that. But like conceptually, that is the drive, you know? But with fascism and with fascist heroism, death, a heroic death, is the goal for itself. Not dying to accomplish a goal, not dying to make the world better, not dying to achieve some liberation, not dying to improve anything, but dying in and of itself, if done for, well, in the case of fascists, usually the state. It's empty heroism. And that's what German soldiers were taught too. A happy birthday, occasional death. You're 15, huh? 15-year-olds were enlisted in Nazi Germany to go fight on the Eastern and Western fronts. And what they were taught, basically from elementary school age, they were taught this at a very young age, was that the greatest honor, the greatest service one could perform for their Volk, for their people, for their state, for their country, for their nation, for their blood, was to die against, well, the Bolsheviks, to die against cultural Bolshevism, to die in service of the nation, to fight and to die in that way. I must die for my people. But the heroism was the goal in and of itself. Be on the lookout for language like this. Language like that, this worshipping of heroism, is very, very dangerous. And it's the reason why there are a lot more school shooter cases on the far right than there are on the far left. A lot of them think that blaze of glory you get at the end, and that's, again, only what they think it is itself some repudiation of a world they disagree with. That sounds like religious extremism too. Well, religious extremism and fascism do have some correlative elements, I'll say that much. Number 12 is machismo and weaponry. Machismo implies both disdain for women and intolerance and condemnation of non-standard sexual habits, from chastity to homosexuality. So this is a really critical one too, and this also has to do with the cult of heroism, okay? I'm going to link you down a very Freudian road for a moment. Can you follow me? If you will you pay attention? It's a little bit circuitous, but I want you to trust me. The primary moral drive of the fascist is warfare and conquest of the enemy. But war is difficult to sustain and impossible to survive forever. So the energy of war must be committed towards other endeavors. In many cases, sex. In the fascist mind, sex is a conquest of the individual with whom you are having sex, a service performed to achieve some worth, some power dynamic, some obsession. This is one of the reasons why fascists are obsessed with cucking, because to them, sex exists exclusively as a means by which they express dominance over another and promote their own masculine identity. And cuckoldry exists in stark opposition to both of those ideas, which is why they're obsessed with it. And they've been obsessed with it for a long time, which is why escaped slaves would often be lynched and castrated back during the slave days of the United States. They feared black dick because they were afraid white women would really like it. That sounds like a bit of a simplification, but that, honest to God, was kind of the prevailing thought back then. And by the way, you want to go on 4chan, you want to go on Poll, you want to go to the porn they post, they got a lot of BBC cuckold porn in there, okay? They project like motherfuckers, all right? Now, me personally, when I see a big black dick in porn, I usually think, that's a big dick. I don't really racialize the whole thing. I just like big dicks. I'm just a size queen, you know? But to them, there's this whole meta-narrative, this whole emotional turmoil. They feel things when they watch it because it emasculates them. This is the reason why fascists are necessarily intolerant of divergent sexual tendencies, though very often by their own standards, they're degenerates themselves. It's because to them, sex is a component of the natural order, one which necessarily must be performed between a man and a woman, and that only through that interaction can be the appropriate outcome of sex be achieved, which is, of course, an expression of the masculine conquest. Homosexuality and lesbianism are deviations from this tendency, and that's why they are rejected. Number 13 is selective populism. There is in our future a TV or internet populism in which the emotional response of a select group of citizens can be presented and accepted as the voice of the people. Does that sound familiar at all? A select group of citizenry being presented and accepted as the capital V voice for the people to the exception of all others? This is the silent majority talk right there. The majority of the country, or at least the plurality, is Democrat. But, you know. And finally, point 14 is newspeak. All the Nazi or fascist school books made use of an impoverished vocabulary and an elementary syntax in order to limit the instruments for complex and critical reasoning. Did you see that with Trump right there? Trump rallies feel like a lobotomy. He uses fourth grade language, and the only times he steps outside of the kind of stuff that you would hear in an elementary school schoolyard is when he uses terms that are so politically loaded they don't actually have any intrinsic meaning, like cancel culture. Newspeak. The point is to dull the senses of the fascist to prevent them from being receptive to new arguments. Have you talked to a Trump supporter? It's not just that they disagree with you. If it was only disagreement, that wouldn't really be much of a problem. There is a language barrier. There is a fundamental wall. The way they look at the world has been dulled. It's not just them being anti-reality, though that certainly doesn't help. It is that there is a barrier, a semantic force field that makes it impossible for them to grapple with ideas presented to them that deviate from ideological orthodoxy. How would you get past this wall? In many cases, you can't. Talk to people who have QAnon believing relatives. Sometimes damage to the brain can't always be undone, at least not reliably. There's always a possibility, but sometimes people are gone. That's one of the reasons why you have to be careful online. You have to be careful. You have to protect your faculties of reason, because anybody could take them from you. Human beings are infinitely susceptible. It could be something as simple as a YouTuber. Like me. Though I would hope that I don't engage in this behavior. But a single YouTuber you watch could introduce language and ideas and concepts to you, could narrow your thinking in such a way as to effectively make it impossible for you to engage with reality in a healthy way again. Now, nobody's perfect. Everybody deviates from reality in some respects. Nobody is perfect. We are beholden to our emotions. We're not immune to propaganda. Yeah. But there are degrees of severity. And fascism is about as far down that road as you can get. I really wish, I wish this more than anything else. I genuinely wish that we could go back in a time machine and pull out an SS officer from Nazi Germany. Restrained, obviously, shackled. Wouldn't want them walking around. But I wish we could pull them into today and ask them questions about modern America. Because I would bet you that their answers, in most respects, would be indistinguishable from that of your average Trump supporter. And I mean that sincerely, okay? There would be a couple of deviations. Most of them would be related to dog whistling, okay? Whereas the SS officer would just flatly reference Jews and different races of people and so on. The Trump supporters' language is more coded. But apart from that, the underlying logic and many of the social prescriptions, I think it would be about the same. Yeah. I mean, don't you guys agree? I mean, we could just ask an open neo-Nazi no. We don't have to. Open neo-Nazis in America are Trump supporters, almost to a man, like almost every one of them. The only exception I can think of is Richard Spencer, who's basically a lolcow in the online white nationalist community at this point. And the only reason he supported Biden is because he claimed that Donald Trump was so incompetent that the country literally couldn't survive his behavior. Not because he agreed with what Biden did or believed, but only because he, because of that. But I mean an original Nazi. I just think it would be revealing. Not true, Vosh. They think Trump is a Zionist puppet. Yeah, and then they support him anyway. Because there aren't as many Bernie or Busters on the right, you know? They do think that. They'll say, yeah, he's a Zionist cuck, but they'll vote for him anyway. But then we have people here on the left, and it'll be like, oh, Biden's not a literal socialist. He's the same as Trump, who Nazis are voting for. But I've gone down that road enough times. People like Richard Spencer are no longer needed to further the advance of fascism. That's true. His time has concluded. Richard Spencer existed during a very core part in history where there was a need, from the fascist perspective, to legitimize and institutionalize the reputability of fascists, that they have to wear suits, they have to look good for the camera. That was the need back then. But now that Donald Trump is what he is, openly and unabashedly, now that we have QAnoners in Congress, we don't need that anymore. We don't need to. That line of reasoning, that approach is dead now. It's no longer necessary. It was a failed evolution. Now we know what works in this country. We don't need fascists to be polite and be in suits. They can just do whatever. They can just do and say whatever. It's fine. No limitations. Anyway, just something to think about. You know. Oh shit. We're way over time. Fuck. How cucked would I be if I saved reading donations for the next stream for tomorrow? Probably a little cucked, but I'm already over time. God damn it. Yeah, pretty cucked. Yeah, pretty cucked. Well, you know. Oh, hey, I'm hungry now. You got called out by political discourse bot? I don't doubt it. Once again, comma, Vosh is gross. Why you gotta do me like that? Mean. There, I'm replying to it. All right. No, we can read some donuts. We can read some donuts. We're good. Rodzilla 2K, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. Rodzilla, first of all, thank you. Second of all, if you're looking for channel growth advice, I have a video on that about content creation and some advice on that. I strongly suggest you take a look at it because I put a lot of effort into my thinking there. Cupcake of Emotions and Big McLarge Huge, thank you both for the incredibly kind $10. I really, really appreciate that. Big McLarge Huge, I'll keep that in mind. And Cupcake of Emotions, thank you very much. I love your content, and it's because of you I've moved from being a moderate to a socialist. Godspeed, comrade. P.S. Hearing you call yourself a size queen made me choke on my sandwich. Yeah, well, that's what I want to do, choking some big dick. I'm actually super out of practice sucking cock. It's hard. Way harder than eating pussy. In my opinion, but, you know, it's probably a biased thing. Still alive, thank you for the very kind $2. Probably Horace the 5. You've come in and out of here like 80 times today. What are you doing anyway? Are you cleaning up? Oh, nice, sick. I'll check it out in a bit. And thank you for the $5, Horace. Michael Hodgson, thank you for the very kind $5. Am I familiar with Ryan Eisler's cultural transformation theory? No, I'm not at all, but you should email me if you want me to go take a look. Orion Borinat, thank you for the incredibly kind $10. What's your opinion on people like me who are permanently disabled? I was born with autism and ADHD and abused by my mother and father, giving me PTSD and MDD, and am permanently stuck on SSI. I guess in this specific instance, my first thought would be sympathy, and my second thought would be, what do you mean my opinion? Are you asking me if I'm a eugenicist? Are you asking me if I think that you should like die? What do you? No, I think that it is the obligation of the state and of the people who exist within it to provide for you whatever you need to live a dignified existence, whether or not you're capable of working. Obviously, I think that work should be gainful, and an ideal world would be one in which you could find socially valuable labor that you enjoyed doing, that was not destructive to you, but whether or not you are capable of or choose to perform that labor bears nothing whatsoever on whether or not you should be able to live a dignified life. Mecha Bouncy Bunny, thank you for the very kind Tier 1 sub. Victon Brennan, still alive, thank you both for the very kind $5. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Victon Brennan, these people have never read any of the Dr. Seuss political cartoons. They're just, you know. Still alive, I don't know if Trump thinks of himself as a fascist, but I'd be willing to bet he probably doesn't. Don't Be Hatin', thank you for the very kind $5. Really appreciate that. And Butch Cassidy, thank you likewise. I have not seen the Chris Hedges speech. No, I have not. Reza Sutra, thanks the gifted Tier 1 sub. The Shocker with the incredibly kind $20. Vosh, I have some criticism. You and Shu dragged me out of the right a year ago, but I don't think I'd be able to show my right-wing friends your newer videos to convince them. You've changed a lot. Do you notice that? What kind of changes? I think that I've gotten a little bit less edgy, and no, I feel like, if anything, I've gotten better at explaining issues now. Because I used to be, I don't know, maybe a lot more aggressive to them. I don't know. I'm happy with the changes that I've made to my content. They're a sincere reflection of my thought process. I'm not like strategizing that much, you know. But yeah, well, I'm sure there's something good there. Maybe it's because it's been too much electoral stuff, you know. Reza Sutra, thanks the gifted Tier 1 sub. Likewise, Astatine. Linkard with the Tier 3 sub, thank you very, very much. Working with Republicans doesn't work. True. Cringe Lord with the incredibly kind $20. Getting rid of the Electoral College is stupid. The president is the head of the federal government, elected by each of the states. That's how state versus federal distinctions work. You might as well get rid of states. What? The Electoral College doesn't even serve its purported purpose of prioritizing lower population states. All it does is lead to people prioritizing battleground states, while you ignore the tens and hundreds of millions of people who live in large states that aren't on the, you know, that aren't contentious, that aren't purple. I just don't think the Electoral College does anything good. Like, I don't think it does anything good. All it does is benefit Republicans. That's it. That's the only actual purpose that it serves. It doesn't enfranchise or benefit rural people in any way, shape, or form. Like, it doesn't actually lead to them being enfranchised more. It's just affirmative action. Warforge, thank you for the very kind Tier 2 sub. Just over 6 months ago, I was a suck dem. Now, because of you and your content, I'm a proud socialist and have accepted myself as a trans girl. Thank you, comrade. Congratulations, and welcome out of the closet. I hope things go well for you, comrade. That's fantastic. Prairie File Kowalski from Nebraska, thank you for the very kind $10. Very true. See if we work the states on the Middle Earth. Very true. It's a battle for our existence. Odd Holt and Tobat, thank you both for the very kind $5. He's now reading your chat logs on Destiny's stream. Mike from PA? Wait, did Mike go on Destiny's stream after talking to me? Wait. Did he go on Destiny's stream to wait, what? No, that can't be right. Why would... No, he read the Over Russell logs. He read my logs in DGG? I think most of those logs are just going to be me spamming ooh. Okay. I don't know if there's anything interesting in there. Dude, he's mad. Oh, shit. Well, make sure to let him know he's mad any and every time he ever shows his face online, okay? AT5T2D Derek, thank you for the very kind 666. Meme? Yeah, saw that one. Fucking good-ass meme. Ad Holt, thank you for the very kind $5. Everyone boycott Amazon this week. Oh, yeah. the boycott Amazon thing. I'll look into it, but I find that boycotts tend to be counterproductive. Taylor and Josh Woods, thank you both for the very kind $5. Really appreciate that. Bosh, I don't think this guy's worth your time. You can do better. Man, I need to do more dumbass debates. You people really are condescending as hell. Can I be allowed to debate dumbasses? Am I allowed to? Can I please? Isn't it fun? You people don't find it fun anymore? What, everything just has to be boring policy discussion? Is that it? Is that everything now? That's my whole life? Fine, debate Bad Empanada then? That might be too crazy. Bad Empanada acts the way Kraut did when he was drunk or whatever. He would just like babble into the microphone. You know. Flawless Water, thank you for the 59 kroner. I really appreciate that. Antisocial Dem, thanks the very kind tier 1 sub. Thank you for the kind words. William Sevier, thank you for the $2. Trevor R and Playboy Nige, thank you for the $5 both. Eccentric Mudkip, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Flawless Water with the 119 kroner. Thank you. Love to the femboys from Sweden as well. Sarah Rose, thank you for the incredibly kind $10. No problem, comrade. I'm happy to try to be timely with my email responses. Ain't nothing. Wasted Sunset with very kind $15. Came out to my friends yesterday, still riding that high. Cheers, mate. Fuck yeah, comrade. That's awesome. I'm really, really happy to hear that. Thank you. Moon Gear Child with the incredibly kind $30 donation. Vosh, I just saw your debate with Bastiat, and I have a few contentions. Credit for co-op / decommodification, wage slavery, and seizing means of production, being authoritarian. You can, I mean, you're free to email me, but those are all conversations that are probably not best discussed in a debate format. I can talk about them more in the future, but I feel like I go over this every couple of months and people say, oh, we agree. How reasonable, how pragmatic of you, Vosh. And then another month passes and people are asking me to talk about it again. Tyler, thanks for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate those. Kolodic with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you. And Indie Pedal likewise. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $20. Vosh thinks it's his political advocacy segments that bring the left growth, but it's really the okay buddy time segment that did the most good for the left. Oh, and we're so close to it too, aren't we? One of these days. Talk with Hassan. I'd be happy to talk to Hassan sometime, yeah. I don't think it would go over poorly. I disagree with some of Hassan's positions. I do think he falls a little bit into like uneducated populism from time to time, but I do strongly disagree with some people, mostly Destiny fans, idea that Hassan is like a bad actor. I actually think that Hassan generally does a pretty good job reasoning out his positions, and while he's not as intellectually rigorous as because he's more normie baity, you know? I mean, he doesn't engage in the same super extensive level of discourse on a given issue. I think he contributes a lot of good to the public discourse. I really do. This is incredible, really. The largest politics streamer on the largest streaming website on Earth is a socialist who's hot. I mean, you know? Now, for whatever we disagree on, I would be happy to talk with him about that. I don't think that that means that the disagreement doesn't exist or that it's meaningless or anything like that. I just think that, you know, in its totality, there's a lot of good being done there. But if I talk with him, what will we even talk about politics-wise? He probably won't talk to me, though, because I'd be too controversial in this community. And also, frankly, Hassan is one of very few people so large with regards to his platform size that I would actually be, like, nervous about presentation if I spoke with him. You know what I mean? Like, other people, you know, there's a little bit less in the line, but Hassan, what does he get? Like 30,000 viewers, like, consistently? Jesus. Man, I'd be, like, sweating a little bit, you know? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a big audience. What do you want? Jesus. But Vosh, you spoke with Tim Pool with an even bigger audience, and I was nervous. I flew out across the country. I was nervous that whole time. I was stayed in a hotel. Yeah, I was a nervous boy for that conversation. 100%. Yeah, it was fine. You did really well with Tim Pool? Yeah, of course. Yeah. anytime you interact with somebody like that, you should try to maximize the good everyone gets from it. Or if you don't care about them, the good you get from it. So, Tim Pool, I try that. With Hassan, maybe I'll just, I don't know, we'll just like mock each other with fake Italian accents. Maybe that'll be the, Root of all Grievals, I still need to finish that video. I do plan to respond to it on stream. Yeah. Mike from PA claims Soak Dems prioritize aesthetics over policy. Yeah, it's fitting. He has no self-awareness. It's funny because he thinks it's neoliberal for mayors to try to attract business to their town, which is like a thing they need to do. You need to have jobs in your town or people will starve and you won't be able to pay for anything. But he calls it neoliberal because he doesn't like it. And then he goes ahead and says that actually the true socialist solution is to just let these towns die. Just let middle America die and the working class die, you know, like move, just move. Yeah, so this is what I mean by an aesthetic position right here. Like, look at this. This is ridiculous. Luring business is a neoliberal babble. I mean, whether you like it or not, my dude, we live in a market economy. Even if we had a market socialist economy, you would still want co-ops to be in your town. Like, can you imagine being like a lefty and voting in a mayor? And you're like, yeah, dude, this is progressive. You vote in Bernie, like Bernie's a mayor. And mayor's like, all right, I am a socialist and I hate business, so I am kicking all businesses out of town. And we will now, we'll have no jobs because that is capitalism. Like, and then everyone dies. Vosh, I don't disagree, but what is your definition of neoliberalism? Neoliberalism basically just refers to like the modern predominant global capitalist system. It's defined primarily by globalism, austerity, and aversion towards like collective bargaining for workers and that kind of thing. But like neoliberalism isn't like a distinct ideological position. People don't usually self-identify as neoliberal. It just seems to be the consequence of what capitalism looks like in an austere global economy. You know? Yeah, it's heavily associated with Reagan and Thatcher. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Don't forget breaking down protective trade barriers in foreign countries, create unfair competition. Yeah. Like I said, there's a lot that goes into it, but it's not like liberalism you can sum up in fairly concisely. You know, socialism you can sum up fairly concisely. Neoliberalism is more when a liberal capitalist enterprise moves towards a certain set of principles and ends up evoking a certain set of consequences, you know? Yeah, neoconservatism is the interventionalist and the reactionary strain of neoliberalism. Yeah, it's basically just neoliberalism, but fuck brown people and fuck foreign countries. First and foremost, you know. Ever planning on streaming on Twitch again sometime soon? Yeah, maybe. You think lefty should read Stalin and Mao? No lefty should read Stalin. Mao wrote a couple of things of some value, you know? Some things. Scotty G, thanks for the $2. Hunga Master, thank you for the $5. No watching. Airlock, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Duly noted. Will do. Thank you. Thank you. Grimby Gaming, thank you for the incredibly kind $10. Really, really appreciate that. Can't promise a conversation, but yeah, should like to talk to us in the future for sure. Still alive with the $2. Still long for the day you talk to Kyle Kalinske. I think we'll have an opportunity to do so in the future. I'm really just looking for the pandemic to drop, you know? BBQ House, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Spooky Electric likewise. Muppet Minded, thank you for the $4. Sale with the tier 1 sub. Adam Hubert with the $5. Thank you very, very much. Nickard Dixon with the tier 2 sub. Would you want to play Undertale for a stream? Nah, I've beaten Undertale. It's all good. Did you watch / listen to the Waco panel last night? No, I didn't. I'm utterly uninterested in this. I don't know what this... I know this discourse all started around Shoe on Head, but like, I don't... it was like the government handled poorly some death cult that was really, really bad. Like, I don't know. It just seems more like a tragedy than anything. What political prescriptions am I supposed to take from this issue anyway? Like, what if I learn a bunch about Waco, am I supposed to like arrive at some conclusions after that? Like, oh, now I'm changing my position on fiscal policy. I just don't. I just don't know what we're getting at from you. Like, why do I need to know about it? Mouthy and Mel were Weasley as fuck. Oh, well, maybe I'll watch it. I love it when people are Weasley as fuck. All right. I'm very hungry. I'm going to go ahead and get some food. If you enjoyed the stream, and I know all of you did, every single one of you, thought on Destiny saying the ATF should have more budgets. I don't know. That would depend on how it's handled. That depends on a lot of stuff. I don't know enough. But have a wonderful day. If you enjoyed it, then please do sub. I really appreciate you all sticking it out through the stream. I feel pretty high energy, so I appreciate you all being around for that. Take care. I'll stream tomorrow, and you all have yourselves a wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you very much. Go follow me on Facebook, dumb fucks. Dumb fucks.